Welcome in everybody to another day here in the One Win Fall series. It is -1 here in the UK and I am freezing, ready to warm myself up with some amazing Dota coming up. We've got 5 more matches coming up for you today. 3 best of ones and 2 best of threes, and I'm joined by Hurry and Milan this morning. Hurry, starting with you, how are you doing? How's the weather over there?
Awesome. Today it's gonna be pretty warm in Serbia, so I'm very glad about it. My office is still kind of cold, but doesn't matter. Everything is fine and dandy. And as you mentioned, we're gonna get warmed up by good Dota, right? It's gonna be good Dota on my screen. I'm gonna get excited, and I'm gonna be the one radiating heat.
Yeah, Milan, how are you doing this morning? Is it similar for you? Because it looks like you're in Belgrade too, right? You're over there. You're in the glorious, -1 weather.
I mean, Serbia has good weather. I'm not in Belgrade, but I'm very close, and the weather here is okay, but it's changing for the worse. So we're kind of enjoying this time of the year.
Well, we are going to be able to take a look at the teams going to be coming through for the rest of the event. We did say goodbye to 2 of them yesterday, but we still have OG Team Spirit, Gaming Gladiators, 1 win, Team Liquid, and Parivision to come. Unfortunately, had to say goodbye to NGX as well as Team Secret yesterday, and it was Team Liquid and Gaming Gladiators that moved through into the playoffs, already securing themselves at least $5,000 on the prize there. And looking at this one coming up today, are you expecting. I don't want to say the matches yesterday, they were a little bit one-sided when the favorites were playing. I think, the NGX Team Secret series was one of the closer ones, but it felt like Gaming Gladiators Team Liquid were just a little bit of a step above yesterday. Do you think it's going to be closer today here, Milan?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we talked briefly about it yesterday that the series today should be more competitive in the terms that teams are closer match. Of course, Team Spirit, Parivision coming from the Dream League placed third and fourth, if I'm not wrong, getting directly invited to the next LAN. Like, they really performed well in the tournament. And these two teams, OG and OneWin, they didn't even qualify. But guess what? The bracket here says OneWin will play OG and Parivision will play Team Spirit. So first round is very excited. These two BO1s are super excited, and I think it's a hell of a guess who's gonna take it.
Yeah, I think we're all going to be doing a little bit of guessing for our predictions today. We can see the first match, OneWin versus OG, and then we do have Parivision versus Team Spirit. And again, they are going to be best of ones for the initial games. The winners move through into another best of one, and then after that, we get into the losers and deciders, which will both be best of threes. So it's not do or die in your first best of one, but you do want to be going through as comfortably as possible, picking up those wins, and 2 wins do get you through into the playoffs. So that's all you really need to know as a team. You need to bring maybe a couple of surprises here to the best of ones. If not, those best of threes, a bit more of a marathon than a sprint, so you can kind of get a little bit more comfortable with the heroes you're going to play. And Hurry, we did see a patch overnight. I've been reading through it this morning, taking a quick look. For me, doesn't change a whole lot. There was a couple of heroes that maybe we won't see anymore. My heart breaks for the Luna. I was racking up the MMR there with the Luna, but it looks like I'm going to have to shift over to the Dragon Knight, who didn't get changed at all. Was there anything else you saw, from a brief glimpse on that patch that you want to speak about? Anything at all?
Maybe the Medusa slightly as well, right? That is a slight nerf that is maybe for the next couple of weeks gonna dissuade people from picking it. I don't think it's super huge, so the hero is still gonna remain in the meta, but people might stay a little bit farther away from it now. But who knows, man? Maybe people are gonna play the Butterfly Satanic Early Luna, right? The 20-25 minutes farm super fast and then end the game, be a tempo hero that Luna used to be. I doubt it's gonna be happening now, but maybe in the future we might get there.
Yeah, okay, I like it that they nerf the Shadow Fiends, Lunas, and Medusas. I hate when the patch gets tailed on the carry heroes, you just keep seeing same 5 guys. I mean, of course, the DK is still there, but with him being the only one left, I think he's just gonna be banned every game.
And we're gonna be particularly with the prize pool. Go on.
Yeah, what's gonna be cool other than, of course, the prize pool of $100,000, and we can see the placements. One hero that I did see in the patch was a Wraith King who got 2 extra armor. The main problem of this hero in the laning phase and in the game in general was his base armor. So now he has 2 extra. So maybe, just maybe, somebody pulls that one out.
Do you think that the can change?
Sorry.
Go on.
I wanted to say the breaking is the CIS carry hero. Like, if you play Dota for more than 10 years and you think breaking, you think Chappy, you think all these old Russian players that just took the breaking almost every game and maximized farm, and maybe it comes back. Maybe Munkushi today from OneWin, or maybe Satanic even. Maybe they're gonna bring it back for the Eastern Europe. And about Kanda, I think Kanda is it's like a slight adjustment, right? It's cheaper, but it's weaker. So I think it was maybe too powerful, but still with Morphling not being touched in this patch, I think we're gonna still see it on a hero like Morphling.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. If it was enough to nerf out the Morphling, but I suppose then it leaves the Alchemist, the Morphling. From the heroes that we saw yesterday, the Alchemist, Morphling, the Dragon Knight, the more likely carry pickups, I guess, because overall it feels like, the Dragon Knight wasn't changed at all. That was a big surprise to me. But overall, the Morphling not being changed, the Alchemist only getting a slight nerf. and the Dragon Knight not being changed, it feels like they are going to be the tippy top picks coming through, and probably those, like you were talking about, the Milan, the number one bans coming through for the teams today.
The gyro also, I think, was pretty popular yesterday. I know it was mostly Nigma who played it, but I think that could be another hero that we see a lot of today, especially because there's 23 Savage playing, and he does love the hero. So that'll be a nice Razor. We did see it in the mid lane, but today we're going to be seeing Crystallis playing, so we might see it in the safe lane. There's still options for carries, but I'm still it feels weird. I'm asking for a Wraith King. It's one of the more boring heroes, let's say, but when you don't see somebody for a long time, you're like, I'm so happy to see you. 2 games later, you're still very mad that he's there, right? It's super annoying, but at least for those first 2 games, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, and that's all you get the brief enjoyment, like you say, out of those first two games, right? And then you can go back to being like, oh, when's the patch? It's been 3 days. Why don't we have any changes yet? Looking through again, don't think there's enough to change out anyone like the Monkey King. Muerta getting a slight, actually getting, it was a balance, so it brings the calling movement slow right down to 20% over all 4 levels. Doesn't go to the 25%, 30% now. Another one, Nature's Prophet, the Ironwood Treant. Yeah, to me, that's a nothing. That team's still going to be looking towards that Nature's Prophet. It gives a little bit more gold, a little bit more experience now, but still does absolutely demolishing damage to buildings.
Yeah, Nature's Prophet is more of a specialist type of hero where we see Liquid pick it up a lot, but then again, the Munkushi, he's one of the players with the widest hero pool in East Europe, I would say. And so wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up something that we don't usually see too.
That would be quite fun. I think Magnus is gonna be today. I mean, in this first series, even more contested than what we saw before. Because I think, first of all, in OG, everybody plays a Magnus, and that is quite scary. And then it has been making waves. So I know Munkushi plays a Magnus, Quadix plays a Magnus. I haven't seen Cloud do it for quite some time, but I know in the past he did as well. So if that hero goes through, these teams are picking it up for sure, especially because of the flex potential.
Yeah, just taking a look at the, because it was something we talked about in RES, specifically about Ari playing that position for Magnus. I know they've put it out in one of the pro games, but he was absolutely rocking that hero in his pubs. And funnily enough, he was playing the reverse polarity here. That was something we don't see at all in pro games. In fact, speaking to a couple of pros, they say this spell, it's not only bad, it's like counterproductive to the entire game plan of the Magnus. So it's interesting to me that Ari was playing it in his pubs, but we aren't seeing it in the pro games. And maybe today, if he gets that hero, maybe it's something that they might try. Maybe not in a best of 1, but maybe if they get to one of the best of 3s, just give that one a go.
Interesting fact, OG in the qualifiers recently, when they were playing the Magnus, they always lost, and then when they weren't, they had actually a very solid win rate. So they lost the games versus Avilus with it, they lost the games versus GG with it, and all of the other games and they lost the game versus Gaming Gladiators. And so basically they had like a 100% win rate without the Magnus. Then of course later on they did lose a game without it versus Avilus, but still a very fun thing to see. But a lot of teams I've seen now pick up a position for Magnus and go for the RP. I mean, there's one thing about it, that it is a lower cooldown, and that in itself, if used properly, is a big deal. So I think pros always, when they see something, they always start crying about it for no reason, and then at some point it turns out to be good. You find a way to use it, right? So whenever a new patch comes out and a new spell or some big change, I wait to see what's gonna happen and not just look at the pre analytics that really don't show us exactly how the hero is going to work.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we're seeing that with Kaz as well. You know, the first few days he was released, nobody knew how to play him because he's a fairly complex hero. He had something like 27, 28, 9% win rate, and then, you know, after a few days, people got to grips with him. After they give him a little bit of a buff there as well, and he just skyrocketed in the win rate. So, you know, it is nice to just let things settle, see how they play out first before we start asking for those changes. But coming into this first series, we do have one win versus OG. You know, let's focus on the teams now. So speaking a little bit about OG, but on the other side, one win. Again, a team that before they were one win, you know, they were coming through as Klim Sanic. They were kind of taking the world by storm, and they've cooled off just a little bit now here, Milan. Is that a case of, you think, teams kind of starting to, you know, figure out what one win, how they're playing, you know, how the players are playing as well? Or is it just something that happens to teams, you know, maybe because there's not a lot of tape, not a lot of game data on them, and after they've played a few, it kind of reveals how they play?
I mean, it's just like they were improving and at quite a rate. Right before the TI, they did well at the South American LAN in Peru. Then at TI, they did okay. You know, top 12 losing to Falcons, it was okay. And then afterwards, like, they kind of fall off. Maybe they hit the kind of hit a wall a little bit in terms of improvement, which happens, then they need fresh ideas, and that's exactly what they're doing this tournament. They benched their mid laner, Chira Jr. Now they implemented Squadix from VP to try to get a breath of fresh air. Maybe they need something to change, and sometimes when it comes to these teams, like, this one change can set off another set of improvement, right? So yeah. I think they're just got a little bit stale, which is normal. It's like fine for teams to have a big improvement and stop a bit, but then they need to go back up. And with this change, I think they might do just that.
Yeah, I like the change as well, because I think Chira was one of the players that wasn't stable in this team, and you know, it's pretty interesting because they already have Sweden Strong, who's all around the place. He's a great player, but he sometimes plays some weird heroes and has interesting ideas on how you should play the game. So maybe having too much of that in your team is a problem, and then if somebody starts not performing to the level that is expected, like Chira did, then you think about getting somebody stable. And Squadix, in my mind, has been a very, very stable mid laner for a long time. So I mean, sure, VP wasn't doing that well, but it was from that roster, probably only a matter of time before somebody picked up Squadix, because he tends to always do what is needed of him. And players like that are very easy to implement into a lot of lineups. So I think it's going to be quite good for one win with him.
He's very consistent, and he shines on, like, he's like a Marlene from Falcons from maybe a year ago, where he has few heroes that he really excels on, and now he needs to get better, like, macro wise, and he needs to maybe have a wider hero pool, but potential is definitely there, and he's very young. I'm gonna check it right now. Squadix Dota 2, but I think he's he's 2003, so he's 21. He's super young, so the potential is really there.
I feel like I've been watching him and casting him forever, right? I mean, I don't know, man.
He started Team Empire 2 years ago, but he just, I don't know, he tends to leave on how do you say it? He tends to leave a mark when he plays. Like, some games he really dominates, so you kind of remember him, right?
Yeah,
makes sense, probably.
I think it's the same with just looking at VP specifically, and a lot of the Eastern European players that are coming through now that, like Kiritic, you know, he's only 21 as well, and it feels like I've been casting him for the past 4 years or so. You know, it feels like a lot of these players, even though they are so young, and I feel, you know, good sign going forward for the Eastern European, and maybe the Western European scene as well, because I know a lot of the Eastern European players jump over to the Western Europe teams, but it does feel like, you know, we are getting I don't want to say a new crop, but these younger players now starting to step up on the bigger teams, and, you know, just show exactly what they can do. So means that the health of the scene for Eastern Europe, Western Europe, going to be great going forwards, and I'm looking forward to seeing how how it all pans out. Because I mean,
it's insane. It's insane how many of the Russian-speaking people play Dota. I mean, we have seen a lot of immigration here in Serbia of Russians and Ukrainians, and nobody ever played Dota in PC game clubs. I cannot emphasize this enough. You get into a PC game club, everybody is speaking Russian, right? There was recently a LAN in Belgrade, and I think it was 3-1 in terms of how many Russian-speaking people were and Serbs in the arena. It's insane.
Well, if you want to get involved in more Dota and more esports events overall, like the Russian-speaking move to Serbia, use that QR code in the bottom of the screen. Milan going to be super helpful and pointing it out right there for you. Scan that one, get yourself over to the socials here. Follow the YouTube, follow the Twitch, and make sure you're up to date with all the matches, all the results, all the events going on here for OneWin, not only in Dota, but other esports as well. And that is available there at the QR code. Really easy. Use a phone. Just scan that one once and get yourself through onto all those socials. So moving back over to the match here, OneWin. Just speaking about the player ages, again, we look at the players coming through for OneWin, and again, mostly, I say mostly as if Sweden Strong, excuse me, not Sweden Strong, Cloud being 25 is ancient and old. Maybe in esports terms, 25, it's looking towards a retirement home. But a lot of these players, you've got Respect, who's 18. No, excuse me, 24. I was looking at the date. But yeah, 24, 25, 21, 21. Really young players coming through here for OneWin. You have these players that, again, it feels like they've been around forever, but they're still in, I mean, coming into the primes of the career, maybe not even in the primes of the career yet with the 21-year-olds, the younger players. So you look at this, and again, I'm excited to see where OneWin can go, because when they were playing under the banner of Klim Stanic, you and me, Harry, doing the DPC Division 2 and watching them and some of the other teams just absolutely rock it, play some amazing Dota, and then, again, being able to step up. They may have sold out, like Milan was saying, just a little bit, but I still think, they can. And events like this, I mean, OneWin putting it on, being able to include their own team, and then the qualifiers, the other events. I know OneWin going to be stepping into the CCT in the next few days there as well. It just shows that there's so many teams, there's not enough events. We need more of these events. We need at least 7 or 8 of these a year.
Okay, you're trying to kill the players, and you're trying to kill the casters as well, kill Rob, because we have a ton of them. Sure, I'd always like more, but I think some people are definitely gonna get burned out.
Well, not me. I'm looking forward to the more Dota for coming up over the next couple of years, and we are going to be able to take a look at the predictions just to see who feels what about the next couple of matches coming up here, specifically about this first match. What's the split going to look like? We've got OG across the board, apart from one of my panelists here. So Milan, what's the thinking behind OneWin here for this first series?
I just have a nice history with OneWin players, and I believe in them, and I think they might have the honeymoon phase. When you add a player, it's a known thing, like the first few games, especially like a BO1, he can come in like wanting to prove himself. You give him Ember Spirit, whatnot, in a good game, he might go like out of this world. And yeah, I think I also saw everybody take OG, so I was like,
okay. Wait, what happened to always agree with Hurry?
He read it wrong, right?
I still think he is right, but
Rob,
it can happen.
Rob, that a-hole friend, you're trying to copy your homework from him, and he's just putting his arm over it and not allowing you to do it properly. I think
that's only in Serbia, bro.
Okay, well, we are going to have to get ourselves into the draft and see your bands already on the board. Not going to be seeing this Magnus this morning, Alchemist, as well as the Enchniks being taken away on the side of OG. We see the Invoker, Timbersaw, and the Dragonite both being taken away there. Batrider as well as the Nagasaren on the board. So, Milan, what are the feelings? Because I think this is the first Nagasaren we're seeing here in the OneWin Fall event. What are the feelings around the Nagasaren in general?
I mean, in general, she got slightly nerfed, like a half a second duration deluge and some mana increased. But overall, the conceptually hero is super strong. I guess she got nerfed too, in a way that all the range carries, not all, but 3, the main ones, got nerfed too, because she likes to play with them. Like the Medusa, SF, and Luna. So we might see more of a Gyro or a Morphling, as Harry said. And I think I wanted to add on Morphling gets banned, so maybe they ban Gyro too. I want to add that one win had a priority and has chosen the. Wait, I don't want to add anything because I don't remember. I don't know who had priority. Do you remember, Harry?
As far as I remember, OG had priority, and
It took first pick, right?
Yeah, that's how it went.
Yeah. I see. But they banned the DK, which I kind of find a little bit surprising. Like, I feel like if you have first pick, you want to make enemy ban it or just pick it yourself. And Savage had a lot of success playing it.
Yeah, especially right. There were a lot of when he had Mudang in his name. There were a lot of memes on OG's Twitter with a dragon with a little pygmy hippo's head. So I still remember those. But maybe they just don't want to play it now, right? Maybe they have a different idea. I don't think generally that we're gonna be seeing much difference in terms of picks. Maybe that Luna gets forgotten, but everything else is gonna be just the same as we saw yesterday. There's a lot of teams that try to just immediately, I understand the patch now, I'm super smart. They just fall flat on their face, not only because of that, but also because of the because you need to train those heroes and see how strong they actually are, and to understand how to play with every single one of them. So I think there's not going to be any changes in the drafts today.
Yeah, and we're just having a couple of Discord issues, so hopefully, again, guys, that's why we're not communicating with each other. That's why Harry was just keeping control. So hopefully we will be able to get ourselves back onto that one. You'll get the boys sorted, and we will be able to move through on this draft. So if we take a look at it already, the Shadow Fiend and the Morphin being banned out, we'll see what one win want to be taken away here too. Burning through their reserve time. It looks like, I mean, again, speaking about what they want to be taken away and then what the next picks are going to be coming out here. In terms of the heroes still available in carry, are we back? Are we good? Is everybody... No, we're still connecting in. So, going to be the Gyrocopter coming through here. So, yeah, like Harry was saying, it is going to be the Gyrocopter coming out. Some of the heroes that haven't been changed too much. Going to be the priority picks here for the carry position. We'll see what OG want to go for in response. Overall, looking at what is available in these, for these heroes, it looks like it is going to be, like I say, the carry already picked up here for the Gyrocopter potentially. We'll see how they're going to be able to try and play around this one. And I think we are back. So Milan, we heard, or the viewers heard Harry's thoughts about this draft. So Milan, what are your thoughts about this draft so far?
I didn't hear what he said, but I'm sure it was a lot of smart and true things. He probably predicted the gyro coming out with the SF ban. I was a little bit surprised OG decided to ban SF over the gyro, considering the SF nerfs. He lost a lot of damage through the passive abilities, but still, it's not that big of a data to work with, and OG is gonna pick up the Dawnbreaker, the hero we saw yesterday do really well. Even in the games he lost, the one Nigma Galaxy game where Noob played, he still looked very solid, especially during the lane stage. And now we're probably gonna see the support to back it up.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. OG did play Dawnbreaker versus Tundra in the recent qualifier. They won both of the games, right? So that's it's gonna be a rough one for 1W, right? This duo, if this is their offlane duo, which is very likely to be the case, can be a problem for a gyro. The second that the Naga moves away, they have true potential.
Yeah, and I expected Pagna to come out because it's most played ex-Nova hero in pubs, and he doesn't really play bad. Yeah, I'm already liking this. Reminds me of the first game yesterday we had. Like, the side lanes went totally crazy, and like Bat plus Dawn is very strong, but against Naga and Gyro, it's gonna be a fairly close match. And like both of the both of these heroes, they tend to be extremely aggressive. So, and there's no other way around it. They have to go and brawl, and it's gonna be very exciting to see. How it turns out.
OneWin needs to prepare for an Earth Spirit. I think OG are gonna be getting an Earth Spirit very likely here on the 18 pick. So it is gonna be very dangerous if you do not have something to stop it, do well versus it in lane. Okay, that's a good way to go for it, because that's a position 4. Now you get the offlaner, and then you have the potential of flexing the monkey to the mid lane if need be. Squadix does play it.
Yeah, and let's see how this one's actually gonna just break out so the Beastmaster comes out here as well, and I've been under the assumption that it's going to be the support Naga Siren with the carry Gyrocopter. Is that the way that you think it's going to play out, or do we see that carry Naga Siren still? Because for me, it's not something we've seen too much. Just so I can clarify for myself. So,
I think Naga is definitely not going to be core, but there's potential of Gyro being a support. Like both Respect and Sweden Strong play the Gyro, and they're just gonna. They have overall last pick, so they're just gonna choose. Like, okay, they see the Medusa come out, which is a good matchup versus Beast, good matchup versus Gyro, but maybe Monkey is now better for Munkushi. It's a better matchup versus Medusa, 1-to-1 to carry in the lane. Of course, you have the melee matchup versus the Dawnbreaker. Like, I would be not surprised to see Sweden Strong on the Gyrocopter.
Yep, not impossible at all, right? But still, there is a since they do have the last pick on one win, right? They can make a decision. They might even send the Monkey King into the mid lane. Squadix plays it. Munkushi, he loves the range heroes, but if there's one melee hero that he likes playing, it is the Monkey King.
Yeah.
So we definitely have a huge flex right now on one win. So I'm generally liking how they have drafted in this draft. OG's draft is more straightforward, and again we're seeing this Dawnbreaker plus Medusa.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't like it.
I never like seeing it. Like, it was the same thought. And so Medusa, it seems good on paper, but the Dawnbreaker Medusa always feels so lackluster. It feels like you're just not using this huge part of Dawnbreaker early game.
Yep, the heal. But who knows? Maybe you can get a mid laner that is gonna work well with it. Puck ban, I would assume. I guess because you have a Monkey King, maybe you're not afraid of the Earth Spirit. What would you be afraid of? Invoker is banned out as well.
I mean, I like the Monkey because it really prevents this Earth Spirit pick. I thought it's a terrible matchup, but still 9 as a successful and versatile player he might be able to like play through a tough matchup. So other heroes. Storm is in the pool, like something to punish the Beast and the Monkey would be something like the Keeper of the Light. It's something that 9 used to play before and has a really good synergy with the Medusa. So I'm very, very curious to see what 9 is gonna choose here.
You know what has been making a reappearance slightly in pubs? Alina. That would be... I wouldn't hate Alina here. They really don't have amazing gap close other than using the song and getting on top of her.
She did get slightly buffed, right? I'm gonna check. In a shard, maybe got slightly buffed.
Either way, that would be a cool hero to see.
And also 9 is famous for his Magic Lean, and Shard did get slightly buffed. So not too bad of a hero, but not the greatest hero against something like a Beastmaster. Muerta is gonna come out, so they do expect a support. I mean, they ban Medusa, Anti-Mage.
Maybe they just know they're gonna pick a mid hero that Monkey King is gonna be good against anyways. No, they go Queen of Pain.
So they kind of force the hand of the one win that they cannot really put the Monkey mid. So probably just mid laner, probably just a freaking Ember Spirit for Squadix. Like, I would be so surprised if I don't see it. I checked his profile just before this game, and he has almost 1,200 games on this hero. It's by far his most played hero. Yep. He dominated, and like, this is what I spoke about. Like, you have BO1 with a new player. He has a last pick. Give him his most played hero in a game that there's not many stuns to catch him. Like, and give him his comfort. Put him in a good position and let him cook, man.
I'm loving the one-win lineup, man. It looks really good, right? December is a good hero versus a Pagana versus pretty much everybody on this side. They don't have the lockdown to keep him in place. The burst damage is there, so maybe during Lasso they can kill him, but not that easy. Their laning phase on one win is quite strong. The Ember deals relatively well with the Queen of Pain. Munkushi is going to do well in lane. Cloud is going to be farming quite okayish, even though it is a Beastmaster versus Medusa. And the synergy on the side of OG is just lacking in a sense. Sure, Pagna protects the Medusa, but the rest of them not so much. So yeah, I'm liking what One Win are cooking here.
Okay. So overall, I mean, we've... is this where Hurry Freak starts to agree with Milan on the actual predictions, or are you sticking to what you actually predicted with the OG pickup first, Hurry?
I think I'm gonna be copying my homework off of Milan today.
Okay, and Milan, are you feeling confident then? You've seen that 1-win lineup, you're backing your boys all the way.
I think it really can go both ways. Like we spoke, it's a very close matchup, but I will put my money on the Squad X and 1-win this game.
Okay. Well, we'll see if anybody who's gonna be the most awake here coming in for this early morning match between OG and 1-win, and we have two casters standing by who are wide awake to get into it. It's gonna be Aries and Bowie. Boys, take it away.
Ready to go for our first game of the day. We got OG taking on the beautiful boys of 1-win. And well, how do we feel about this? Because like the panel said, this maybe is a bit of a honeymoon phase, stand-in or whatnot. We don't know if this is 100% official just yet, but Squad X on his ever so comfortable Ember Spirit in a matchup where it looks like a very good Ember game as well. So do you feel like 1-win, they have a bit of an outdraft here, or do you feel like it is a bit more even?
I don't think 1-win has an outdraft. I like both drafts. I think Harry's talking out of his ass when he said there's no synergy on OG. When you look at the Spugna, I feel like just the Butler effect of having mana can be super important for 23 Savage. The lane, the off lane that they have with Flame Break and Starbreaker, I think it's a really good combo. Just a lot of displacement. So yeah, I like it. What I do also like is the flex of Gyro. I think there's not a lot of supports that can get on top of Pugna. And Gyro is one of those heroes that don't care about the Decrepify, and they have the move speeds to just run into X-Nova. So he has to be a bit careful about that.
Okay. I have to see though how the Gyrocopter is going to be able to play, if he can get on top of X-Nova. Very excited to be able to see the OG roster as well, and to cast one of their games as well, because I was watching some of the qualifiers that were going on. I couldn't pay too much attention to it just with Eastern Europe going at the same time, but they had a quite a solid run considering some of the previous results we have seen from OG, just unfortunately falling a little bit too short. But we will see. Of course, it's going to take some time for them to get everything clicking, but maybe they got the ball rolling now.
Yeah, I think so. They've been working on this new OG roster for a while. I'm a big X-Nova fan. I think that it's gonna take a while for them to mesh, but it is looking much better, as you said. The one thing that kind of worries me about this game is the reset on Stonegaze, right? I think that's really what the Naga is gonna bring. They did pick Dusa into the Naga, and as you said, they don't have that much control, so not getting respect in the beginning of the fights could cost them a lot, because not only going to reset against Stonegaze, but you're going to reset against Solar Guardian. Like, Song can completely change the outcome of the fights in this game.
How do you feel like you address the Nagas Iron through the game then? Crucially taking a lot of damage bottom, but yeah, like if you're, I guess in particular, you're mentioning about the fights and respect and what he's going to be able to do with the Song to try and reset away from these big ultimates. So what do you want OG to do to prevent that Naga from doing that job?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the past you would try to go for something like an Orchid on Quap, but that is not something that we see a lot, so it has to be the Batrider, right? This Batrider and 9 need to play together so that you just burst the Naga through every single beginning of the fight. If you can consistently do that, the fights just become wide open for OG.
Okay, we'll have to see then if respect is going to be bursted full to 0. Intrigued on what the item build is going to be from Whisper as well. We've seen a couple of different builds from the Dawnbreaker. Been a lot of Scepters though from some of our games, so see if
I hope it doesn't
out.
go Scepter this game, right? I think the panel touched on the Dusa not really getting healed by Solar Guardian. Sure, maybe the Quap could benefit, but I would like to see Whisper going a bit more carryish in this game. maybe like Echo into Shard, maybe. I want to see even like Echo Sanjanyasha, just get enough damage so that you offer some threat in the fights, because they also like disable, and if Whisper can feel safe in the fights, just the threat of the Starbreaker is at least another stun that they have during these skirmishes.
How's our other side lane looking at the moment? We've got the Lotus coming out pretty shortly.
Yeah, Cloud
Bit of a battle over it. Yeah, the resources for one win is a bit lacking with Cloud and Sweden Strong.
Yeah, despite the nerfs on the Beastmaster, looks like Cloud decided to still go for the drums, which, are pretty good. We had like this 2 weeks of people going Helm of the Overlord, but for some reason it faded out. Can't really explain why that happened. But this is not a game I would be against Helm of the Overlord, for instance.
I think it's a little bit more player preference. Boom on PogChamp, at least the games that I saw from him. He was prioritizing Helm of the Overlord. I don't know if it was just like, okay, maybe it was very game specific as well, but it seemed like all the games he was going for Helm of the Overlord.
Okay, cool. Because I haven't seen many, at least in South America. But yeah, maybe some regions, other regions are a bit more keen on that. Mid lane is pretty much a tie, like this matchup should be. I think the biggest loser so far is Munkushi, but that's kind of stretching it a bit. I guess in general we expect Monkey King to do well against melee matchups, but I think Dawnbreaker is one of those exceptions, because she just has a lot of damage and super tanky.
They are trying to set up a dive top lane though, full creep wave. The issue is that you always potentially dive bottom actually. Respect. We'll give up first blood, so Whisper and Ari going to be able to strike first here. Very nicely done.
So did you like the patch? Were you...
It's okay. I'm glad we got a patch. I was not expecting one, so... I'm just
Were you
happy
baffled
patch.
that Dragonite doesn't exist?
There were definitely some changes that were not there that I would have liked.
Wraith King nerfs? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I don't know. There was some I was kind of questioning. I don't know how strong like Queen of Pain is in pubs, but seeing that get nerfed a little bit too like surprised me, because I feel like this hero is very underwhelming.
Yeah.
I don't know. Interesting. Did you like the patch?
Yeah, I was not a big fan. I mean, there were definitely some of the changes that were very good, necessary. Alk nerf, I think it's totally fair, but I think the Medusa nerfs are fine as well. But I do wish Dragonite was nerfed. Like, that hero seems like absolutely busted as X-Nova gets dragged.
Drag back as well. Ari will look to respond, but it's not really going to provide them a kill on OG. I think it's mainly just holding them back, being a bit of a deterrent. Munkushi's actually going to come through the portal as well, and that will warrant a TP out of the Queen of Pain. It's a bit of a long TP, unfortunately, but Munkushi is pretty much stuck here. We'll get a kill at least before he dies. Going to try and get a little bit of damage onto Ari as well, but there's going to be no hope that he adds an extra kill to the tally. Still one win. They're going to look to move over. The Queen of Pain in a little bit of danger. Has a Fairy Fire and Stick coming up in a couple of seconds as well. That should be enough to get him out to safety. Sweden Strong was able to land the missile onto 9 and might be able to continue in pursuit now with the Rocket Barrage back up. 9 is indeed dead. Cloud gets the double kill, sniping it with the axes.
Yeah, that's really just a forced rotation from OG. Not only they lose the pop, they take a lot of damage mid. Squad X is pretty much getting a tower for free here.
Structures are fortified.
Love how Munkushi gets tipped too. It's like, good job, bro. Come through the portal, get a kill, dies the carry, but still the trade works out for Radiant in the end.
It's a great trade. I mean, as an Ember, getting tower minute 7 is absolutely unheard of. Like, that just should not happen.
What is different lately with this Ember versus Quad matchup? Because I thought this used to be... I mean, we're not seeing the dagger anymore in the Queen of Pain. Is that just the thing? Because I thought maybe there might still be matchups where you are going the dagger, but it seems like pretty much all the Queen of Pain games, it's been the Scream that are maxed.
Yeah, like the dagger is kind of dead just because you don't heal as much as you used to. That was like the reason why dagger was so popular. And I feel like because of that, the Ember can just manage that lane a bit better, and it allows the Ember to indirectly do better against Pop. As
Munkushi down bottom. Dived onto the tower. Gonna TP out of Squad X, who's gonna be able to hold the Batrider down. So Munkushi's gonna be a little bit cautious though. The Sticky's starting to stack up. Unfortunately, Ari doesn't have any more spells to play with, but Whisper spells are back up. Let's see if he's going to be able to land the Star Breaker, but the slam down doesn't connect, and it chains at a perfect timing. Means that we'll miss the last little bit of damage, and Munkushi's going to be able to watch perched up in the trees.
All right, really good rotation from Squadix. So looks like that honeymoon phase is kicking in. It is looking very, very sharp. Not that the gold lead is crazy or anything, but definitely a solid start here for 1W. 1 win. How are you saying it?
1 win's fine. The 1W is the when there's sponsor issues.
Okay.
So 1 win's fine. For what is the call for OG to make plays across the map? Who do they need to play around for that to happen?
Yeah, that's the thing. You want to use the Solar Guardian. Oh, wait a second. Here, Munkushi might be dead.
Will indeed be dead by the looks of it.
Yeah. So when you want to force plays, it is hard for them in this with this draft because they don't really have any setup for the Solar Guardian to connect. So you like the best play for OG is actually baiting someone. But right now, this Dusa doesn't want to be baited because she is very squishy and she wants to farm. And every other tower is already down. So if they want on 1W, they can be farming, and it's kind of an OG to find a way. And I don't think it's easy for them to force those fights. Just the lack of lockdown is a big problem. Maybe they can just try and poke towers with the Pugna. I think that is one thing that they can try with the Catapult Wave. The mid lane is, I guess, the easiest tower for them to get, as they are maybe fighting for the rune here. Ooh. I might have lost Eris? Oh, you're here? Hello?
Hello?
Okay. Yeah, I lost you for a second, but I think we're good.
See what they're going to be able to do off the back of that. So what is it? Arcane Rune, unfortunately not going the way of any of the mid laners, but Dagon is now completed for 9. You still have Cloud top net worth as well, getting pretty close towards the Scepter.
Oh, that's huge. They're going to be able to force Roshan out of this. OG though, they will go for a little Smokeroo. No lasso on Ari. They just want to use the Dagon burst. I think if they don't go for the Beastmaster, they can kill pretty much everyone else.
Bottom as well. So they're making a jump onto Whisper. So both offlaners currently in some danger.
This is awkward.
Get the roar off first. TPs will come out. Yeah, very awkward.
Well, Roar gets forced at least, so it's not the end of the road, but they might lose Ari. Oh, no cast range for Yeas there, so they will survive at least.
So still without being able to make plays across the map and losing Whisper, we do see this net worth lead. It's very even. I mean, the Dawnbreaker, second in net worth. He's going to be going Blade Mail into the Scepter is at least the current decision. You see that Nine's had a pretty good game. And it does look like 23 Savage is starting to catch up as well. He's actually going to be in some trouble. They're going to get a little bit of bonus health back. Is all right.
All right, next Nova with his healing. Yeah, this is a fine state of affairs, but I feel like OG would have liked to use this Pugna to get a little bit more space for the Dusa to farm. They only had that one tower down. It's very unfortunate that the 9 rotation ended up having this mid-turn one fall so quickly. Because if that didn't happen, I think OG would be actually pretty comfortable. You have this Dusa that should be the strongest hero in the map, even if we go pretty late. Battle Fury on Munkushi. Don't get to see that much of it.
Okay. Is this what we were getting with Parker's monkey? That we were wondering what one was it? Was it Dacha? I think it was Dacha, right?
Yeah, I think there was a game he played, Battle Fury. You know, Parker is... he built a Midas in all the qualifier games, so he's definitely has a different idea of how the game should be played. Okay. But I feel like the read here is that because they already have this big lead and the map is wide open, Munkushi can get away with getting this greedier farming item. And sure, maybe the Dusa by herself is the strongest hero, but you could argue that the scaling on one win is just as good because this Beastmaster is going to be gigantic. You get the Blink Side of Vises, Shiva, Beastmaster, and this hero can really be a threat.
So just to be clear, who do we think actually is like favored in this really slow tempo game that we currently have?
I would say
Savage?
I would actually say one win.
Is he okay? A little health back, has some one. They'll force out the Solar Guardian. Might be able to at least drag the Gyrocopter down to the low ground with a nice flame break. Yeah, they'll push him there. They get the kill into Sweet and Strong. Still with the turnaround.
Great healing,
Cloud
Lotus.
moving over. Whisper is going to end up going down. X-Nova, unfortunately, a little bit too late on the TP.
He had greater healing Lotus, but maybe he thought he was going to die anyways. I thought there was a chance. But yeah, I do feel like one win should scale a bit better. Like this Naga, just the way the team fights work for the side of one win. The fights just seem better and easier to play. You're going to have the reset with all of that region. You can just walk around the Stone Gaze, walk around the Solar Guardian, even Lasso for that matter. So I definitely like one win a bit more if they're both farming and nothing is happening.
Man, how easy is this kill? Be able to land the chains. Respect has a little bit of extra control as well. They've got to drop everything to secure the kill, and they'll get it. Very nicely done. One move, continuing to slow 9 down. Second death now for him.
Yeah, that's what the Ember gives you. Just very straightforward catch, and no Wences here for OG. Cooldown of Solar Guardian is way too long at the moment.
You've been mentioning a lot about the Naga Siren's impact inside some of the team fights. To fulfill that role, does Respect need some particular items or not really?
I think a Blink Dagger wouldn't hurt, but because this game is very static, you can probably go like Greaves or like Mech Blink or Greaves Blink. Really depends on how he reads the situation. I don't think Greaves is that good this game. There's no indication there's going to be an Orchid on the co-op. In fact, Nine is going to rush a BKB just because of the threat. Speaking of threat, X-Nova will hold his own.
See what they're going to be able to do to protect him, though. Savage will chuck out a random spell. What did you? Grass really won't do a whole lot. We see there's no fight back at all from OG. Maybe Ari and Whisper trying to set up something down bottom, potentially onto Munkushi, but Cloud is here with the Scepter. And there's going to be the wraparound from Sweet and Strong, potentially. I think he TP'd into the outpost. An awkward positioning, cutting the middle with the Dawnbreaker along with the Queen of Pain.
They end up not really taking that fight. Yeah, the cooldowns, when you just consider the ultis, just what Chains allows one win to do, it's pretty annoying for OG, because OG relying on, like, a lot of their damage right now is Sonic Wave, is the Solar Guardian, and once those are down, like, you need to wait, whereas, one win can keep fighting with the chains. There's no answer for the Dispel, and
not again.
Do they have any follow-up?
Really not again for Nine. Are they going to go for this Vortex with the haste? Okay, they've got the Solar Guardian. They're probably going to need to force it out to protect Nine. X-Nova might be here in time as well with the live train, but they just know to reset. Respect. Does he want to use the song to try and get out? Okay, looks like he will song. Of course, puts this one on cooldown. That was?
Right. Still pretty good. Yeah, it's a long cooldown, but they use all of the big cooldowns on OG, so you're pretty much resetting the status quo. And in fact, they're the ones that are going to smoke because they have Roar available still for Cloud. With a Blink Dagger debut, anyone they find is probably gone. I guess Whisper is the hardest kill.
Okay. All right, just roar him as well. Is this Roche potentially with the Scepter?
I think so, yeah. Sonic Wave down for 50. You don't really have a... I guess there's gonna be less so in 20. It really depends on how OG reads the situation, but one win, they will at least try to force OG. We'll see if they're gonna take the bait.
Like who do you want to give the Aegis to? Because I don't know if Squad X ever dies this game.
Actually, yeah, I think it's a beast. There we go. Zero. It's so dumb, like what he can do. Like he's just
Respect. They tried to make the goal onto the Nagasar, and now puts Whisper in a bit of an awkward position. Squad X, does he want to Remnant over to hold him in place? We'll get close enough for the chains, and look
so
at the
much
poke.
bulk.
They just do not have to commit. There's like, what can OG do against this? It's just going to get even more difficult once the net worth ramps up.
Whew. Yeah, this fights are really hard. They do have Blink on Ahri, but OG has not really found the target that they want. Ideally, you know, this Monkey King by himself, or maybe just the Beastmaster farming by himself. If they can get this mid-tier 1 tower, at least they would open up the map, but Xnova actually scared. Is he gonna... Okay, he's coming back. That's gonna be denied though. Oh, 13 HP.
Unlucky, but at least you get the tower. That's the main thing.
Yeah. You're happy.
Got to see Savage's net worth is really going to be the big thing for them. And he is keeping up, though. Finding a lot of farm across the map. Very close to the butterfly as well. But like you're mentioning, with the Naga Siren to be able to reset fights, and we're also seeing OneWin do an incredible job of just not committing heavily into these team fights. I feel like the Deucer is just never really going to be able to right-click anyone. Whisper top lane.
Whisper.
They've got the Roar inside the Wukongs. It's going to be another death for Whisper's Dawnbreaker, up to 5 now. I mean, he was like second, third in net worth, sticking around the top, but he's really fallen behind.
Yeah, and I know we cannot really blame Whisper for these deaths. Like, they don't have a way to posture for these fights that is straightforward, and so he needs to defend the tower. Quap cannot do that, Pugna cannot do that, and he just has this shitty job that he just has to accept, as at least they're gonna get a tier 2.
Are they actually even going to kill Sweet and Strong? Alright, the 9 has to jump in the middle to commit for the kill, but Savage is going to try and TP out. He will make it. 9, unfortunately, is not going to be able to escape. It's an Arcane Rune on Squad X. He gets stuck somehow, but still, Slide Chains combo from afar is going to be able to hold the Quap down.
I think the Monkey King wants this Pugna, and he's gonna get it.
But he will indeed. Make sure he catches up with Respect, and it's going to be another kill. 5,000 net worth lead, dominating streak as well here for the Monkey King, and the Fusel, it's very close to being completed.
Damn. I mean, it's hard to really put all of the blame in that one Quap rotation, but I think that goes back to your opinion of this hero being underwhelming. Like, because her cooldowns are long, because she doesn't have a stun, sometimes one bad rotation can cost so much for the Quap, and I think Squad X really exploited that move as much as you could, getting that tower, getting the extra farming levels, and Ember, when you have a team to play behind him, it can be pretty overwhelming against a draft like OG's, and they do have that butterfly, so killing Savage here is hard. He can now be that hero that protects towers, and it allows Whisper to be the one Solar Guardian towards him. And I think that's nice. That might be a timing for OG, the fact that Savage is tanky enough to be the first point of contact.
Finally, they're going to try and be a little bit proactive.
Tormentor here.
They should know if they step a bit too close. Yeah, Cloud instantly, no hesitation, jumping over the top, and this is a really awkward position. Boundless cooldown, everything in a choke point. Savage going to be able to get the Stone Gates off, but what is going to stop the boys on Radiant from diving deeper inside their bases? Squad X, He's gonna get
Oh,
lassoed up, chain control with the
song.
solid gunner, but there is respect with the song, exactly like you were mentioning. Can always reset the team fight, and now OG are swarmed inside their own base. It's a big Sonic Wave from 9, gets the Aegis along with the Monkey King kill, but do they just have anything left in the tank? Whisper, he'll be able to reset. Looks like Sweet and Strong. I mean, I don't know where the gyrocopter's going, unfortunately. He will not make it out. He's going to tick out to the dagger, so OG... off the back of the buyback from X-Nova and the combo inside the base, they will be able to hold strong, but Squad X is not done just yet.
Oh, I think they overextended. They thought they were gonna get all the stragglers, but this Ember can always come back through the outpost. Oh no. Wait, was it through? I guess it was just a remnant, but regardless, just it felt like it was fine for OG, and then they just chased too much. And that's their problem, like they do not have stuns. Those chases are too long, even if they have the mobility with heroes like the Dawnbreaker, the Batrider. The fights take too long and it allows the repositioning of 1-win to always punish them. They need to focus more on respect, or else these fights are impossible.
They are instantly back as well to get the Tormentor and probably stick around for the Wisdom Rune. Okay,
That's
Squad X got
Ember
the
shard as well. Sheesh.
Wow. It's not going to be easy, though, for them to kill Respect. Like, 1800 health you have to go through, but the Naga's positioning has been pretty solid, and who is actually going to get him? Like, you need someone to provide you some vision so the Batrider can find that jump. I mean, maybe you need to take a fight around a high ground ward, but it's very difficult when you're this far behind.
Yeah, and your damage is already lacking. 9 force to get that BKB. I mean, he only has this Dagon, just finished a Veil. They might actually lack damage to kill this Naga, as you said. He got the... Respect got the best neutral possible for a situation like this. 15 extra strength because of Popo's gift.
Radiant are scared.
It is definitely tough. You have protection from December Spirit, reducing the damage of everyone. Like, if there's one sleight of fist as they go for the Naga, you're probably not killing Respect, no way. It's just way too much spell reduction.
The Tormentor, by the looks of it, for 1 win. And an Aghanim Shard, this time will go over to Cloud. So another okay one, definitely not going to complain. This is going to be a Sanjin Yasha Beastmaster too.
Huh. Yeah, he's going for full lifesteal here. And there's going to be a Shiva's on 9 eventually, but it's definitely going to take a while. Dusa cannot afford a Skadi right now, needs the damage. So... It's just playing around the fact that Cloud got the perfect game. He's still the highest net worth here for 1 win.
I really like the crit choice though from Savage. Like you said, I mean, we were seeing some big damage issues from OG, and it kind of feels necessary in this position.
Yeah, definitely do. This Dawnbreaker ended up going... I don't know, man. The Whisper build... I'm not sure how much I like it. I get the movement aspect of the eggs that he gives you, but because this Naga, this Deuce is going to be your first point of contact most of the time, it can't help but feel like it's wasted a little bit, you know?
Yep. So, we'll have to see if Whisper, how this ultimate's going to come into play. A difficult position for OG to be in, 9,000 deficit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Actually, maybe they're going to be able to get themselves set up for a potential Roche fight. It will be a spawn up top by the looks of it, so we're going to be up in a minute 30. Ready want to try and force the fight though, sweeping across the map with the smoke. Trying to connect with Cloud.
Surprisingly though, the win probability, only 61% for 1 win. So, looks like Gaben is a big Medusa fan.
X-Nova looks like the casualty of this smoke. Kind of surprised with the win probability. I also thought it would be much more.
Yeah, I guess Siege might be the problem, right? You have 3 melee cores, so actually breaching through the tier 3s can be a problem against Dusa, against Lasso. It does require you to win a fight. It's not like the Shadow Fiend drafts where you pretty much just brute force the enemy. And that's kind of what maybe Dota Plus is alluding to.
You can always just Wukongs, right? Late game? Surely
True.
that is.
Yeah. Once you get an eggs, which might take a while. Looks like Munkushi is going Skadi first, which is...
Whisper? Squadx gonna be able to catch him with the Gleipnir. Whisper,
Middle tower is under attack.
make it down to the... Didn't make...
Oh wait, too early.
Turning and fighting? I thought he was gonna Celestial Hammer down to the low ground. Might do it in the river now instead.
Okay, maybe... Okay, one win actually scared of committing their spells on Whisper, feeling like they want to bait Whisper there, which is not fully wrong. They had most of the team on the right side. Roche, though, is going to be up in 1 second. It is a dire Roche. OG could not fight his Roche. As we said, the high ground is a bit problematic for one win, and the fights, as we already stated, if they're in an open field, are so much better for them. I think you actually give this one up. It might just be too hard defending your base. Like, if they lose that fight, you probably lose the game. But defending the base might be just easier than contesting Roche.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sweden. But he has 8 charges still on the drum.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What do you mean?
The gyrocopter.
Oh.
Okay. I don't know if I just saw it right, but he just disassembled the drums. There's no way it gets you your charge
No, I
back,
think
right?
I think he rebought the recipe, right? And maybe it was on cooldown as the recipe got delivered. Is that right?
Well, they're gonna run into Ari and 9 as well. Solar Guardian will be there. This time it's gonna be enough to keep the Queen of Pain alive, but 9 still goes down, and now Whisper, he's stuck in Radiant's territory. So yeah, I mean, okay, you get the Aegis, cool. You're gonna lose 3.
Tower is under
It's just this net worth lead continues to grow. They're never standing any chance inside these fights.
Yeah.
Radiant
I mean,
are
taking the
scared.
Aegis is worth it, not if you're gonna lose 3 heroes, because now you open up your towers to fall. This Dusa cannot show if there are that many heroes dead. So this might be a tier 3 poke, even.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
I mean, Cloud's just a beast, man. Pugin is dead. Munkushi getting kills as the offlaner gets towers. This game looks... I'm still surprised this is only a 68% win probability. I'm not sure I understand what Dota Plus is cooking here.
Kushi, okay. Give you from him.
BKB, huh? Okay. Oh, finds a...
Dire's
Courier?
courier has been killed.
Let's see if they feel confident to walk up the high ground here for 1 win. Squadx is going to see Savage outside the base. Savage starting to posture a little bit aggressively. Ari's going to be able to get the jump. Look at the counter. Cloud was ready. Sonic Wave, it's still enough to give respect, so you do not have this song now to reset these team fights. Gonna matter in the end. They got a glimpse of Sweden strong over to the west. All right, finally, something will go OG's way. They get 2 quick kills.
All right, yep, that's exactly what you need. You need to kill the Naga. And I think that's the reason why OG has been so absent of taking fights. Like, sure, they don't have any stuns, but they understand the threat of the Naga. Obviously, because you're not fighting, it allows 1 win to farm the whole map, to get towers when they want to. But they need to start doing that consistently. And with the lower cooldowns on Lasso and the respawn timers increasing, I think it definitely opens up for that to happen. There's still no blink on the Naga, but respect is very close. And that might be how he can keep his distance to everyone else.
Whisper is, this is another time this game where he's holding a lot of gold. 4,500, so I don't know what he's considering if he wants the full Sanjin Yasha. He did the same with the Scepter where he had like 3,300 and didn't buy any components.
You know, I think we saw, I don't remember which game, there was a base layer Dawnbreaker I wouldn't have hated at this game, but now it's too late for it. Oh.
Yeah. Is he gonna buy out? Nope, still holding gold? I don't. Okay.
I mean, I guess he needs to buy. Maybe they don't want just a naked Sanj, but it feels really weird. It feels like he doesn't know what his role is this game, and I don't blame him because with this build, it's hard for him to actually transition to a carry, and it's not like you're protecting the Dusa all that much as I think this buyback will need to come. They're gonna need to first fight, less on the monkey
Onto Monkushi, instantly respect. Always knows his role. He's still gonna die though. The burst from 9 maybe catching them off guard, but Dire used almost everything. Solar Guarding, Sonic Wave, Stone Gaze as well. You buy back 2 on Whisper, so you probably were hoping that you were able to get a couple more kills out of that.
I mean, that was really clutch from 9. Pre-BKB, knowing that he could kill the Naga through the BKB. Shiva's amplifying all of that damage, and they do get this really fat Naga regardless. Roche, still very far away, so it's not like OG will get anything out of the map. They're just gonna buy time. And, I mean, this Dusa does have a Daedalus now. Does have the Disperser. Taking fights, though, are still very awkward. It feels like OG, all they can hope for is reactively abuse 1 win when they overextend. I don't think they can just get out in the map and kill anyone important. And in fact, they might be the ones.
Yeah, they feel like that's the case too. They want the backline. Cloud, is he going to jump the Dusa? Looks like that will be the case. Solar Guardian, back up and ready once again. But Cloud's got a second Roar. Whisper's going to do his best to keep the Medusa alive, but it just doesn't matter. With 2 Roars controlling Savage, he's got nothing left. 9 will do his best as well, but OG just cannot go up against 1. When you lose the Dusa, you've lost all your damage. Whisper now is in trouble. It'll be a dieback for the Dawnbreaker. And everyone else has to scurry back to the safety of the fountain.
Yeah, OG just underestimating again the threat, the low cooldowns of 1 win. That Dusa. I mean, when a Beastmaster has a refresher BKB X Sanjay Yashamin at 34, you know, it's hard to really do anything about that. That's an Axe Dawnbreaker. If he doesn't save the Dusa, like, what else can you do? Maybe have a carry that actually benefits from the heal. That could have been a different path.
Well, this is going to be the first side, so they will get the refresh of the glyph. We do see how slow the push is. Once they're able to all get inside with the drums, should be able to kill it relatively easily. I mean, they're doing their best on OG to stall this out. It's taken a while. They might lose the Queen of Pain, though. Xnova's doing an incredible job to keep her alive, but it's just not enough. Though Cloud is a monster on this Beastmaster. 8-0 and 11.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Usually when you see Beastmaster, you expect the enemy team to have a Chen, an Enchantress, a Gyro, something
can they just
that can threaten his lane.
Christian feels like he can. They're going to be able to get the buyback out of the Queen of Pain.
That's a big one. And Roche respawn timer approaching here, so all 1 win needs to do is camp Roshan, make sure that they're the ones that take it, and OG, they're 1 fight away from losing this game. You have 2 cores with important buybacks not available. They're going the shard on 9, which I really like. The silence, the control that they need to kill this Naga Siren is still a little bit sus. Like, you're committing Lasso, which is your only reliable lockdown to kill the Naga every time, which makes anything past that much harder to kill. Maybe that silence could be a way for them to do respect, since he didn't go Greaves or Mac. So he really felt like that was important.
Maybe 1 miracle fight by the Roche Pit for them. Luckily, they are set up. And they've got this outpost to be able to TP to. Unfortunately, they've already used a couple of buybacks, of course. And the only one that is available currently is the Pugna.
Okay, very long respawn timer for Roche, so OG. They come here and they're gonna leave empty-handed unless they get a good fight, which they have a ward for. But you need to find respect. It's a nighttime fight. It's so unreliable to find a Naga when she has this Blink Dagger.
Yeah, pick up the chains onto Ari. What a blink here, like you're saying, pretty much the only control that OG are playing with. Squad X is just gonna put himself first. I mean, well, okay.
That's a dead Whisper.
Cloud just solo kills Whisper.
Oh no.
On the opposite side of the map, you do not have your Solar Guardian. Now with the song, it holds all four into place. It's gonna set up for the Boundless Strike. It's perfect. You legitimately could not have asked for better for one win. You kill the Dawnbreaker across the map. The song sets up for all the control. And now they've got another round of the Roar just to be able to hold the Deucer into place. This was just too easy for one win.
Yeah, they play their lanes really well. Some of those ball mistakes, snowballing out of control for OG, that mid-tier 1 tower falling, this lack of control that they had, not really able to utilize the Pugna to take towers, and giving away this Beastmaster and not having a response, I really feel like was one of the biggest mistakes. Like, no Chen, no Wench, no Gyro. Somehow OG ended up in a draft where Cloud just got the freest game I've ever seen. Like, that was what, a 12-minute eggs and a 30-minute refresher Sanjay Nyasha BKB. Like, that's just usually is very hard to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible performance from him. I felt like everyone's done a very good job this game. We saw, importantly, that one fight from Respect with the song, I think it was inside Dai's base, in fact, and we've seen Squad X as well in the Ember Spirit being absolutely flawless. I mean, you have two cores that have been flawless. The Monkushi's been 3 deaths for him, exceptional on the Monkey King.
And now there is Greaves on Respect, so the silence on the Quap barely does anything. And we saw what happens when they lasso anyone that's not Respect. They got the song at the perfect time. Sweden Strong survives, the fight completely backfires. You already felt really sus with Whisper dying early. And that's a Whisper that bought a BKB, so he should be hard to kill, but it's just that, 40k goal lead means that anyone can die on OG, even that Dusa.
They just got some big things as well. Scepter looks like will be given over to Squad X. You got the Aegis onto Monkushi. Bloodthorn was just completed from Cloud.
Oh my god.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, that's looking pretty tough. So the evasion of Solar Guardian not gonna matter anymore. That's the big reason for the Bloodthorn.
My god, I mean, this Beastmaster hero. Solo kill whoever you want inside the middle of the fights. I have to see, maybe they unfortunately overcommit. Xnova can save him somehow with Decrep and Life Drain, Glimmer.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's no buyback on 23 Savage, so they're posturing him here.
Early first roar, they're gonna have the Solar Guardian out as well. Savage is just still gonna go down. The raw amount of damage that Radiant are playing with, it's too much. They'll cancel the song, it's not necessary. G's will come out, and we never really saw OG be able to play in this game. They couldn't get the 5-man going and one win. Find a really convincing victory.
Yeah. They, at the end of the day, with the way the laning stage broke out, their draft was much easier to execute. I expected OG to do a bit better, right? The co-op maybe to bully the Ember Spirit a bit more. I definitely did not expect the tower to fall minute 6. But once those small things happen and you don't really make a lot of mistakes, which one win definitely did not, the game becomes easy. Like, that Naga had such a free game, just chilling, waiting for the song, no lockdown whatsoever on OG. And there was never really a time OG got the perfect fight. And I saw Heroic playing the same combination, this Dawnbreaker Dusa, and I'm just not a big fan of it. It really feels like it would be better with a different carry.
Okay, well, we're going to have to see what they do to try and change things up here for OG, because they're going to drop down to the losers match, which will at least be a best of 3, but it did not look like... Did you put this down to draft for OG, or could they have executed this one?
I think they could, but I think it's way more draft than it is execution. I would say like 70-30 their draft and 30%. Like if they play perfect, pretty much every draft is playable, winnable. But yeah, they just didn't have as much leeway as one win had.
Okay, well, let's see what the panel has to say about this game one. I suppose I'll pose the same question to them. Do they feel like this was a draft victory, or were OG just weren't able to execute the lineup? So let's send it back over the panel.
Yeah, thank you, Aries and Bowie. And I'll ask, the exact same question. Well, first of all, golf clap to Milan. The only one to predict the win in there on the predictions. So, you can see that, you deserve the smile. Yeah, give yourself a little golf clap. But yeah, looking through it, and we'll start with you, Milan, because you got the right prediction out there. Was it just down to that draft issue? Aries, Bowie. I mean, you and Harry talked about it before the game even started as well. That Dawnbreaker Medusa, there's just no synergy there whatsoever. Was it just OG drafted themselves into a corner?
I mean, slightly draft advantage for the 1-win, but overall it was a. I mean, everybody saw it, and the casters mentioned it, and me and Harry talk about it. It was a Cloud masterclass. If the names were hidden and the game was anonymous mode, I wouldn't know if it was 3-3 on the Beastmaster or it was Cloud. He just played it perfectly. If you asked him, like, this is what peak Dota performance feels like. Like, every single thing went right for him in this game. His lane went good. He got a kill in the lane. He got a great timing on the Axe, farm stack, then got a blink. Every single item aligned perfectly, and he ended the game with, we'll see it in the highlights, but probably like with, what was the score at the end? Like a 15-0 or something.
11-0.
11-0-15, was his final score.
11-0-15 is just not something we see very often in tier 1 to tier 2 Dota,
Yeah, he played really amazing, right? And I think it's not only how he played, but how he asked his team to help him, because the laning phase didn't go amazing for the Monkey King. Ember went okay, but he still lost slightly. But I think it was the call of the Beastmaster saying, guys, now is the time to pressure the Medusa. I'm strong, Sweden is strong, and we should be on the top lane. And I think it was that rotation to the top lane where he got the double kill that actually enabled him to do what he was able to do. So I think from the start of the game, he knew exactly like how he wanted this game to go. He itemized perfectly. His spell usage in fights was really good. Choosing targets, very nice. I really have nothing to say that he made a mistake on. It was just beautiful from him, but the rest of his team followed pretty well as well.
Yeah, exactly. The rest of the team is there to praise too. The Squadex really performed in December, and maybe Munkushi taking a little bit of a sacrificial role. Yeah, he maybe misplayed in the lane, but he really took a lot of pressure on himself. He has given the Aegis to Cloud and Beast. He has given Aghanim's from Rush to the Ember. So kind of understanding, okay guys, you're cooking. I'll be like +3 this game, no problem. As long as we take the W, as long as we look good as a team, and boy did they look good. Really 1-win coming in hot today, and it's only normal for the 1-win series tournament.
Yeah, makes sense. They are they're the hosts. We forgot about the hometown advantage, but overall, I also want to highlight not only Munkushi as a player on the Monkey King, but also the Monkey King pick. When we saw OG opening up with a Dawnbreaker, a Batrider, and a Pugna, what do you lack? You lack a lockdown, and we expected like, oh, they need a mid laner that is gonna help with that, and we know Nine and his Earth Spirits, right? Maybe Storm, he can pull out, and then a Monkey King comes out. It is a perfect pick. First of all, it is the only carry hero with which Munkushi is sacrificial. With a lot of the other ones, he's very greedy overall, but this hero, he knows how to play aggressively despite having a Battle Fury, and of course it dissuaded some of the picks into OG, and I think put them into a position where they kind of panicked and went for a Quap. So you're lacking lockdown in your first 2 picks. What are your last 2 picks? Quap and the Medusa. Doesn't really solve the problem.
No, and you can see there on the score screen, the Medusa didn't even get a kill, registered 11,000 damage coming out. You know, you compare that to anyone on the side of 1win, you know, even apart from Respect, because he wasn't doing damage, he was doing a lot of saving there, it felt like. You know, every time there was a bad position coming out or the engagement wasn't quite right, Respect had that song going, and even to the point where OG, I think Eri said it himself, when they were defending that high ground in the top lane, they threw everything they could, you know, the Sonic Wave, the Stone Gaze coming out, you had the Solar Guardian coming through just to try and get the kill onto Respect. And you know, we are gonna maybe say, okay, the Beastmaster was the MVP, but I think 1win, like you both said, the synergy there between all of the players, they knew exactly how they needed to play that one, exactly how they needed to be able to get themselves in and around those fights. And OG, they got punished. It felt like time after time after time, they just got punished in every single fight. And you can see it on the score screen, you know, 38 kills to 11. OG really never got that ball rolling. So looking at this, 1win will be moving through to that winners match coming up in not the next match, but the match after, and it's going to be the losers match here for OG. We have the next series to come through as well in a couple of minutes. It's going to be Parivision versus Team Spirit. So now looking at these two teams, I think again, if we look at, you know, well, the predictions will be coming up in just a bit, but Parivision versus Spirit here, Harry, it seems that this is the most divisive match of the day. The panel was split out, the divisive match of the group stages. What are your thoughts coming into the Parivision versus Team Spirit match?
Well, this is how I would look at it. In a best of 5, I would go with Spirit. In a best of 3, I wouldn't be sure. In a best of 1, I'd go with Parivision. Parivision did beat Spirit 2-0 lately. That was their latest fight, so that's why I went for Parivision. But I would say that anyone can win this. But Spirit, usually because of Miposhka, because of Silent in the backlines, what they are very good at is analyzing the team through the series and adapting. So in a best of 1, I was leaning towards Parivision a bit.
Okay.
I will correct my
You're not agreeing
co-analyst.
with him?
I mean, the Spirit won the last encounter,
No.
2-1. So I'm just watching it.
Really?
12 days ago, they won 2-1.
Am I crazy? I just...
Well, yes, but that has nothing to do with the matches. Looking through, yeah, no, they won 2-1 up against Parivision. November 8th is the last one I'm seeing here on Liquipedia.
Oh, and they lost on November 5th. My bad. Wait, what?
Anyhow, I think this is the two tier 1 teams coming here, and Spirit really shocked me this season. I want to highlight how they grew as a team with each single game. I felt like losing players like Collapse, Yatoro, and Mira. I felt like they may crumble, but it turned out that the fundamentals of the team, the Miposhka, the coaching staff, whatnot, the managers, the team spirit as a whole organization is just a foundation to support great talent, and they are not so far from what they did last season, and their ceiling looks like it looks really high.
And I'm glad that they brought in Satanic Man, because he's literally a copy of Yatoro, so it wasn't really hard to implement him.
I have a secret info, guys. Before the I don't know if this was talked anywhere about. Before the Bad Boom Dacha tournament, in the scrims, the Yatoro was actually standing in for Satanic, and they were like, he was like kind of teaching more of how to play, or like doing like individual coaching throughout the scrims, so that they would get more synergy or whatnot, because that I think really helped him, because they've been grooming Satanic for this role for like almost 2 years now, throughout the Yellow Submarine, which is kind of side project for the Corbin, the manager / coach. So I think just seeing how they help each other in this way is very selfless, I think, from Yatoro, from the Spirit as an organization, and I think it's just really showing in the results and gameplay they're showing us right now.
Yeah, a lot of people would be like, I don't want to train my replacement. It's a hard thing to do. It's hard for fathers to do with their sons, and this guy just does it for new talent. Just goes to show how selfless Yatoro is, and I feel like he was always like that, very humble as well.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to see the lineup coming out here, Team Spirit. So Satanic, Malik, Lal, Maposhka, and Rui. And yeah, that's one of those things that when somebody says, I'm taking a break from something, you think they're going to take a break from something, but you see Yataro says, I'm going to be taking a break from Dota, and the first thing he does is plays a dozen pubs in a day. Like you say, he's helping out Satanic, you know, he's helping him grow as a player. You've got the breakdowns coming through from him. You know, he's still doing his Dota streams, still doing his Dota content there as well. So I don't know if break means something else, you know, for him, but overall, like, you look at what he's actually done. So yeah, I'm gonna have to find the Ukrainian translation there for break, because it doesn't seem to be the same word in English as it is in Ukrainian. But overall, yeah, he's having again, maybe just taking it slow, only playing a dozen pubs a day instead of 2 dozen pubs a day. But Team Spirit, it feels like, even though, like Milan was saying, you lose 3 players, or they go on breaks, because Collapse will be back in the new year, I do believe. Yataro and Mira, you know, taking a little bit longer off, but they've hit the ground running. You know, they look like the exact same team, the exact same style, and yeah, maybe that is because if Satanic's playing on the B team, you know, on the youth or the academy squad, whatever you want to call it, they're going to be playing the same style, the same coaches, same information, and they have looked fantastic here, Spirit. So I'm, again, genuinely looking forward to seeing how they're going to be able to play this one. On the other side, we do have Parivision coming through, and I want to say that I've been impressed with how they've played this, because some of the players, you know, Chrysalis, DM, they didn't get the most polite time, you know, on other teams. You know, the fans and the viewers, you know, completely at the necks, you know, really saying that it's their fault. I think we're going to be able to take the full roster here as well. But yeah, focusing on the actual players here for Parivision, 9 class, Ducalis, No One, Chrysalis, TM. They've had a rough time on other teams, and it feels like they came into this roster and it's just all fit into place. A couple of blips, but they are still fitting together as a roster. But overall, I'm really impressed with how they've started playing this one. So Harry, any thoughts on the Parivision roster?
I mean, you know, when you are a sacrificial player in a team, you're always going to be looking bad, and somebody is looking at it from the side, and they're obviously not going to be liking how it looks. But you never know the dynamics inside of a team and what everybody's going for, why you're picking his hero, what is his role, and maybe inside of the team he is fulfilling that role perfectly, but just the rest of the team cannot capitalize on it, and then they look bad. And maybe that could be the case. I think Crystalis hate was definitely not put in a good place. I mean, this guy played TI finals and people were still flaming him. Sure, Nisha was the main guy on that roster, but he was still a pretty decent player, a pretty good player for a very long period of time. So I do like that they're doing a little bit better currently.
Yeah, and we'll see how they're going to do today. We're actually going to be able to take a look at the predictions just to see how we think this one is going to go before we even get into the draft. So, but yeah, Milan, have you got any thoughts on the Parivision roster here as we see, okay, a little bit of a split on the panel once again. I'm the Spirit fanboy, you know, that's why I'm going to be backing them. But Milan, you were saying your consistency, but what are your thoughts on the Parivision roster?
I think Parivision roster is a mix of really good players. Especially like special players that I like to call them, like a 9 class. I like to highlight him because he's doing like some things that we don't usually see. He's like a trendsetter. So, and they have a really good coach, Astini. So they have a vision that I really respect. I mean, they're called Parivision after all. So I think it's great mixture of players combined with good coaching that's currently producing a really good results. I mean, some of these players played together last season, so the synergy is already there, and like placing 4th in Dream League for kind of a new roster, still a big achievement, and like now it's up to them and for us to see how far they can go, what is their ceiling, because right now they look pretty good, but still they are young team that needs to show consistency, and that's what tournaments like 1-win series can provide, you know, just a bit more consistency. Place second or first here, it's just gonna give you a boost to continue improving through a season.
Yeah, and we'll see how they're going to go in one win. And if you want to keep an eye on not only this event, but more one-win events coming up in the future, don't forget, everybody, use that QR code. Milan's going to give me an assist once again, I do believe. Just pointing to where you need to scan. Use your phone, scan that QR code, and make sure you keep up to date with all the one-win events, the announcements, all the tournaments going through, how the teams are doing, and everything coming up in the one-win future. That is a QR code there in the bottom of the screen, so don't forget to scan that one and get yourselves through to those social medias. Follow along on the Twitch and the YouTube page there as well if you are watching on Twitch and YouTube. So coming through, this is going to be another best of one. We'll see how the team's going to be doing in this one here. Parivision versus Team Spirit. And overall, I'm looking at this again from the lens of this is going to be anybody's game. I know we've had our predictions, but genuinely, before we even really see the draft, it's just, to me, it's just guesswork. So I think we are going to be able to jump into the draft, see how this one is going to break down, and already seeing that Monkey King and the Razor Band coming out. So that's two of Chrysalis's favorite heroes being taken away straight away. On the other side, Nagasaran, Morphlin, Batrider, and the Terrorblade being taken out here. The DK, the Alchemist, still in there. So, Harry, do you think we're going to be seeing one of those in the first phase?
Spirit have been known to pick it up, right? So I don't know how much they've been wanting to pick it up recently, but they could go that route. I mean, Satanic, he does play a big chunk of heroes though, so maybe first picking his hero isn't the best way to go. But I think that flex between him and Laurel might be a reason to go for it. But overall, well, there it is. Yeah, nothing more to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I thought for a second too that they may skip it because of his versatility on Satanic, but it showed really strong before patch, like the strongest core or carry in the patch, and now other carries got nerfed and he basically didn't get touched. So I don't see why not. But Parivision,
Magnus?
They knew this was gonna happen. Like they were in prep. They played this scenario out, and I'm sure they're happy with this trade, and they have something cooking later down the line for this DK.
I really wanted to see a Magnus, because whenever I see a hero that sieges, right, and Dragonite still tends to sometimes siege, it does make Magnus such a good hero. And DK tends to take down towers at any point of the game, just come down to it and start taking it out. The way that you deal with this hero is repositioning, and there it is now. They ban out the Magnus, so unfortunately we're not going to be seeing it.
Oh, well, I mean, there is going to be plenty more heroes left to draft. Looking at this one overall, Team Spirit, going for that Dragonite, pick up the Baron to the Magnus. We'll see what else do you want to be banning out. Do you think we see best of one, do you think we see that AA for either side? Because it does feel like it's a nice hero, both against the Alchemist and the Dragonite, or is that more of a team secret speciality that are coming out yesterday?
Very unlikely. That is just what I'm gonna say, because Miposhka and Ducalis don't play a lot of it. But Alchemist could lane well with it, so I wouldn't hate seeing it. But I would say Miposhka goes for something else.
Likelier for Miposhka than Ducalis, but one hero I expect to come out in this series is definitely Gyrocopter on the support role again, that we saw last game on Sweden Strong. I think all the players, all 4 support players in this game play it, and maybe even for a next pick on Parivision.
I think with the carries being first picked, maybe they skip it. I always love that Gyro as a potential flex. Now it's most likely not going to be that, right? Unless maybe Dragonite can also go into the mid lane for T-Spirit.
It's Gyro and Batrider. It's gonna call. Like, you need to learn to stop doubting me again. I know it's been a few months since we did the analysis together, but I can remind you. And
yeah,
now
I mean, you saw I copied your homework for the previous series, right? So it's
that was very smart of you in hindsight. But for Team Spirit, no, like Miposhka didn't play many pubs, but still, his hero pool is like very known to us. Shed Demon is one of his signatures, and maybe Batrider, of course, not gonna come out because it's banned. I need to stop suggesting it. But what is the other hero? Is it just the Lion? Kind of got slightly nerfed, but still, Lion or Hoodwink, I would say for the side of with Spirit.
Yeah, very likely those two. I would you know what I would like to see? It got slightly buffed, the Shadow Shaman, but at this point, no reason to get it. But maybe versus.
Is it slightly? The 10 attack speed, it sounds like amazing buff. I need to try it really. When I saw it, like the 10 attack speed for a hero that hits like a truck, you know, it really is something. They're gonna go for more classic 4, like a Dark Willow, a Rue special. He really plays an amazing Dark Willow.
I would have liked though the Lion more that you suggested, because one thing that Parivision have been doing quite a lot is getting a lot of mobile playmakers on no one, and that has been the staple of their gameplay for quite a long period of time, ever since they assembled basically. With any other approach, they tend to not look as good. So I'm not these heroes, all of them have some lockdown, but a Lion would maybe be easier to play with.
The downside of the Lion, it is that it doesn't bring as much early damage as the Dark Will also, and it's not strong in the lane, and that's what you kind of want to do versus the Alchemist. You want to have a hero to pressure him early, and this is supposed the DK answer. This is what we said. The Parivision and Astini, their coach, they definitely had something cooking for this first pick DK, and it's gonna be Underlord. Do you guys like this? It's not Ace playing it, by the way, but I think DM is pretty known for playing it.
Yeah, it's his kind of heroes. I think though that because it's Team Spirit and there is a potential for the Dragon Knight to be moved to the mid lane, that it might not be that great of a pick. And we talked about the wide hero pool of Satanic. I think he could find a hero to deal well with this.
Okay, yeah, we'll see if he changes his mind, if he change it up here, Team Spirit. There is still some more classic mid laners coming out here that Lal could potentially pick up as well. The Invoker, we saw yesterday, incredibly powerful, queued up with the Dragon Knight. We still got the Storm Spirit available there too. I do believe the Puck is available as well. So, you know, there is a long list of mid lane heroes here, Team Spirit, if you want to keep that Dragon Knight in the safe lane. So, what are we looking at here, Team Spirit-wise, for this next pick? Do you just pick up your own off laner and save that mid laner for the last pick, Milan?
I mean, there's two routes. I think you should pick up a really good hero against the Pit Lord in the safe lane, or you should pick up something to counter this Alchemist. Mm-hmm. But it's dangerous if you go for a carry. It's really good against the Underlord. You're putting a lot of eggs in the basket because you're kind of demoting the DK. But I like this more. You go for the offlaner. It's still sort of a flex, but it's the hero that's good against both Pit Lord and the Alchemist. So they found this juicer, and I feel like it's the best possible pick for Spirit.
Yep, and you get a pipe and you just don't die in this game. At some point, when you're gonna have the extra magic resistance, these heroes don't kill you, and you kill them. Because Parivision, their physical damage output is non-existent right until later on, but even then the Alchemist, he does high physical damage for a period and then again falls off. So I'm loving what Team Spirit have here. Plus they also have this DK that is a flex pick, so their draft is looking amazing at the moment, and Parivision, with them having to counter it with just one last pick with all of the heroes that are already banned out from the mid lane, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, and we'll see what Parivision here they want to be playing up. Going to be coming through for the next ban. So again, I mean, can you consider the Timbersaw to be a flex as well, or do you want to lock that one solidly in the offlane hero? I mean, I don't even know if that's a hero that Lal has been playing.
Hey, Lar can play the Timber, but I think likely we're gonna see Last Before Lar and Parivision expecting the same, banning the Invoker. Mm-hmm. I think Lar is gonna pick up something of his signature stable heroes and allow Timber and DK to be winning conditions for this game because they already have good matchup.
A lot of his stable heroes though don't like playing versus the Pit of Malice. That's the thing, right? His Sand King, Storms, Earth Spirits.
You're just gonna have to live with it. Like, you're gonna have to rely on Terrorize, Disruption, Demonic Cleanse saving you. Like, you're just gonna have to go live with it. It's just it's the life against Pit Lord.
Okay. So nothing fancy. I mean, seen it in the pubs. He's played one match of it, but nothing out of the ordinary. You think like the Phoenix mid that we saw yesterday?
Versus Alchemist and two solid supports in terms of taking the egg down, I'd say no. Plus Team Spirit, if you look at them, other than the Terrorize, their ability to protect the egg is kind of lacking. So I would assume not. I would like something that does provide lockdown on the side of Team Spirit.
Maybe like banning a monkey into an Earth Spirit, or maybe even just a casual Pango. Just whenever I see like SD Dark Wheel supports, I always think like a melee brawler that can connect them well together. And he's just a dude. I like to call these guys like, he doesn't, Earth Spirit or Pango doesn't particularly counter Pit Lord or Alchemist, but they're always gonna be stable and doing their job. And maybe banning like Monkey King is already banned, so you can ban another toxic matchup for the melee heroes and just go with that.
I like the Earth Spirit a bit more just because he's a Blade Mail builder, and when you look at Parivision, they have so much damage they cannot control, right? So in my mind, the Blade Mail might be slightly better, and then when you have AoE damage from the Timber, it would be great. But Pango works as well.
I prefer Earth Spirit too, but we'll see what he chooses. Really, it's really hard. He's gonna take his time. Not much time left. 18 seconds only on the clock, so we're gonna be seeing it soon.
Okay, yeah, we see that next pick, and again, so you think it's going to be more one of his standard picks, no cheese coming out here like the Earthshaker or Huskar or something like that. Going to be picking into that Earth Spirit. So Parivision, what are you looking at here as a response then? Because they've got themselves just over a minute and 20 seconds for this next pick. What are you looking at then, Milan, to be picked up in the mid lane to be able to try and deal with that Earth Spirit?
I think you can look for toxicity in terms of something like Viper. That's no one is. He's the guy that's like sort of has a Sumail flavor to his gameplay, where he doesn't shy from the. Monkey is first bad, so he doesn't shy from picking a hero to dominate the lane, because he's capable of doing it throughout his career. So either you go the Viper route and just try to dominate the lane and break the DK and Timber, or you go more something specific for the game, like Magnus. Magnus is banned, like Earthshaker. So
I like the Shaker, but he could also go for a Pango as well if he wants. So I wouldn't like a static hero for no one, no way. Whenever I've watched Parivision play static heroes, I saw them lose.
Okay, well, that's not static.
This is in between Viper and Shaker.
Exactly.
He's a lane dominator, but he's not so static. So he doesn't dominate as Viper. He doesn't roam as Shaker, but he can do a little bit of both. And of course, there's no one Queen of Pain. His super signature. So I think they agree with us a little bit, but they just digged a little bit deeper in the back.
I mean, they didn't really have that many mobile heroes that do damage anyways, but I like this. It is a good solution. Still, I think Team Spirit got themselves a better lineup, right? Parivision just tried to salvage it by having a hero that can kill all of these tanky cores, but it can also backfire. We talked about that Blade Mail. This Queen of Pain could just easily die to AoE damage in every single fight.
Okay. Well, we'll see if it's going to do a little bit better, because in that last game wasn't the best of heroes to pick up. I mean, maybe that was down to, again, the draft coming out from one win, but here and now we'll see if that's going to be able to make a comeback. The Queen of Pain in this game. And just quickly here, Milan, are you sticking with Spirit? Or are you changing over to the Parivision side?
I like what Spirit got cooking. They got the strongest hero in the patch, and I think the counters to it from Parivision makes sense in theory, but it's not gonna be so easy to execute. So maybe like 60-40 to Spirit in favor of this game, but again, strong teams, strong drafts from both sides can go anyway.
Yeah, okay. And hurry, quickly in one word, who are you going, Parivision, Spirit?
Spirit.
Okay, well, that is going to be it for the panel, but we're going to find out how the game is actually going to go with our casters, Aries and Bowie. Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Rob. Yep, we are ready to get underway. But we heard what the panel had to say. It looks like they are all favoring the boys on Team Spirit. Are you also in agreement when you take a look at this draft?
Yeah, I think I am. when I look at the Spirit draft, they have this Dragonite that apparently doesn't exist, didn't really get nerfed in the latest patch. And I don't think this Dragonite is really accounted for or countered that much, whereas you have an Alk on the other side that did get nerfed against the Timbersaw. So what I think they have going for in Parivision is really the timings of this Underlord, right? You're going to have some damage reduction on Dragonite with some auras. Their team fighting is alright, I think, especially if the Alk gets a Blink Dagger. But I feel like they are heavily time-based, and if by any chance they lose the early game, the game can quickly become hard.
Okay. Well, we'll have to see if how the other game is going to look in particular. We do have a quick pause so everyone is aware. Nothing crazy is going on by the looks of it, so we should get ourselves underway very shortly. In particular, like with the mid lane, we saw, of course, previously the Queen of Pain wasn't able to work out for 9. How do we feel about it this game? We heard what the panel had to say. They feel like the QoP is like a little bit of an in-between from what they were asking for. Do you like it? Do you feel like it's also going to have a better performance than what we saw on 9?
I think, 9 had a lot to... Like, I thought the game was going to be very good for him. Like, that 1 TP just kind of lost him the game. Obviously, Ember's a hero that gets a Blightstone. It's unlucky because it's a Catapult Wave. I feel like the hero is fine. In this matchup, I think it's even a little bit better for the QoP than it is against the Ember in the lane. But afterwards, the silence on the Air Spirit can really be a big problem. Although, this Air Spirit hero did get significantly nerfed with the Rolling Boulder distance being changed. I think a lot of supports are complaining about it, but some core Air Spirits also get that talent. And, maybe we're underestimating how much weaker this hero is now, because it was very strong. Like, by far one of the best heroes.
Trying to think what the other ones were as well, right? The Boulder Smash damage with the creeps got nerfed, and then some other talents got moved around.
Yeah, they made level 1 Blink.
Uh-oh.
That's not good. Yeah, the 1 point, they change how much the kick does to creeps, and every time they change that, the hero got significantly worse. It's 1.25 extra damage now instead of 1.4. So it was very easy to get range creeps, to get like double melee creeps when you're prepping in the lane. And now it might be a bit harder, but if Laurel played at least one pub before this game, he might get the hang of things.
Yep, we'll have to see. I think we'll also have to see, importantly, how no one goes with securing the early range creep without having the scream, which is often what we see from the Queen of Pain. So something to keep our eyes out for. In regards to the facets, what have you been seeing actually more commonly with the Alchemist as well?
So I've seen a couple of people trying the new one, right? How's it called? It's like Alki. Let me double check. It's called Mixologist. And I don't know, man. I think they gotta make that one a bit better, because it's only when you have Chemical Rage on that it works. So yeah, I mean, I understand that they're trying to make the facets better, but I'm not sure it's really at a point where it's better than Seed Money.
Okay. What it's going to be, but we are underway, so it looks like it should be pretty easy setup. I'm excited to see the 9 class Gyrocopter. I mean, I can't imagine it's anything crazy from what we're getting on other support gyros, but maybe it was Milan that mentioned it, that 9 class was spamming it a lot in pubs. It could have been Harry, but someone mentioned that 9 class is back to bringing the Gyrocopter into the pub, so we'll get to see him played. Of course, we did see it earlier today as well in the previous game, but just for 9 class in particular, considering this is one that he is favoring, and was also expecting him to be playing a lot of the Nyx Assassin too, but that went untouched so far in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, the hero, I think the way that Parivision uses in the draft is very good. I think like Gyro support is maybe like a B- hero, but being able to pick 2 carries in a row and still make them flex between each other with the Alk Gyro, it's super valuable draft-wise. And even if Gyro isn't the best support, the advantage you get in the draft still kind of, I think, overpowers Gyro being a B- hero. So yeah, as long as you're playing some pubs and you understand how the hero works, it can still pay off for you.
Speaking of the flex, like, we've seen a while ago that the Alchemist was being flexed to the offlane. I mean, I know 33 was a really big proponent of that, and to a lot of success as well. Like, they were winning a lot of games with 33 offlane Elk. Are you kind of surprised that we are not getting this hero flex at all? Were you expecting that there was a possibility for this in this meta, or no?
I think so. I really think so. Even as a support, right? I think Sab used to play.
Now we're getting crazy.
Yeah, Hulk 5. Dude, I think this hero is completely okay. Like, all you need is a Blink Dagger, and you have, like, this really good stun. You have a Dispel on your OT. But, yeah, the offlane also works, right? You can go Radiance, or you can want an Eggs, or you can even just go Blink and also Brawl. The hero's very versatile. I'm pretty sure you can build auras as well if you want to. I'm surprised it isn't tried as much. Maybe people just feel like it's such a good carry that you're wasting potential playing it as anything else. But against the Timber, maybe there's value in flexing it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We do see a bit of a different skill build as well this time for the Queen of Pain. It's going to be the Shadow Strike. At least 2 points in it currently for no one, so not like we saw last game from 9 trying to body the Ember. I mean, I suppose the Ember can dodge the dagger, right? But it's, as far as I've heard, it is probably one of the more difficult heroes to be able to go for the dodge. No. Actually blinked in to try and secure the water and has still a Fairy Fire.
Well, okay, he's actually glyphing the creep so that he can get the experience, but he's being zoned. Okay, first blood somewhere else. But this mid play is super clutch because it's gonna force Laro to choose.
Is he dead?
He might be.
I think he's dead.
Laro.
He's got the Fairy as well. Doesn't get many. Okay, we're just rolled into 9 class, I guess. Who's maybe looking for another kill. I guess happy with dying anyway to reset the resources. I mean, he was stuck in mid with not the greatest health or mana, so he'll make a trip back to base, but they get a nice kill. And like you're saying, with the Earth Spirit misses way too much in regards to the creeps under the tower.
Yeah, like your side lane suffer. Malik is low HP now. The Underlord's getting farm. This was a clutch move. It felt like for a second that maybe no one was going to be punished. But yeah, maybe those small nerfs on Earth Spirit kind of showing here in this matchup, as no one is doing pretty well.
So we see the kill that happened across the map though onto the Underlord. DM is struggling very much so. Is this how you expected this lane to go?
Not really.
Bottom lane, Malik? Okay, 9 class instead of going back to top is looking to try and slow down the Timbersaws game, but not going to have the damage before the chain back under the tower.
Very close. And he has triple gauntlets of strength on Malik, so that's really the reason he survived there. But going back to DM, I really don't think it should be that hard. Underlord, just because of his passive, he also gets like the bonus damage from CSing, which means the Brave Fire shouldn't be that much of a problem. DK's melee should actually struggle against Firestorm. Yeah, I'm surprised. But, you know, maybe I shouldn't be, because Dragon Knight's just dumb, and it wins every lane. Doesn't matter what happens.
Maybe it's going to get a little bit easier with the Arcane Boots for DM, so just every wave he can play off the back of Firestorm. Inside the river, we're going to see Lull and the post-screen combination together be able to shut down Dakalis. Maybe they'll be able to go for 9 class next as well, who has isolated Rue up on the high ground. And Lull, the roll still on cooldown, unfortunately isn't going to be able to jump up there and potentially find the Gyrocopter as well. So it's a 1-for-1, and we do see this Gyro. It's having a lot of impact in the early stage. My 9 class level 4 already, looking to rotate down to bottom as well.
I really like the ward that Parivision put, right? It's not in the cliff there in the river. So when they place the sentry in the cliff area, you don't actually instantly see the low ground one, which means that Parivision is actually going to keep vision there until someone walks towards that area. That could actually pay off for them.
That's the Wisdoms. We will get a 1-1 split. See the supports actually, both of them be relatively high level.
Oh, it is the warden now. Take it. Yeah, I mean, laning stage-wise, I guess DM is slowly recovering, but this is a game where Satanic is having pretty much free farm with arguably the best carry in the patch. So we'll see what's going to happen in this mid.
Go on this. Banishment's going to be able to set up for the Brambles. They're going to be careful about no one's ultimate. Not feeling like he's going to have the damage onto Lal, who might now go for the Carlos with the Magnetize and the damage from Aposhka. It's starting to rack up. Another tick of the combo out from both of them will get the kill, and really nice setup. I mean, you've got both Maposhka along with Rue reading that they're going to look to try and put some pressure onto Lal, and they were ready and waiting.
Yeah, I mean, they were hitting the tower with the gyro, maybe a bit too aggressive from Parivision. You know, there's no catapult wave. They didn't really get any kills. Not sure what they expected from that, but there's going to be a Ducalis TP. No one needs his bottle refilled. Alk still free farming. So, you know, with Alk and DK pretty much trading farm, I think the biggest difference we're going to see is that even if the Underlord has a bad game, he already has Fiend's Gate, right? And that is one thing they might be trying to explore right now. The smoke. Oh no, DM might be dead before that smoke even connects, though.
Trying to TP out, but the stun's not there. But he might die beforehand to the poison, and he will. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Parivision, they were trying to find Malik. They're going to have to run for the high ground. Malik with the Watcher Vision. Oh, nice bushwhack. Stops him mid-animation of the chain.
Wait, did he channel the outpost by mistake?
Radiant's middle tower is under
He was not. He didn't
Oh.
TP. I think he just clicked the outpost.
Wait, who's this? Sorry, the Timber?
The Timber, yeah. Like his TP is
No, he got
ready.
bushwhacked. No?
Oh, yeah, but
What did you see?
I thought that he clicked on the tree and then misclicked the outpost and was just like channeling something. But maybe it was the stun
okay, I'm not
animation.
sure.
I got confused. But well, they still have that Fiend's Gate. I think that's really kind of what makes or breaks Underlord. He's in a way,
Radiant's top tower.
let's say, a weaker version of Dawnbreaker in that sense. I guess you do have Abyssal Horde fasted now, so there's still a bit of a contribution. But because Fiend's Gate takes a while to connect, sometimes you don't really get any value from Underlord.
No
So
one?
I'm hoping to see
Well,
maybe a
off the
rune
back of the double
fight.
damage rune is really going to be outputting a lot of damage inside this team fight.
Shield rune.
They're still going to try to attempt the turnaround with the Sonic Wave. Lal falling low as they're going to chase him up to the opposite side of the high ground. But even Chrysalis wants to get involved in the team fight. This Alchemist TPing in. And that will help them secure a kill on some Aposhka, who had a bit of a streak as well. DM, he's going to get some revenge for those early deaths, but unfortunately with him gone, it does leave Satanic alone. And with the Armlet and the Elder Dragon form, that tier 1 tower will go down.
Yeah, still a really good fight. They secured a rune for Parivision. As now they're going for Malik here. No level 6 though on Ducalis. I don't think you can get this kill. Alright. I mean, good contribution from the Underlord. He's gonna recover a little bit. You know, Satanic, the damage was already done. He was already huge. That tower was bound to fall no matter what. So it's really on trying to enable the co-op and DM. He also has a stack that he will further enhance. And yeah, it's just going to be a pipe game. You know, against the Nurse Spirit, you're going to get a lot of value out of that item. As long as you're consistently teleporting to those fights and getting the pipe off,
Radiant's middle
it is
tower
definitely a
is
big
under
advantage
attack.
that you have over the Timber that kind of needs to farm a Kaya before he gets an aura item.
Bottom lane, this time 9 class, but the ultimates between the two supports, so they want to go for Malik. Looks like the sharpshooter will be used onto Maposhka. Malik again, lacking just a little bit of damage to be able to deal with the Timber, but Parivision, they're okay. I mean, these ultimates don't have the longest cooldown. They want to continue to secure Crystallis' early game.
Speaking of him, he does have money for Secret Relic, but already has so much that he might be willing to get the full Radiance once it's up. And yeah, it's going to be a 12, 13 minute Radiance. That's really a decent timing. I'm very curious. Oh no, he did take the Blink Dagger away. I was kind of wishing for a Blink Dagger this game. You don't have reliable stun besides the Bushwhack, and if they were able to get Concoction into the co-op, into the Underlord, I feel like there's a chance you can overwhelm this DK early, but it feels like it's going to be that Sanjan Yasha Auk that, I mean, in Crystal's defense, we saw it work pretty well for pretty much every carry that ended up going for this build.
In regards to item build as well, what do we make of, I mean, Satanic, it's a very normal build, right? It's the Armlet and the Mask of Madness. We have seen some games so far, I believe yesterday, where we were getting the Mask of Madness and people were avoiding the Armlet. So what is kind of the consideration when you are deciding between these two items and maybe which one to go first or which one to avoid?
I think it's the region reduction, right? The games I didn't see Armlet were against AA and Doom. So basically, it's kind of it makes you die faster, right? If you have you can't really turn the armlet off, so you're losing HP from that, and you're just losing heal. So in general, I feel like that's when you don't go armlet. Ezreal might be dead.
Yeah, they're going to chase him down. Arcane Rune here for the Queen of Pain. One's going to be able to get the kill. This will open up the tower. We already see they're on the opposite side. I mean, Melik's farming up a stack. Miposhka's making another. Everyone back inside the jungle. So they're okay with what just happened. I mean, you tank the gank to smoke from Parivision. They're not really getting that much out of it, but it's still Crystallis. Radiance is online.
He's getting all of that farm for himself. 3k golded for Parivision. It looked a bit scary in the beginning, but they are definitely getting the lead as Laro.
All inside the river, yeah. Gonna try and make the jump. The terrorize from Rue. Oh, it's great. On to 3. Bushwhack's still gonna hold him down. Ducalis wasn't caught by the controller. Now no one's even looking for the Sonic Wave. The burst will be lacking. Still gonna try and jump over to deal with Miposhka. Melik's now gonna TP in as well as Satanic moving from the north. They want to target down 9 class at the moment. 9 class is not an easy kill. He's gonna be able to stand his ground and output some damage before they're able to secure with the gyrocopter. Melik will finally be able to do so, but has it taken too long? Melik doesn't have the greatest health pool, neither does Satanic, who goes down, and Melik too will join him in the afterlife as no one isn't done just yet. Another right click, lacking the damage. Is he going to go for the jump? He will.
Can he get
Diving under the
Miposhka?
tower, now looking for Miposhka next as well. The silence to stop the extra spell casting. No one gets another round of the Scream Up before he dies, bringing the Shadow Demon into the grave with him.
What a beast. He still gets the triple kill. He's going to feed a little bit of a streak there, but 6k gold lead, so much space. The Crystallis out, gets the Wisdom Rune on the right side. Everything, dude, I'm so impressed by Parivision this game. They're allowing this Underlord to shine. I hear that I think it's very hard to execute. Like, his teleportation sometimes takes too long. The Quap doesn't really care about their spirit so far. Only 1 point in silence, which is more than enough for him to maneuver the fights. And he's so far that like his BKB is gonna be ready once Laro really gets more of a silence duration. Parivision has everything they could have wished for this game.
Even Chris was stealing the Wisdom Rune as well. So
Yeah.
He saw an opportunity just to be able to walk straight down the bottom lane. Takes that one away from the boys on Spirit. And this is now getting to a really dangerous terror. I mean, no one is farming a gigantic stack as well inside the jungle. It's like a triple at the hard, double or triple at the medium too. So he's also really farmed. Great involvement out of the supports with some of the early game spell casting. And Melik not going pipe means that the damage from Parivision, it will not slow down anytime soon.
Yeah, what I saw a glimpse of that is really the coming, the way for Team Spirit to come back this game is the interaction of these tanky heroes with Disseminate, right? That got heavily nerfed several times, I think 2. But if he can get a good Disseminate off in this Dragon Knight that's life-stealing, or even Surge
I actually want to
Spirit,
try and force a team fight. We'll blow up 9 class to start. Maybe can look for Ducalis next as well. No one, he's ready to brawl though. An aggressive jump into the river, dropping the combination. It's a lot of damage, but is it going to be enough to secure the team fight? Satanic will come towards the later stages. They're going to do their best to hold down Crystallis, but you're not killing this guy. He's more than okay, and Spirit, they need to reevaluate, and they'll be able to get Melik and Satanic out of danger, but it looks like this will probably result in a tier 1 tower getting claimed off the back of the 2 for 2.
Yeah, another thing that's definitely worth talking about is the Vessel on 9 class. That's an item you rarely get to see. It feels like no support in the game wants to build this. Even Phoenixes sometimes don't build it anymore. And you're against 3 tanky cores, right? That's the best item for the game. And Gyro as a hero, he gets a lot of early kills, usually gets to farm that item. So I'm very happy that 9 class ended up going for it. This is an item that I think it's under purchased, a Satanic.
No way.
So it's applied.
No
He might be
way
dead.
between these two. Are we serious? Okay. Poshka first one to TP in. They're still running at him. That kill's not happening. Oh, maybe with no one. He got him. Dagon and the Scream, but no one's kind of stuck under the tower. Have they got the damage inside some of the Silence control? No one just gets the blink away. The poison doesn't get the kill in. Now, Lal, he's rolled up to the high ground. Is there anything they're going to be able to do about this, though? It doesn't look like it. Chrysalis, nowhere to be seen. Does not want to get involved in this team fight with how close he is towards the BKB, but the only casualty is going to be Satanic. This Dragonite, his net worth continuing to fall lower.
Dude, you cannot ask for a better neutral for no one this game. He got Seeds of Serenity. You don't see that on COP very often, but that is the tankiest item. He has a 70-minute BKB. This is the no one show. Like, he absolutely coordinating with the supports, stomped the Earth Spirit with that double wave into zoning, where he ends up dying. You lose so much experience. Quap, you rarely see Quap this far ahead against a matchup like Earth Spirit, because they did pick it into the Quap. Oh, maybe I'm wrong, but regardless, it is definitely a matchup where Quap can feel threatened, and I think no one, this is just a masterclass.
Yeah, Quad was last pick.
Okay, never mind.
Dire's middle tower.
I'm like 95% certain now. Maybe I'm forgetting, but Lal is struggling. Lowest net worth out of the cause. Really having a difficult time to be unlocked inside some of these team fights.
Yeah, and now you have Bottle with Illusion Rune on no one, so the next fight he can even afford not to pop BKB instantly, just to get rid of the Silence or maybe a Bramble. Parivision, they can do whatever they want. I think once this BKB is done on Crystalis, we might just see them force Roche. They have everything they could have wished for. Yeah, it's even going to be an Atos on the Underlord, which will severely prevent Lau to play this fight. He's going to have to maybe BKB for like an Atos / Pit of Malice, which feels pretty bad.
I feel like a key person is Miposhka that we need to look out for. How his saves can be inside some of the fights. Terrorize turnaround is a potential as well. They are a bit committal at the moment for Parivision. This is also the nice thing where you're going to have these early BKBs, so you might be able to get in and then also get out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Miposhka, either with the Disruption, but also with Disseminate, you can see that he's actually maxing that spell over Disruption, even though you get a pretty good cooldown reduction. Just because the HP increase in all of these tanky cores is really the way that they have to turn these fights around. You just need to make sure that whoever is the first point of contact gets disseminated. They don't have any aggressive.
See Chrysalis, but the BKB instantly, he's not going to hesitate. Protects himself from maybe the initiation from Spirit.
There's an Axe on Malik.
He is okay though, but the Scepter's gonna pop surely. Lau looks to try and get the roll in. They're losing their backline though. No one already assassinated the Dark Willow, is now looking for the Shadow Demon. No one. He's gonna push Miposhka away and there will be no fight further had. No one will get the Straggler. This Miposhka stuck around for a little bit too long, but Chrysalis, we saw this is not the man you want to run into. Can easily react with the BKB Chemical Rage.
Yeah, but you could see a glimpse of Spirit actually being really hard to bring down. The Disseminate on this Malik Timbersaw, he had 2.9k HP because of that HP increase and really hard to bring down. No aggressive Dispel, either for the Exum Timber or Disseminate. Now they're gonna fight for the Wisdom.
Magnetize, they do have Terrorize. Oh, it's a good combo! Malik in with the damage, he's good for one. Chrysalis BKB still on cooldown, so there's an opportunity to get the Alchemist before the Chemical Rage! What a Terrorize from Ru. Unfortunately, no one. He's going to be able to blink TP out in the tree line. That would have been a massive streak if they could find him, but Spirit, they get some big kills. They don't get the Wisdom Rune, though. No one was able to pick that up.
Dude, Malik is keeping them in the game. This Aghanim Scepter build, allowing him to be the first point of contact. And he's really the hero that has the damage to bring both the Underlord and Alk strength heroes. So really, I really like the approach they're having. As long as the Shadow Demon can play with this Timbersaw, they're gonna have a good time. Can they build an aggressive dispel? Use Scepter on Gyro. I feel like that 9 class is the one that's going to be addressing that.
There was some very interesting piling with the Terrorize, sending the Elk down the stairs and through the tower. I don't know if it would have mattered, to be honest, because he's still, again, BKB Chemical Rage on cooldown, but that was very unfortunate.
Yeah, it does work in wonky ways sometimes, all these fears. But yeah, overall, Spirit still trying to stay in this game.
Okay, job at that 5,000 net worth lead, but still need to see some more gold given over. Importantly, are we going to get a Dragonite at that stage, which we have seen multiple times so far in this tournament, and this tournament's leading up to this one as well. Sunjin Usher is almost done for Satanic, but still needs some time, and they haven't de-warded this cliff as well inside their own triangle, so could be an opportunity for Parivision to force a fight.
Very true. They don't seem as eager to fight anymore, but yeah, they will smoke with 3. Yauk still farming his AC. They're trying to find Laro here. Has a BKB.
Has a BKB. Okay, rolls past them. Might be forced to try and drop the ultimate.
Goes
Now going to turn
forward.
with the combo, but...
Okay.
No.
Just a power play.
Messing.
They are smoked on Spirit as well, potentially looking for Awok farming, but he was bottom with them, so I guess at best
Or
you get
even
some
DM.
vision. True. Unfortunately, I didn't find
they're all
anyone.
not together. Like it's wouldn't really see often the Underlord actually TP the bottom instead of holding Fiendgate for a potential fight. So, like you said, they get some vision set up. Approach is going to be able to shove top, but they are going into the pit, and without the BKB, it's going to make it a bit more difficult for Lal to be able to actually take a fight, and they will probably be forced to give this one up if they know what's going on.
I wonder, you know, with this very thing he built on Crystallis, if...
Is no one gonna... What's going on? No one?
Oh. Yeah, just creating some distractions here, making sure that no one is contesting Roche. And with him being there, I'm assuming it's Crystallis that picks the Aegis up. Sometimes you see the mid-hero getting the first one, but...
DK, Satanic?
Has that
Gonna have the
BKB
portal to be able to
TP?
move through. I mean, what's the call? Are they actually looking to fight?
Hello?
Satanic got to try and get the kill and then maybe TP out with the remaining duration of the BKB. Will it cover it? It does.
Okay. I mean, decent little fight. You distract Parivision a little bit, make sure that the Aegis time is going to be wasted as they have to repush waves. So it's not all that bad here for Spirit. But I think the biggest problem right now is with the AC being done in about 1,000 gold, they're going to definitely be able to posture for all of these tier 2s as Laro finds the Gyro, pings it out, TP from the Timber.
It's going to go in early before the rest of the team. Melly, can he find a way to be able to get there? Not required for that. So just a freebie onto 9 class.
This is really good for Spirit. Like, they're getting the small pickoffs, slowing down the Aegis, repushing waves.
No one. But look to try and burst down the Dark Willow. They don't have the damage at the moment. Is this an opportunity to fight? The Hoodwink isn't here as well. Gonna be a 3 for 4. Crystal's trying to turn to Malik. You're not gonna be able to touch the Timber through the Scepter. This will waste the BKB duration. Spirit, do they want to try and force the issue? It does seem they're a little bit hesitant though.
Yeah, they still have both of their BKBs on Malik and Laro. They're gonna go in.
I was actually in. Kick back into Malik's burst potential. Satanic's going to be off to the right side as well, freely right-clicking. Spirit are playing this game incredibly well to be able to come back from the position they were, down 8,000 gold. And they've clawed this back to a 3,000 lead from Parivision. This Aegis is continuing to be wasted.
They're so fearless. They are, when they see one opportunity, even if there's an Aegis, even if they don't have all of the heroes, they seize it. And when Parivision tries to punish, they waste their BKBs, Spirit punishes them again. And they have, I guess they took one tier 2 tower, but considering how far ahead they were a couple of minutes ago, it felt like Parivision could have probably took all of them. Right now, as it stands, I'm not sure how confident Parivision will be to posture for any other ones. They're going Side of Vise on the Timbersaw.
Satanic also with the crit sticks, able to get a free kill onto DeCarlos. We are getting to the stage where it's getting a bit concerning, to be honest. Like, this Alchemist, are you going to scale? You don't really have the heroes to be able to complement you as well getting into the late game.
Yeah, you need this Blowthorn that they're building on the Alk. They're just lacking damage. The Disseminate plus 3 tanky cores, the Vessel is not cutting it anymore. They have all of the BKBs to work with. Smoke from Parivision.
Malik, are you really going to be able to kill him, though, with Maposhka standing nearby? Malik protected. And you've kind of committed a decent amount. Maybe they can go afterwards with the Purge expiring. They're going to try and gate to the backline to split away the supports, but Maposhka, they still haven't got the Shadow Demon just yet. They're trying to deal with it, but it's taking far too long. It's a big Sonic Wave from no one, but they're still alive on Dire. Crystals will finally be good for one, but it's taken far too long. They haven't been able to lock onto these members. Over the right side, no one will be able to finally address the issue of the Timbersaw. And now he's going to be able to catch up to Rue as well. So no one, I mean, continuing to put the team on the back. It's an Arcane Rune Queen of Pain inside the team fight. He's 13-1-5.
Damn, dude. Like, yeah, it's an even trade, but you gotta remember that this is an Aegis fight. Like, they're supposed to be much stronger. And you know what? I think a big part of this is the fact that they gave the Aegis to the Alchemist. I think if no one had it, they would be able to force fights in a much better way. It's not like they really have the damage to kill Crystalis. And it kind of forces no one to play a bit more conservatively. Especially considering how tanky Spirit is. Like, a lot of the damage really comes from the Quap more than it comes from the Alk at this moment.
You have to be so cautious, right, of committing into the fight, because we're seeing the position from the supports, I think, has been incredible. And I guess largely a lot of that is also to the Timber and some of the other heroes, like Lyle is never worried at all of rolling into a scary fight. Satanic as well can just run into the middle, but Maposhka has always been ready with the banishment. I mean, the purges, like you said, disseminate on his teammates to keep them alive. It has been really solid. So Parivision somehow need to deal with the supports. You got to deal with the Dark Lure as well. Like, this potential terrorized turnaround we've seen in some fights has really been a big reason why they've been able to get some kills off the back of it.
For sure. And I think the biggest problem is that, you know, usually Underlord's supposed to be this tanky guy, especially when you win the early game. Oh, but good blink out from no one. But because you're against this Timber and he doesn't have a BKB, Malik is just running into the Underlord, and now that he has BKB, he can just he ignores all of the control that DM has, and he's just killing DM from 100 to 0 as
Smoke's gonna pop. Roll in. They're gonna get the initial stun onto no one. No one's got time to react with the BKB. He's gonna be okay. Chucks out a Spiteful Sonic Wave. Lala's getting solid from Crystalis. Maposhka now, as soon as he uses the banishment, puts a beacon onto himself, but Maposhka's going to be able to get away because the claws once again are protecting him. They're onto Crystalis under the T2 tower. Satanic can rain down the crits, and Malik is there with the extra damage that they're lacking.
Spirit's such a scary team. You know, they were both 3rd and 4th in the last Dream League, but they did not play against each other in the later stages. But in Group Stage 2, it was a 2-0 from Parivision. So Spirit maybe looking for revenge here. A Satanic now rivaling the Alchemist net worth.
Bottom lane, no one? Okay. I don't know, I didn't see the start of it, but I saw the ends, continuing to mess around with the US Spirit. He's playing out of his mind.
Here it is.
14-1-5.
He... I mean, from the get-go, but you know, it goes back to Quap. Like, this hero can carry games, but it's not easy. This hero struggles with damage, as they will probably kill Ducalis here. Solo kill.
Rue, is he going to be able to get out, though? He will. Blink.
Damn.
North and gets a tip 2 for good measure. Nicely done, Rue.
And that's the side of Vice. Pretty much done here on Malik. Bro, these next fights are going to be a nightmare. If they get the opener with the side of Vice on one of those big cores with follow-up of the Earth Spirit, there's not really a save, right? For Parivision, you have, I guess, Lotus Orb, some auras, but we've seen from the last fights that there's plenty damage on Spirit.
Spirit did just smoke underneath an observer ward though, so Parivision will have the read that something is going on. See what they want to play, how they want to play this, maybe setting up a trap or just looking to get back inside the base because they are still lacking the hoodwink.
That's a really
How
good
do we
ward
feel-
from Parivision. That one that spotted their smoke. Usually you wouldn't really sentry around that area.
What do we need the support to do from Parivision in particular in these upcoming fights? Because speaking of one of them, 9 class, okay, they're going to go for the Underlord
Side
instead.
of ice.
Satanic with a double damage rune, dude. I mean, Underlord is just going in an instant, and Malik is still
Malik doesn't
not
die.
touching him. I mean, this guy, finally the scepter is going to explode. Maybe a little bit more cautious now after that, but Satanic still has a double damage rune if they can hold someone into place. Trying to turn to Crystallis. Crystallis
my
is falling, no one's
God.
dying. The splash damage almost enough. 1500 crit on the last right click. Satanic now can turn to 9 class next. That's 3 gone, 2 without buybacks, and they can walk up high ground.
Yep, this Dragon Knight hero doesn't need to be nerfed, right? Absolutely fine what we're witnessing here. 7,000 gold in from Parivision. They absolutely stomped the early game, but this Shadow Demon combination with the Disseminate and tanky heroes just... Parivision, they ran out of juice. They just could not close the fights, even with an Aegis that, yeah, arguably could have been given to a different hero, but it only gets much harder from here. Like, the heroes on Parivision, Auk just doesn't scale as much. He's gonna have a Bloodthorn, but there's BKBs on everyone. You have a Lotusar being built. You have a new Scepter on the Willow. Good luck even utilizing this Bloodthorn.
And the supports aren't scaling as well for Parivision, right? Like, what does a Gyrocopter do late game? Like, you have a crap load of damage in the laning phase of the early game, but we see the items aren't really helping out a whole lot.
With this
the
build.
Hoodwink as well. Like, this is not a scaling Hoodwink.
They wanted to
no
close
one?
this game out, right? And
He is really locked into a not a good
3
spot.
seconds BKB.
Terrorize into the Bramble. Oh, it's not going to matter. They're going to kill him before he's able to get the BKB off. That is a massive streak for Lyle to get. He's been having almost a flawless game. Only 1 death until now.
Holy moly. He really kept them in this game, but you know, it's kind of the nature of their draft. They needed to do way more with the Aegis, which they could
They're
not.
going to try and take the fight without no one? Maybe they need to
Yes,
buy
they have
back?
buyback. It is a Radiant Roche for 30 seconds.
Going to force it. Are they going to see the Quinapane TP location? Are they just going to set up for him once he comes through and needs to commit with
Yeah,
the
the side of
teleport?
ice.
Instantly into the Hex. Satanic's now going to turn. No one can respond with the BKB, but he's in a really bad position. Crystallis needs to get in.
Okay.
Trying to lock down on Satanic, but they have no stuns. Team Spirit, they can dance in and out of the team fight. Finally, Crystallis should be able to deal with one more Poshka again.
Everyone's still alive.
The banishment's going to be able to keep Lyle alive. He'll now turn to Malik. Malik protecting him. No one off the back of the buyback's going to be able to deal with the Earth Spirit, but they just have nothing left in the tank. They've got no damage. Chemical Rage is down. It's no one against the world, it feels like,
so
and no
close.
one doesn't have what it takes.
Oh man, 300 HP on the Dragon Knight. They're not gonna be able to get Broshan instantly, TP out from Satanic, but that's pretty much a team wipe, right? That's dieback on the co-op, sure. Crystallis survives. These fights are incredibly hard, man. Spirit, they had the positioning, as you said. The Timber just waited for the co-op to TP and vise her. No one starts the fight. We've had his HP. And just an incredible show here from Spirit. A lot of resilience. They never really panicked. And, you know, Malik, to me, was really the cornerstone of how they were able to come back. His fights alongside Miposhka, just amazing stuff.
Yeah, honestly, I was very concerned no pipe on Malik. I thought this was going to be a big issue with the damage that we were seeing from Parivision at the early stages, but the decision for the Scepter and how aggressive, I'm incredibly impressed with his performance.
I agree. And this is going to be a lane of barracks. Still 50 seconds. Such a long respawn timer. I mean, no one's level 24, so that's what happens.
Just keep in mind, Crystal's had the BKB TP out, so this is now put on cooldown, which they may force high ground, or they may be happy with T3 Tormentor into Roche. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think that's the play. That's the safe play for sure. You're gonna get very close to your 25 on the Timber as well, so you don't really need to rush this engagement. Like they definitely have the better skating lineup. And speaking of 25, Malik TPs gets the Wisdom Room. And I guess, 25 on Timber doesn't really matter as much as it used to, but it's still nice.
Okay. Second row should be able to experience. No contest from Power.
Yeah, so Aegis on Titanic, they have a banner as well. Is there any timing here for Parivision? Any items that they... I mean, Ags is gonna take a while for no one. Yeah, they have the Bloodthorn, but no buyback on Chrysalis. And they're camping this Amplify Damage rune. Alright, so a couple small things.
That DD can be the turning point for them, and no one is getting close to 3/4 of the way until he can find it. Scepter is queued up for him.
He got lucky
Really
with his
been
neutral.
in the middle of them.
Timeless Relic. It's really the damage you need. With that Amplify damage, maybe that's gonna be enough. He needs to find the supports. He does have a shard as well, which I think is really good. No Dispel if he jumps Miposhka. And he's really the target you want to burst, but 2.2k HP might be too much even for no one.
It's not even my birthday.
Roll from Laurel.
Expand the BKB, however, playing a Civ. Restless is in as well with a Chemical Rage, so now puts him on a bit of a timer. No one commits damage. They are aggressive for Satanic is isolated. Satanic is trying to man fight.
No one though.
Yes, the Dragon Knight's going to have the Age, but no one is there. Further to the north, another fight continuing to break out. No one ever again by himself control. It's going to get the blink down to the low ground.
Oh, Miposhka.
The Queen of Pain, Miposhka.
Holy.
This Shadow Demon's positioning, the saves, the bench output. He's been exceptional so far. 2 down with Chrysalis is going to try and deal with the Shadow Demon, but no detection.
Oh,
The KP goes to Titanic Chrysalis, and that's going to be all she wrote. Spirit back from them.
You gotta give it to no one. I think he put up such a good fight. He played really well from the laning stage, but his hero's not supposed to scale in a game where you have 3 strength cores and no Timbersaw response, no percentage-based damage. I guess you have the Firestorm, but that doesn't seem to be that good, right? You look at Firestorm, but it's a static spell. So mobile on the heroes of Spirit. They played really well. Really good combat from them. I guess I should be impressed. They're a great team.
I haven't had the opportunity to watch that much of this team Spirit. Me, some of the vibe previous team Spirit. I felt like one of their biggest characteristics and an outlier that I have was their ability to somehow come back when they were playing from behind, just to play out the map, maybe sacrifice a support's life to pop the space of the cause to be able to come back and to be able to take team fights where have a slight advantage. And again, that was a big characteristic. Previous team Spirit and as well might have that characteristic as well. So a big victory for them. It mean they move forward and play in that winners match, but for us we are done for our second. So back to the panel to hear what they have to say.
Yeah, thank you, Aries and Bowie. And I was never worried about that one. Parivision taking the lead, taking those early fights, being able to control the map, take all of those buildings. Never worried. I knew Team Spirit, they had that one in the bag. Milan, grin along there as well. I'm sure he did as well. But Hurry, just from your side, looking at that, what did Parivision do well in the early game, and what kind of went wrong for them? Why did they fall off there during that late mid game?
Okay, there were some problems for Spirit. Is me and Milan talked about it. I mean, during the game going on, is that Spirit put a lot of emphasis on protecting Satanic and him getting the farm. But this in itself created a lot of space on the other side. So they didn't get the mid lane tier 1. They didn't get the enemy safe lane tier 1. So Parivision were allowed to do whatever they want, and then they accumulated wealth. They were stronger, and they were getting the fights going their way. And what went wrong is there's this certain hero that we mentioned that needed to be nerfed that didn't, and just came with its timing. They couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, Milan, how are you feeling about that one? After you're 2 for 2 so far on the predictions, you feeling good for the day?
Sorry, I agree with Harry. It's just like it felt like a Spirit was never, as you said, never in doubt of how this game is going to go. Even now we see a lot of now we're gonna see 2 tips come out towards the Satanic. Like Parivision was feeling themselves. They thought they had this game. It looked good for them, but Spirit just understanding their heroes, understanding that eventually they'll prevail, and we just saw it so many times, right? And it just continued. Like this SD plus DK combination, it just felt unstoppable
fight,
at some point.
right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just the margin of error for Radiance is just Radiant lineup is just so much smaller than for Dire. They just slip up one time and the game suddenly feels impossible. Like it feels like we barely mentioned Queen of Pain has to click 50 different buttons to be 15-0 and not in winning position. Where does DK? Look at him. Look at him go. Look at him go. He's just clicking the ground for BKB stun. Bam. 22k network Alchemist dead.
This is the fight.
Oh my god.
That cleave, man.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Okay. Who thought making a range Sven was a good idea? I wanna hear right here. Who thought that was a great idea?
Yeah, I thought it was great. They tried it with 2 heroes. They also did it with the Vengeful Spirit, but with the DK they really overdid it, right? And then you know what? Somebody really liked it because it's still staying. We're having a ranged Sven go ham for more than half a year, just killing everybody. So at some point, that is going to have to stop.
But we should also highlight the Aegis team play behind this DK so many times, behind this Timber. So they are the shining stars, Malik and the Satanic, but they're always living on 1 HP because there's Terrorizers coming in to save us, some Glimmer Caves, Force Labs. The support around them is so good, and the Team Spirit gameplay, their team play, it just continues from where they left off with the last roster.
Yeah, there's no difference. It's like it's the same team. The only difference is maybe they're slightly weaker in their offlane duo in terms of laning stage, and I don't know, maybe the coordination in fights isn't there just yet. It could be slightly better, but it feels like we're still watching the same Team Spirit with 3 players being changed up. That is hella impressive from the core of the team. You know, Mipashka and of course their coach. Let's not forget about him.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at that score there as well. If you're telling me there was a Queen of Pain, that went 16-4, and I'm like, oh, how quick did they win that game? You know, how much are they going to be happy that they're going to be moving on? And no, it's them going down. So even though that Queen of Pain had a way better game this time around than we saw in the OG matchup, still not enough to pull them through. And like you were saying, the amount of buttons she needs to press, the positioning on the hero, the protection that needs to come out, just not enough there to secure them. And yeah, again, Dragon Knight press our win game, because it was just an absolute perfect showing of what that hero can do. As long as that game's delayed long enough, you go to the late game and he just deletes heroes left, right and center. So that does mean that we do see Spirit moving through, Parivision dropping down to the losers match to play up against OG. But first we have one more matchup to come before we get to those best of threes. Going to be a best of one win versus Team Spirit. So looking at this matchup from what we've seen today already, Milan, are you going to be backing your boys coming into this best of one, or are you still leaning towards Team Spirit here to take this one and move through into the playoffs?
In this particular matchup, I think before the draft, the Spirit is the favorite, but one win definitely has their chances. Their biggest problem throughout the season, throughout their existence since the Clim Sandwich days, is the consistency. So one game they can go that less on their mid lane and their off lane, but other game they can drop the ball, so it depends. And I think just Spirit is showing a consistency that they don't have, and maybe that will prevail in this BO1 that we're having.
I think it's a do or die for one win, right? Because if they lose this, there is a good chance they're gonna get eliminated. Parivision versus OG, it's still a best of 3. I think OG also has a shot, and one win versus any of these teams, I'd say in a best of 3 that they are at a disadvantage. But I do think in a best of 1 they can still win.
Okay. Well, we'll find out how it's going to go. First, we're going to take a couple of minutes break, so we'll see you right after this. Welcome back in, everybody, to the One Win Fall series here on Twitch and YouTube, and we're going to get back into the last best of 1 here for the day. The winner will move on because you only need 2 to go through into the playoffs. The loser drops down to a decider match where they can play up against the winner of OG versus Parivision to see who goes through into that final slot. But first, we do have this best of 1 to get into. One Win versus Team Spirit. We'll see if One Win, well, if they can get the 2 wins on board, or if Team Spirit, they're just going to be able to carry this momentum here right through to the playoffs. And if we even see, because that Dragon Knight in the last game, it was such a scary hero. Harry, do you think we see that at all for the rest of the day, or is that now number 1 on the ban list?
Spirit are the type of team that if they have second pick, they are the type that might let it through if they think they have an idea, and it is gonna be 1 win with the first pick. So maybe we do get to see it because of that. And I don't even know if 1 win wants to first pick it. That's the case as well. So it is gonna be fun to see what these 2 teams do. Maybe 1 win just bans it out.
Yeah, might be taking that one away, and we are going to be able to see this match of, like I say, 1 win versus Team Spirit. It's a best of 1 there at the bottom of the screen, so we are going to be able to get ourselves into this one shortly, not too far away. And both teams now warmed up. You know, we're into the mid-afternoon. I'm quite warmed up as well because we've now hit 0 degrees. You know, we've gone up a little bit. I'm warm from the Dota anyway. So looking forward to this one, see how this one's going to go. And again, the winner of this does move through to the playoffs. Loser into the decider match a little bit later on tonight. So that's when we get into the best of 3s. But Milan, looking at this matchup now, what are you looking particularly in terms of draft from either team? Your bans with the new patch, this letter patch, it seems like the changes are still in the mail. But are you looking at anything specific for either team now that they've had that best of 1 to warm up each?
I think I'm looking if Spirit, as Harry says, is going to allow this DK. Are they going to allow for the Magnus, Nyx, all these cheeky heroes that 1 win will bring out to fight with? And to see if they take a little bit more of a stellar stance than the OG, and just have some bans that will limit 1 wins, like a meta understanding.
Okay. Let's take a look at the predictions overall to see how we all think this next one is going to go. So we can include Ares and Bowie in this one as well. It looks like it's unanimous across the board here. Everybody going for Spirit. They see me and Melania. We pick it in the last game. We see they're right, and everybody now copying what we go for, and it's going to be everybody. So no points change here, or no difference, you know, depending on how this one goes. Everybody's going to be able to get the same points across the board. So it's, again, everybody just looking to back Spirit. So let's see if 1 win can they get an upset and get themselves into a position where they do move through into the playoffs without having to go to the decider match, or if Spirit can lock it in just the 2 matches. Should be able to get into the draft to see just how this one is going to break down.
When you see a team come back from being behind, then you have seen everything that they have to offer, right? 1 win in that match, I think they were dominant through and through, and it was their drafting or OG maybe messing up. It's hard to say which one of those is the thing that gave them the victory. But Team Spirit, their drafting is on point, so I don't think that 1 win are gonna catch them off guard. Even if they start losing, they're always gonna have a chance to come back because they have an idea of how they need to play the map. So I'd say that 1 win definitely here playing against the odds.
And now we see it come through. The DK is through, Timber is banned, Doom is banned. Spirit is cooking something. Spirit has an idea against DK. Maybe they are challenging Mukushi. He has a negative win rate on Pro Tracker. I don't know what's happening, but I'm very, very looking forward to see. Let's see versus Dragon Knight.
They're gonna
be the Dragon
madness.
Knight. Yeah.
I think they're gonna madness. Let's go.
They banned the Beast, and in the pubs, he usually plays the range boys versus DK, but I don't think we're gonna see instant carry response. We need to see the offlane. The Magnus is the.
Why aren't we seeing the Necrophos to these, you know, the high health, you know, the big regen heroes? Is this hero just still straight up garbage, or is it, you know, not really worth considering on the pick?
I think Parivision played it recently once and they won. So, but it's hard to implement into a draft.
Okay.
It's just a Necrophos, is a hero that's not usually seen in the pubs, so not very comfort for a lot of heroes, and after all, it's still not so easy to execute. And they actually go for the Morphling. I saw this is what he played in pubs, this is what he wants to play against the DK, and they grab it instantly. So, but the bans help him out too. So the Doom is banned, the Beast is banned. Like, what's left? Do they ban the Ancient? Do they do like? Or just the Enigma? There's not many heroes left against the Morphling that are like, oh,
yeah, even the
it's a gotcha.
Yep, a lot of the heroes are taken out. It's very hard to find good heroes versus him right now. I guess maybe 1 winner thinking, oh, no problem, Kanda got slightly nerfed, but I don't think that's enough. Still, first pick Morphling, it's still something that you can account for throughout the draft. There is some little things that you can focus on. Maybe draining his mana could be an approach, and there's a couple of heroes who can do that. So we'll see. Maybe get maybe put his DK in a mid lane, pull out something like a Drow Ranger, wouldn't be half bad.
I feel like the one win is not a team to go with the DK mid. I think most likely it's a carry, a slight option for the offlane, but even then, I don't see it coming. So, but right now we're looking for the bans. One win bans Chen as additional ban. Do they want to remove something like more from Miposhka, like a Tusk or a Clockwork that he used to? Because you're looking for the melee files to pair up with this Morphling, and they're gonna ban Tusk. And now Spirit is their turn. Do they ban this Ancient or they just let it slide? Because it's not like okay, GG, it's over, but it is very uncomfortable matchup for the Morphling.
And DK could be a good hero to lane with an AA if he gets close enough for the Dragon Tail. It's a long enough stun for the Cold Feet to connect in the lane. And for an AA, it's very important for a lane not to go bad. With them banning out the Tusk, it might mean that they want to go that route, because Tusk would be one of the heroes who would punish a hero like an AA quite heavily.
Yeah.
Enigma is the ban. I really thought that's the other one against the Morphling. We said maybe the last real feel-good offlane hero against the Morphling. The other will just be like a neutral, like a Visage or the Dawnbreaker. I really expect one win to pick up one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm still looking. What about a Zeus? Zeus could be decent. Okay, they just go Bat. Is the safest choice overall. Does Respect play the Bat as well? Okay, so it's a flex.
Of course, he does. Zeus is one of my favorite. Sorry, Rob. One of my favorite heroes against the Morphling in any position. It's like just a constant threat throughout the game. The damage scales percentage-wise is just uncomfortable for Morph. It's like it's a good matchup.
Yeah, I've seen. I mean, the Batrite specifically up against the Morphling, you're getting that ward behind the tier 1 tower. You'll be able to throw the flame break out. When the Morphlings, they back up full agi. They've got 1 health, looking to get the regen. This is something that one win might try and do to play around. I was thinking about. I know I keep bringing it up for the mid lane as a joke, but overall for either side, the Phoenix as the support, Spirit Vessel builder does the health percent damage on the Sunray here as well. Plays either the 4 or the 5. Is that something you think either team do they even play that one, or is it a hero you think they could consider coming into this draft?
Well, for one win, if they pick up a Phoenix, the Morphling is very good versus the Egg, so I would say no. Yeah. And for Team Spirit, that's I really wouldn't like the support combo of a Shadow Demon and the Phoenix, so I would say that hero is very unlikely to get picked up in this game.
Okay.
And they actually go straight in with the Mars. They want to have an option to pick up the Squad X hero on the last pick of the second stage. Mm-hmm. This is their response. Not the greatest hero versus Morphling. I mean, as we mentioned a couple of times, so many heroes against Morph got banned. The good ones, Enigma, Beast, Doom, whatnot. But he's just a very comfort hero. When I think Cloud, the Mars is one of the heroes that come straight up to my mind. And it's just like what teams do. They just favor the comfort.
And you can sometimes mess up with a Morphling in lane and a Stray Spear killing you, right? So Morphling dying in the lane is not the worst thing in the world, but it still slows you down. And there's the Magnus, when there's a DK, any repositioning hero is great, and Magnus is just the hero for that in the game currently.
Lard doesn't really play the Magnus, so he's pretty much locked into Malik, and it's fine. I think Root does, but I think they're just gonna pick up another support right now, so the flex is gonna be pretty much gone.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. We see what he wants to go for. Looking at the heroes that he has been playing, so yeah, more of the Gyrocopter in his pubs, the Batrider on the side. Go on.
Probably just Dark Willow, right?
Yeah.
He's just
the Lich.
Whoa,
okay.
Whoa.
That's a 5 Lich, and it's gonna be a 4 Shadow Demon. That's what it looks like. They want a stronger Shadow Demon so that he can maybe save people from the arena.
Interesting Lich pack. Is it like a DK counter throughout the game with the Frost Shield later down the line, just to deal with this super heavy physical damage from DK coming.
But you just pick Invoker now, right? If you think it's okay, no, they're gonna go for the puck.
It is the squad. This is why they picked Mars, so they don't have to choose between Mars and Puck on this 18 pick. They get all the heroes they really want. And Squadex, we talked about his Ember as being his super special. This is another one. Like, he grinded the hell out of Puck. One of the teams I coached, my mid laner, also did the 1v1s versus Squadex. So he also plays like a lot of matchups with Puck, and this is a free Puck game, man. There's not much to directly catch him. Maybe some RP from Fog or some Lich Sinister Gaze, but that's not much to write home about.
You know, Sinister Gaze is your main spell to catch the puck, and that's not a good position to be in. But you know, you can counter the puck in lane. I think that's probably the best thing to slow him down, so that your supports can get the defensive items before the puck gets online. I think that'd be maybe the way the Team Spirit are gonna approach this last pick.
Yeah, I mean, do you look towards something maybe like the Storm? Can build, got the jump, he's got the Vortex Dragon, can build an Orchid, can build a Shivas as well for the team if they want to go that direction. Is that something you think they might consider here for LoL?
Unlikely. It's more going to be a simpler route towards the Void Spirit or like maybe even a Monkey King. Depends where he wants to go, but the Storm is just too hard to execute.
Yep, I'm thinking melee hero, right, with better animation to destroy the puck. So Tiny, Void Spirit, Monkey King, Sand King maybe, right? But something along those lines.
Okay, we see that final AA ban coming out, so not today or not so far, but yeah, one of those heroes it seems like coming into the meta just a little bit to deal with the Dragonite, the Morphin, and these tanky heroes like the Alchemist too. 1 win, gonna have one more ban on the board. What are you looking at then here for the final support pick? You know, is there anything that you want to see Milan here from outside? The Phoenix did get banned out there as well in that final ban stage for Team Spirit.
I think some more follow-up damage for Puck, maybe something even like a Sky or Muerta. Muerta did get nerfed, and Sky is a long shot, but it is a Sweden special.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't hate it. What about the Zeus that we mentioned earlier, right? If it's follow-up damage that you want.
Definitely agree with the Zeus before. It just depends if he wants to pop it out. We talked about it briefly yesterday. It's such a high win rate in pubs, but not much, and it's gonna be a Grimstroke. Well, works similar to what we said. It's just a different hero, and I don't mind it. Although I don't enjoy Grimstroke versus Shadow Demon.
Okay. Final pick coming on the board. They've got themselves just over 30 seconds left for this one. So, Harry, you were saying Melly hero, the Night Stalker. We saw that actually coming out in RES. Completely slipped my mind. That, good hero up against the puck, but that one going to be taken away. Is there anything else you want to see? Are we going to see the Ricky mid?
I love it. I love it here. Actually, Ricky would be quite decent because he would build into a Manta and then wouldn't be afraid of these silences. Overall, could leave the arena as well. So I would
Ricky sounds decent, but I think we may see
Tiny.
Tiny comes in.
I want to say Pango, but Tiny sounds good. Yep.
They keep it boring. They keep it normal here inside the box for this final pick. It is a really nice one up against the puck. So looking at the full lineups here, do you think Team Spirit, Milan, have they done enough to answer back to this Dragonite that is such a major problem for teams to play up against? Do you think Team Spirit have it in the bag here up against 1 win?
I think their idea is very solid. You know, the Frost Shield to battle the later timing, the early game repositioning, the Tiny Magnus combination. I think it's really stands out, like how they think towards this game. So, and 1 win doesn't strike me as the DK team, as long as it sounds a little bit weird. So I think it's still good enough for Spirit.
Yeah, probably. I would say so as well. But, 1 win, they have this huge team fight. They have ways of keeping people in place, and then a Dragonite to do damage. It can still be done. I think Team Spirit, however, they have an answer to everything. It's not easy to execute, but you already mentioned that these guys are looking crisp.
Okay, we'll see if it is going to be enough, because once again, the winners of this, they do move through into the playoffs. So this is your key to getting yourself through to at least that $5,000 on the prize in that 4th place. Again, $15,000 for 3rd, $30,000 for 2nd, $50,000 for that 1st place finish. And the loser drops down to play up against the decider match between the winner of OG versus Parivision. Going to be in that best of 3 territory here. And it's going to be a great one, I think, for the rest of the day. But don't forget, everybody, if you want to follow along not only with the action today, but the action coming up in the future, the 1-win events, the 1-win team overall, scan that QR code in the bottom right of the screen. Follow along with all the tournament announcements, all the team announcements, all the results, and all the action going on for the 1-win universe. Bouncing around there, get your phone, scan that QR code. You can see it's so excited. It wants you to scan it, it wants you following along, and everyone following along. Don't forget to follow on the Twitch panel, the Twitch page, the YouTube page there as well, to make sure you are up to date with all the action going on in the 1-win series. Speaking about the action, we are going to be able to get into it. We have ourselves a match on the board. So we'll once again, hurry, in one word, 1-win or Spirit?
Spirit.
Okay, Milan, looking at you here. Are you going to be sticking with Spirit here, or do you think that Dragonite, is it scary enough? 1-win or Spirit?
Spirit. I think Spirit's going to take this one.
Okay, that is going to be... I mean, I think everyone's backed Spirit, and we've give our reasons why we're backing Spirit. Me, it's just because I'm the Spirit fanboy. That's how I like to roll, just to be able to get ourselves through. But we do have 2 casters standing by. Hopefully, I think they're ready to take us through. And Aries and Bowie should be able to give their explanations too, why they think it's going to be Team Spirit, so we get ourselves into this game.
Big Rob, yes, we are ready to go. We've got our 2 winners of the previous best of ones. We've got the Eastern Europe teams battling it out. We also have a potential first blood that unfortunately you may miss. It looks like we've got another radio cast as Melik is going to give up first blood. So there you go. We got a replay last time. We more than likely will get another replay this time as well. But like I was saying, we've got 2 Eastern European teams going at it. We saw earlier today, Squad X on his Ember Spirit had a completely free game. It's very close to a free game. That last pick, Tiny, is definitely one of the more decent heroes to play into, but let's see if the new member / stand-in is going to be able to perform, or if Spirit can lead with this momentum like we saw in that previous game just then.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I think the panel didn't touch as much about is this Grimstroke. So in general, I'm a big Inkswell fan, but Grimstroke did get a new buff this patch around. And with this facet, you can actually farm an Aghanim Scepter much faster. And against a hero like Morphling, that is the dream scenario. So I'm very curious to see how much Sweden Strong's going to be able to contribute if he gets a fast Ags. I feel like that's really the way to kind of battle Satanic here. Not that Dragonite needs that much help, right? We saw this hero pretty much best every single carry-to-carry matchup. But if you have just an extra carry in your team as that illusion, it definitely doesn't hurt.
Maybe that nuke inside the lane as well could be a little bit concerning for Satanic if they catch him off guard with a spear and a stroke of fate.
Oh, there you go.
We'll be able to see the very end of the kill, unless we get a glimpse into what happened unfortunately for Melik.
Yeah. Overall, though, the lanes seem pretty straightforward. As you said, the nukes from the Grimstroke definitely annoying for the Morphling early on. He might need to play with some extra strength just to make sure he's not going to be bursted down. And I think this is a game where you actually max Stroke of Fate. This is like a 4-1-0 game? I don't know. Oh, is that a Q? Oh!
Okay.
Okay. Still pretty long respawn timer here because he's level 1.
That's true, but Sweden Strong used a lot of mana to try and get that kill.
Yeah. Pretty neat that he can, curve it, go through the creep so he does more damage. A couple of cool things that you can do with that.
Be interesting to see, if I've been seeing it a little bit more as well, even before the patch. With the Eastern European qualifiers, we're seeing it in some games, so not often, but intrigued to see on if we get a bit more of the Grimstroke and the fine art. At the moment, all the other lanes though can pretty solid. Lyle should have a very good time. I definitely think one of the better Tiny plays as well at the moment. So we'll see how he's going to be able to perform. A big question mark around Malik. I still have a lot of hesitancy on this Magnus, at least the games I've seen that the hero can struggle. But sometimes he does okay, but it definitely feels like the victories don't particularly rely that much on the hero.
Yeah, what I do like about him this game is that at least in power by itself enables both of his scores greatly, right? Tiny on the highest base damages, same for Morphling, even if he's ranged. So this might be a game where even if he's not getting like those perfect RPs or if he doesn't get a good laning stage, he's still going to be able to enable everyone else. And, you know, as an offlaner, sometimes it's good enough. Like in the past, we would see Darkseer games where you don't necessarily have that great of an illusion, but if you have two melee heroes that can just get kills easier with Surge, you still pick Darkseer just because of what he can give to everyone else.
To see the emphasis they're already looking to try and put onto Squad X's game. Rotation from Respect to try and take away one of the water runes for Lal.
Oh, wow.
Got a kill up top as well. Satanic, he's going to go down 4-0. Sweet and strong. Respects the game of Cloud.
The instructions are fortified.
Yeah, this might be a game where you need an early shard of your Manta, because even if you can dispel the silences, the amount of burst damage is huge. Oh, Malik. Oh, does have a stick.
Respect though, taking a lot of damage. Rue doesn't have enough poison to be able to continue to chase, so no banishment.
Yeah, and another cool thing about Spirit with this Magnus is that you have a Shadow Demon on the dire side. He can make tons of stacks with the Shadow Poison. So one win, they have the heroes to invade the triangle and make sure that, you know, at least they can see when they're gonna farm it to try and, you know, get good fights out of it, or maybe even steal it depending on how strong the Dragon Knight is. I definitely don't want to give either Tiny or Magnus for stacks.
So do you feel like then, like, Spirit have a little bit more slower of a lineup? Because we often do see any mag lineups, they tend to play without much pace.
Yeah, I think so. The Tiny will be able to give them a little bit of space, but it does look like the Magnus is not getting a free game, so his Blink Dagger is going to be delayed. And even Tinies these days, it feels like you get upgraded boots, wand, and soul ring, which means that you don't really get those like 10-minute Blink Daggers anymore. It's usually around 13-ish, which definitely gives you one win a little bit of leeway into getting
Oil
those
onto
early
2.
items.
A decent amount of damage. Lyle's going to try and turn with a combo, but of course the phase shift there from Squad X to dodge the toss damage, and
disruption.
you're going to be able to still secure with the kill. Squad X can dive under the tower with the use of the haste, and now he might turn next as well. Another round of the orb up in a couple of seconds, and with the double supports, they can easily dive Maposhka, and now Rue is kind of stuck here. They've got a catapult wave, so it's still tanking up the tower, and yeah, they're going to look for the Shadow Demon next. An incredible start to the laning phase for the boys on 1 win.
5-0. Unfortunately, not going to be able to force that mid-tier 1 tower, but that's already a lot of damage being done, and they're going to lose the Batrider. That's just a deny, so barely even counts.
It's already an incredibly scary puck game, and now you give him a good start like that. That's where we are seeing, like, 4-minute water rune. They wanted to try and rotate to secure his game. They've got a bunch of stacks as well inside the jungle if they want to give that to the puck too. So this is looking like a very good start for 1 win.
Yeah, and speaking of stacks for Spirit, they didn't really make many of those. There's like one large camp stank in the triangle, but that's not really going to help Malik recover his game as fast as maybe he wants to. Doesn't even have treads yet. His Blink Dagger still pretty far away. No Soul Ring, no upgraded boots on Laro. Oh, this is looking bad. He's 300 gold ahead of the Grimstroke. Like, he's really poor. Satanic.
Top lane with a Morphling. Phantom's Embrace. Satanic will be able to deal with it. Had a big one, so heal came through from that. Tiny definitely is a hero that cannot play from behind. You know, it's very much snowball heavy, looking to try and blow up supports 4-0. So we have to see what they can do on Team Spirit to to bring Lyle back into the game. I know it's very early stages, 2,000 net worth lead early on, but again, Squad X is now going to have another power rune to work with in the double damage.
Especially in a game like this where you are picking the Tiny to burst the squishy supports that they have. It means that they're going to get maybe a tier 2 neutral item before the Blink Dagger. Maybe they're going to have a fluffy hat plus a cloak, and that's enough. Like, if you jump in as Tiny and you don't kill support in those mid-game fights, it feels really bad. You probably die off of it. At least he will have the Empower to farm a bit more. But then it means Spirit is going to... like, they're going to be aiming for some really late timings, which will be exploited. We already see a smoke here from one win. They will fight Satanic
Double
with
damage
Inks.
rune is going to get both of them. The Morphling at least was able to get the attribute shift. Is it going to matter, though? They could probably still take a long fight and get more kill. Oh, look at Respect and Makushi both through the portal. Here. So, yeah, they'll have to cancel the TP, but unfortunately, Low, he already TP'd in, so there is no escape. You keep the Morphling alive, but with 5 heroes on 1 win, they're going to be able to overwhelm the boys on Team Spirit. I mean, this is a 7-kill advantage.
Jesus. Well, this at least opens...
Squad X might
Malik.
kill Rue mid lane? Nice phase shift. Okay, banishes himself, but the all back up. It's not going to matter about the illusions. He'll find him trying to run away. There, this Puck is... oh, no.
Yeah, that's a hell of a standing. Pretty happy with how he's been performing so far. They lose the top tower. Mid-tier 1 is 1 catapult wave away from falling, more than likely. And Spirit, at least Malik is actually getting a lot of farm ever since the Dragon Knight left bottom. He's somehow really close to a Blink Dagger in a game where it felt like it was going to be like maybe a 14-minute one. He might finish this Blink in 2-3 minutes, so... This is going to help a lot, because Laro is super far away from his. He doesn't have upgraded boots, and he's still almost 2,000 gold behind finishing it.
Where is the damage going to come from, though, if you have this Blink?
I am not sure, because, you know, Mag is just control with the build that he has, with the levels that he has. So, indeed, where's the damage going to come from? The fights are going to be awkward for sure. I think you need to maybe bait the Tiny and have the RP so that the Tiny is in range of whoever gets RP. If it's the Magnus going in first, you're not going to really have a way to close the gap and utilize Laro's levels to get kills.
Have to see what they can do for the Team Spirit. It's 4,000 net worth lead, and 1 win still yet to farm their stacks inside the triangle. It's like 5 stacks at the hard and the Ancients. I mean, yeah, that's...
Holy moly.
Spirit have got some big stacks as well at their own Ancients, and let's see who they actually want to give it to, though. Malik's close. Lal is still a little bit away towards the Blink. I guess they'll share it.
Yeah, Malik will... If he gets 1 creep, he'll probably get it. And Laro, yeah, I mean, this is nice. Everyone gets some experience. The supports are now both level 6, which is huge. But they also have it on 1W. It's just that Respect didn't learn Lasso, which is fairly normal these days.
Not often you see a hero like the Puck this far ahead of someone like the Dragon Knight. I'm also surprised at Satanic's net worth. Honestly, the fact that he's the position he is. I mean, he only died once, but they were putting a lot of pressure onto his lane. There's the reveal of the Blink. If they're going to have the burst and the control, it looks like... No way. Squad X actually going to get out. Oh my Very God. Fire for Quiet. Drops the coil just to hold them back, but that is your Blink reveal. That was the hero that you were trying to blow up 4-0, and you didn't even have the damage for it.
I mean, that Seeds of Serenity... Strength Treads with the Witchblade armor, he is just way more farmed than he should be. In a normal game, he was dead. He was like 70 HP when he died, and they might find Respect, but that's not really the kill that you want. That's still a 6k gold lead here for Spirit. Tier 1 tower already down the mid lane, and yeah, those stacks, the farm stacks, they went all to Munkushi, so now he is about to surpass this Puck.
A Blink as well getting delivered for the Mars.
Oh wow!
For you to be able to jump in. really impressed with the... I mean, I don't know, I'm going to keep saying the praise of Squad X, but he was running at the Morphling to stop him from farming this top jungle. He's now going to take the creeps away, so limiting the economy that they're going to be able to find on Spirit. This will force multiple heroes to be around bottom, but they do not feel safe to be able to hit this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, at least they're gonna get Laro's Blink, and that comes with RP relatively close from being done. So that's really Spirit's timing. If by any chance they miss the next set of kills, or they just get support kills, this just further solidifies 1W's position in this game. They really need to make this one count, and they already spent a fair amount of smokes. I think they used 2 for that puck kill, and then the Batrider one. I mean, for the puck attempt. Obviously, Squad X did not die, and now they're gonna fight for the rune.
It's not a bad high ground ward to take this fight. Smoke's gonna pop, instantly try and protect Squad X. Sweden Strong knows his role, make sure the puck doesn't get blown up. Now a regen for him to work with.
All right. Cloud looking for a play top, maybe?
To use the arena. It's going to find a nice angle for the spear. Somehow bypass the trees, getting closer to Squad X.
Right.
His best hero, I think, is the Mars, and something that they always like to fall back on for one win.
Yeah, played a lot of those in the qualifiers. Definitely looking really sharp. As you said, the Morphling is keeping up with Munkushi. But as we can see here, clicking on Sweden Strong, he already has one of the X components. This Grimstroke is going to be a nuisance. I'll say that. You're gonna get Morphling Illusion, potentially even a tiny one as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You also have a really fun Batrider by the looks of it too. He's getting hunted. Oh my, dude, this is... Are you serious?
God.
Look at the space. So, I mean, yeah, okay. Importantly, they get the tower, but it's 15 minutes in it takes to get the tower, and no one from Radiant wants to be bottom. So you give the dangerous farm to the Batrider, let him Firefly, pull the wave, and farm like the camps by the outpost. And that's a big reason why he's so farm. Like, this is going to be... he's got Blink Dagger now. And you compare the Spirit supports, like, you don't have... Rue is nowhere near. Miposhka's nowhere near as well. So it's not just the cores on Radiant, it's also the supports that are going to have a lot of impact.
Yeah, I mean, the supports were farming. Sweden Struggle was stacking for himself, getting camps, while pretty much every single hero Spirit is forced to be together. The gold lead is surprisingly even, but it's still really high for 15 minutes as... Smoke on smoke, but Arcane Rune on Squad X, this is huge.
Spiteful Chain Frost, which might actually get a kill with Cloud jumping in, and now they all jump in. Somehow he lives.
Oh, wow. Way too close. I mean, we gotta give it to Spirit though. Their first game today looked very similar to this one, and they clutched it out. It was close to this bad, but maybe a bit better. I think the biggest problem is that that we could see how the Timber was really good that game. We could see how like some of they had DK as well. This time around, I'm not sure they have all of the advantages they had in that other game.
Well, definitely the big thing we have to look at, right, is just the repositioning. Skewer to toss something like that, Squad X. Find a nice coil onto 2. They're trying to get the lasso as well to drag back the Tiny. They're going to be able to find the opening. Spirit are trying to force the team fight with Melik here. Looking for an angle for the RP. He doesn't get it. He will now use it at the last second, but there's no one there to follow up. That is just a forced fight. They felt it necessary with how disastrous this game has gone that they needed to find a way back in. Maybe the kills from Satanic, he couldn't find it onto one of the supports, could try and turn to Sweden Strong next with the use of the puck replicate. That's going to help him get a little bit closer here to the Grimstroke. Doesn't actually jaunt to the orb. But we'll still be able to catch up to him nonetheless. So it looks like it's going to be a double kill for the Morphling. Triple, in fact.
Damn. I mean, just so patient, right? Your Magnus waste the RP and they still camped around that ward and they use that to end up finding these heroes from 1-win that were a bit out of position. They get a mid tower out of that. And those small plays really allowing Spirit to stay in the game. Satanic, as you said, had a really tough laning stage, still getting so much farm and contributing to the game. It's not like he's being AFK and just allowed his team to drown in all of the pressure.
And the panel was saying, right, that Satanic is picking the Morphling a lot into the Dragonite. So what do you feel like is the potential reasoning behind this? What does he see in this matchup?
I think more than the matchup itself, is just that Morphling alongside Dusa might be, you know, the trifecta of the best carries. I wouldn't say the matchup is favorable, but I would say that out of all the heroes you would like to have in this patch, especially when Doom is banned, Morphling is up there. Like, you have those specialists that, you know, your Parkers and Satanics that are just way too good with Morphling, and they're able to clutch games out. The hero is just solid. Very good hero. Especially when you have RP on top of it.
What was he if he can clutch this game
power.
now?
Yeah.
Right clicking incredibly hard right now, and see if he's going to be able to scale. Top lane Cloud, potentially baiting because he does have some heroes nearby. Respect. Get a glimpse of one of the supports to maybe go for the lasso.
Deep ward. Very hard to de-ward that one.
Is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Dire scan and Radiant scan. So they expected 1-win to be Roshin right now. But, you know, I don't think they need to do that. It's going to be a Radiant Roshan, 1-win. Oh,
so
yeah,
much
that's
information.
Good one.
Both sides.
Inkswell.
Baiting the creep wave. Respect's going to be able to get the jump.
Where's the save?
They'll target down low. Do they have the vision inside? It looks like they do. Rue. Be able to play around with the banishment. Actually, low jumped in. Do they really want to force this again? Malik trying to find the opening for the RP. Squadex stuck inside the river. Spirit, are they doing this again like we saw earlier today? Low, Blink is going to be cancelled. So it looks like Cloud is going to be able to escape to the northwest.
Dude, I think it was intentional that Rue didn't disrupt the lasso. I think they wanted to force that fight. Satanic always TPing afterwards. He waits for all of the... Like, he wants to see where the puck is. He wants to see the lasso being used. And once the fight is favorable, he gets in, kills the puck, which is the best target. The hardest one to kill, and Cloud will also die here. Damn, Spirit. And tier 2 towers falling here. Satanic might just get it for free.
No way. I mean, this game is...
Dude.
Where was Munkushi there in that fight?
I think he was walking towards the fight, but he definitely wasn't in the midst of it.
Radiant's top tower is under
Wow.
attack.
Roche is now a possibility. They're going through the gates, actually scouted by Rue. Maybe he... Oh, never mind. That's actually Spirit. I thought it was... I thought 1-win was going through the gates. They are maybe baiting this. They don't want to join the pit, but they want to force 1-win to scout. They do send this illusion. I guess we didn't mention, Eggs is already done here for Sweden Strong.
Counter smoke as well. Spirit clawing their way back in. Still not back just yet. 3,000 net worth lead. Roshan really could put them back in an even position, maybe even potentially ahead. You got the BKB now online here for the Magnus, giving the empower to all his allies. They will try and force it though on 1-win. They're moving into the pit, and Spirit not
It's all about the soulbind. You get a good soulbind here, you stop the Magnus RP with your silence. This fight could be over, but you also want to make sure you're using soulbind on Satanic so that you can get his illusion. So it is kind of a tough choice.
Away. I'll tip it out. What is this?
I mean, you gotta respect the arena plus Grimstroke. It is a rough team fight. You have Lasso as well. I think Spirit, they feel like as long as this Morphling gets to his next set of items, which is the Lincoln Sphere BKB, you're not afraid of taking the fights in your own terms. It's really hard fighting to the timings of 1-win right now. Munkushi will get the Aegis.
So how do you play then for Spirit if you're feeling like this is a bit of a difficult position, especially bottom that fire? Are you looking to avoid the Aegis fights as well then, or could we maybe see a world where they try and defend a particular spot on the map and maybe even their objectives?
Yeah, I think basically what you want to do is you want Satanic to be split pushing side lanes. You want to posture a tanky core under tower. Ideally, that here's going to be Laurel. And with a TP from Satanic as well as the counter initiation of the RP, that's how you take the fights. You need to wait for the arena to be used. You need to make sure Satanic is not lassoed, and then Satanic can go in to clean up. So yeah, you gotta respect Spirit, right? They were comebacking real strong into this game, but they also are humble enough not to take that bad fight and trust that they will be able to force bad fights from one when they are pushing the towers, which you kind of want to do if you have Aegis.
See if they do put themselves in a position on the map where they can actually force some of these objectives, though, because Spirit are doing a good job. Bottom gets pushed in, mid is about even, and top is where they want to be, though, on one win. The Order Dragon form used. This tower is going to be under assault, and it doesn't seem like anyone is getting set up on Spirit to mount a defense.
Yeah, that's gonna be the Kayasha Magnus, huh? Just for the faster RP. Very interesting. I've seen one. I think there was one game already. I'm not sure if it was Malik that. It was definitely not Malik because it was Group A. So, okay. I thought BKB was the way just because you don't want to really deal with the Grimstroke silence. But Malik has other
He's got
plans.
BKB already.
Oh. Dude, what's happening? It's not that early. I shouldn't be sleepy. I don't know what's going on.
Tower is under attack.
I'm very intrigued on the build. See Malik, what he's gonna look to go for afterwards. They're actually gonna force a fight on Spirit as well, so potentially strong enough. Maybe baiting around this mid wave though, but Radiant as far north as you can possibly get.
Yeah, they do have a catapult wave going top, so ideally you want to poke high ground with your dragon farm. Still 20 seconds on cooldown. If they can force this fight, Munkushi doesn't have his ulti.
It's a really scary high ground to walk up into. Lal, yeah, not the initiation. You do not want to try and dump everything on a Munkushi.
Yeah, gotta respect it. They're trying to drag them towards their vision, which is here in the river.
Respect's going to be able to find the Magnus prime person to be able to get the initiation on Rue. Can he get in range for the benchman? He can't. They dragged him to the far side of the arena. Malik, he can BKB and escape. And now with the supports on Radiant, they're in trouble. They're both gone. It's up to the cause now. 3 remaining heroes clumped together inside the river, and the Chain Frost is bouncing back, man. Far out. The damage from Aposhko is huge, and now you've also got Squad X. He's still a little bit isolated. Lal jaunt over to the north. Looks like Squad X, he's going to be okay, but it looked like a pretty decent start to the fight. You get the lasso on the mag, you drag him in the arena on the far northern side, so the banishment Rue was out of range, but they weren't able to blow up Malik, and then it put the supports in a compromised position where they died in the fight.
It all goes back to the awareness of Spirit that they knew that Dragon Farm was on cooldown. So when they get the lasso and they throw everything on the Magnus, the Dragon Knight cannot hit because he's in melee form. And that is the only reason he survives, gets the BKB off. Spirit just slowly poking at one win. Like, oh, you have the advantage, right? You know, you should fight me. And they drag them towards this dire ward, and they just get a perfect fight. Just, you could see that Laro didn't have any intention of bursting the Dragon Knight. He just wanted to make sure that one win took the bait, and maybe one win felt like they still had the advantage since they have that one Radiant ward in the river nearby. But the Dragon Knight cooldown was really their downfall. I mean, not that it was that much of a loss, but when you have Aegis, you're looking to convincingly win fights and not tie them. And that advantage is now non-existent. 1,000 Aegis is about to expire in the next 15 seconds. These items continuing to be worked on. This is a Lincoln's for the Morphling. No, that's a Kaya for Malik. So it looks like he's going Kaya Eggs. Eggs definitely good to displace that Dragon Knight, put him in bad positions, the supports as well.
How do you feel about the puck with the start that Squad X has had? How do we feel about his involvement in the game so far? Were we hoping for a little bit more?
I really feel like he played fine. Honestly, individually, One Win has been playing well. It's just that the movements of Spirit have been better.
Wow. The team is coming, but I think they're going to be a little bit too far away.
All right. They did spend a couple of spells, though. Will Spirit try to exploit that? No. They TP out. That's that tiny. There's no Aegis on the side of One Win anymore. Spirit is fine with trading farm, which I think they should. It's really the second Aegis that... I think it was maybe Milan that said that whoever gets second Aegis has like a 70% win rate. And that is...
under attack.
I don't have the exact stats, but it definitely feels that way. Second Aegis really matters way more. Spirit, though,
Might be able to get the jump RP onto Cloud. Jesus.
Yeah.
What?
They nerfed Kanda, I heard. Not as good anymore, but you have in power to make sure that the nerf doesn't really matter at all.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Got to trade some of the cores across the map. Leaders gained a little bit more here from Radiant, but we are seeing though the positioning across the map. Not really been able to get out. You've got Moonkushi in respect to a farming bottom, but Dire kind of 4 heroes holding hands around the mid lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I gotta say, for how early the Sweden Strong Eggs came, I think I expected a bit more out of it. Like,
the person's gonna be called bottom lane.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
2-2, respect. Again, Satanic just showcasing how much damage the Maul thing's able to do, and now Moonkushi. Nice location of the BKB TP out.
I don't think the camera showed this, but Shadow Demon was TPing. The
top lane? Squad X almost solo killing Lao.
Oh wow. Alright, it's gonna be okay. The Dark Portrait Illusion 4-shot Rue. He TP'd with like 10 HP out of that illusion, so maybe they just didn't have a good fight where the illusion could attack anyone, but you definitely gotta respect Dark Portrait.
Very even game. Position Spirit. Their way back. We've got the Wisdom still up here for Radiant. Looks like Moonkushi's going to grab that. Still a little bit away from the Bloodthorn. Octarine was just completed for the puck as well. But importantly, it looks like we're going to be set up for Roshan. It's going to be a spawn down bottom though. So we'll see if Spirit, what they want to look to do, if they want to try and go through the portal and get vision set up in the area.
Yeah, this is definitely one you want to be pre-set up. That's one of the reasons why Spirit maybe didn't take that fight. They were not in the pit already. But they're the ones that just kind of prevent One Win from getting Roshan. Maybe you just can wait this one out, get Roshan on the Dire side. But Spirit have been pretty ruthless. I'm expecting them to jump instantly, although there is a smoke here already from One Win.
Satanic with them, looking to try and finish the little bit of gold he needs for the BKB, but
there we go. Should be flying quick enough. He has the extra move speed of the courier.
Smoke's gonna pop loud with a jump.
Oh my!
Blow up the Batrider, who's got a buyback and really might need to use it if they want to force this Roche fight.
500 damage on the Tiny with the Kanda Echo Saber. Holy moly.
They're gonna run them down as well. Malik getting pretty close to Moonkushi.
Oh,
he's gonna
RP
the DK as well. Sweet and strong.
What?
Oh, dude, look at the damage again on Moonkushi. What is the damage output? Everyone on Dire Cloud. That's a great arena holding 3 heroes into place. Satanic will try and BKB and run through, but he's not going to be able to catch up to the Dragon Knight. They get out. It looks like Cloud, unfortunately, will not. So protects the President, arena down, but dude, this damage is not going to stop anytime soon on Spirit.
That's still a free Roche. No Dragon Form. Mars is dead with no Arena. Even though they don't get the DK, that's still good enough for Spirit to fully take control of this game. And I don't know. And it's what we talked about, the empowerment of Kanda on 2 heroes with Magnus. It doesn't, like, Malik got some decent RPs this game, but they were not, and you still see how much these heroes get enabled by the Empower. Have 500 damage on Satanic as well as Laurel.
Roshan has fallen to the dungeon.
Speaking of Lyle, is going to be able to find a solo kill into the Batrider. The rest of the team also came through the portal, and with this higher ground ward, they're going to see a couple of the one-win members.
Well, there is a gem. They will scout it out in time. The thing is, itemization-wise, you have Mars, right? So you're not going to be able to withstand the Spirit Jump because you're not going to buy... Like, there's no save or aura that can really mitigate how strong Spirit is right now. The way around this is actually jumping yourself, which is what Cloud wants to do with the device he's building. But not only there's Aegis for Spirit, he's still very far away from that. It's really damage control for one win right now. You need to split push waves, and you just gotta make sure you don't get caught. I think it's really on Squadix to try and force people back. Just make sure that the waves are always pushed whenever Spirit groups in any side of the map.
They're looking for a fight? Kushi aggressively running at Satanic.
Breaks the link into the...
How is it a cooldown? Oh, Cloud's gonna miss the spear. Squadex is at least getting a bit of a glimpse on the backline supports. Coil maybe giving an opportunity to deal with the Shadow Demon, which is a very important hero. Meanwhile, Respect is going all the way around. He's going to try and lasso with the Lich. Maposhka will live. Squadex finally is able to get him with the finishing blow and should get out as well.
Okay, well, his lasso is on cooldown for pretty much his spawn duration. They go back.
2 fights breaking out simultaneously. Malik RP only onto 1, but without Satanic nearby, there's going to be no real follow-up. Satanic's going to still try and do what he can. Squadex able to jaunt away. The control is the thing in question now. They're doing a good job to be able to avoid the morphling, making sure he can't lock onto these targets, so they will have to respect this.
That was really risky from one win. There was no Dragon Form or BKB on Munkushi. If they don't get that spear, I think they actually just run Munkushi down. But yeah, killing the Tiny makes sure that they're gonna lose a lot of the Aegis duration. Team Spirit might not be able to really properly set up for a push. Very clutch that they... and that's Squadix really going back in, even though they were out of Soulbind, out of Arena. Very fearless of him.
This is shaping up to be an incredible game, though. Back and forth in regards to the gold lead. Still feels like we could be moments away, though, of like a big team fight going the way of Spirit. It seems like their fights have looked easier. Would you agree, or is it just like you feel like Radiant are misplaying some of the fights or not getting the perfect fight?
I think they're being baited into bad fights. Especially with the advantage they had, their fights should be better. They have Lasso, they have Arena. That was a really early blink on Respect, but because Spirit was able to come back and they have a lot of pickoff, it feels like Spirit is always starting the fight with a numbers advantage, whether by having Aegis or just fighting someone. But what we didn't really talk about is Munkushi somehow is deathless this game. He is 4-0 and 5, level 25 on top of it. He is still a huge threat. We'll finish a Nullifier in no time, so you're going to have a Dispel for the Frost Shield, which has been a pain for them. And that's when, especially when the Aegis expires, that we might get to see one win being proactive again. Although Spirit is fishing for something bottom here with all this vision spread around the big jungle.
Maybe even a poke of the high ground, forcing some of the heroes back.
Is under attack.
So no creeps, they will not have to. So they might continue to stall out.
Looks like either eggs or BKB will be Respect's item. He's still choosing. He bought the Ogre Eggs, but he's keeping his options open here. Both are good. Obviously, if he gets a 4-man lasso with the Soulbind, it would be insanely impactful. But his lassos, he's been struggling, right? It feels like he jumps in, gets a lasso for 1.5 seconds, and gets exploded. So BKB could help him. It really depends on... Because they have the blink on the Grimstroke, there is a chance that they can get that 4-man lasso. It's just a question of what the plan really is. I feel like they should probably play for BKB though, because it's all about pickoffs now. You want the Vise on Mars, and you're gonna have Vise on the Grimstroke with Soulbind as well. To me, that sounds better. You know, rather than trying to out-team fight Spirit, just make sure that the squishy heroes, especially the supports, are always being picked off.
It's been fishing for a while. Respect.
Oh wow!
Got a Healing Lotus, was actually able to repair some of the bursts that Lal did, so he's okay.
Any new items here? Looks like Gem on Rue and eggs on the Magnus. And we have some Horntal's action. Oh,
Alec. Still Lal, they're gonna get an opportunity to blow up the puck. It's a great start, but Squad X again, we're really not seeing that start translate into much, and he bought out for the Scepter, so no buyback.
3,000 HP on the puck and he still dies.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, the Morphling illusion
Okay,
gets
never mind.
destroyed.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I think you need to let this fall. If you take this fight and you lose, it's GG. It's a Morphling lineup with a Tiny. You literally lose the game.
They have that read as well. They're just gonna duck into both the top and bottom side of the map.
Yeah, they have tier 2 at least, so it's not gonna be Megas.
See if they use the glyph on this as well. They will. I don't know if that's gonna stop Spirit. I need to maybe poke a little bit.
Yeah, you need to get out of the map. Like, you're just not gonna be able to do anything. They might poke tier 4s though, because that's how confident they are.
Radiant's bottom barracks are Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Alright, they will get back. Roche is approaching.
I don't know, man. I feel like I don't know if I'm expecting too much from the puck, but
I mean, it's a puck into a Tiny, right? It is not a good matchup.
Yeah.
Squadix really, I think, outdid himself in the laning stage. But at the end of the day, like, if you're playing Grimstroke with this facet, you're just banking on this Aghanim Scepter timing being very impactful. And unfortunately, the Morphling has been very good at always just killing the illusion. He stops doing what he was doing to always just run after it. If they had the Inkswell with the Shard and the other facet, you could definitely save the puck, because you have that hard dispel. It allows the puck to get all of his shit off. But with the way they decided to play, it just didn't pan out the way they wanted. And now a Vise on Satanic. If the puck wasn't afraid enough, this is a nightmare now.
the Nullify as well from Munkushi. An aggressive smoke down to bottom.
Roche will be up when they get there, if they check.
Lanes are getting pushed in though, so they should know pretty shortly from Spirit. Check the pit. Anyone?
Okay.
Respect will? Do they just commit?
You
They
gotta.
can bring
I
up
think
pretty fast
that's
with
it.
the Bloodthorn.
I think you gotta go. You know, it might turn out awful, but I don't think they have a better shot. They were not expecting Roche to be up. You just gotta make sure you take it fast. They have the Bloodthorn. Maybe Mars should leave the arena though, because the scan is already here. They should be expecting
Oh,
Spirit
it's not
to connect.
fast enough.
It's not.
It doesn't look like it's going to be fast enough. Lal, he's with the haste. He's going to be able to charge in the middle. And Roche, it's not going to go down. X is out. Meanwhile, Puck does a really good job to hold the supports away from the fight with the RP.
He gets the Aegis!
Onto multiple heroes. Satanic's going to be able to steal the Aegis as well on the outskirts of the arena, but it doesn't matter. Once the walls fall, Satanic can get the damage in. Waveform over the top. It's an ultra for the young gun. And he's not going to stop there anytime soon. He'll be able to catch up to Respect along with Sweet and Strong. Waveform back up. They'll duck into the trees. But when Satanic doesn't see them, he's going to get a good idea of their location. Oh, he didn't get... Okay, Rampage timing. Not there for him anymore. But what a fight from Spirit to contest inside the pit.
I mean, they did that beautifully. They send the Tiny by himself. He gets the vision. Obviously, one win. They already committed for this. They need to use the arena. Perfect RP with the waveform steal from Satanic. Dude, this Spirit lineup, it is looking pretty solid. Not gonna lie.
Hex? Oh my god, Satanic, dude.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Yeah,
middle tower
the tips. He deserves it. What a freaking performance from losing his tower minute 7 to...
Radiant's ancient.
There you go, GG. That has been the Satanic and Laro show.
God damn, dude. That's so impressive. I've seen before, like, his morphling. I think there was one game when... I don't remember actually, like, his first time where we saw him. I think he may have been playing as a stand-in, potentially. And I don't know if that was for Liquid, actually. I don't remember who. I think he stood in for someone, and there was one game where he played the morph and he just completely took over. I mean, it's by far looks like one of his best heroes. And Spirit looked good. Satanic looks incredible. What a performance from them to come back from again. We've got to keep in mind, they were down like 7,000 gold at a very early stage this game as well.
Yeah, just perfect fights. And, you know, Spirit was always known for being very good at coming back from these games. And it's Miposhka. Like, he is really the link from the old Spirit that is here teaching the young guns, really giving his idea of how the game's supposed to be played. And I think he doesn't get maybe enough praise. And yeah, congrats to Spirit. They're looking really sharp. I mean, I am sorry for whoever needs to face them in the next stage of the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be scary, but the reigning champions of the Summer Tour, Spirit, they will move over and now play in the playoffs as well. A very convincing day for them. Let's throw it back to the panel, hear what they have to say about our final best of one.
Thanks, Aries. Yeah, thanks, Bowie. And once again, not worried. You know, what was it, 12 kills down at 10 minutes or, you know, something like that. The Team Spirit, they were able to make another comeback 2 in a row now. And it looks like the mid-late game scenarios, they've been practicing all of the preparation. It's paying off. And Hurry, starting at this one with, like I say, the early game, we can see the 10-1 at 17 minutes in. How do you even keep your mental going and come back from this?
If you have an idea of what you need to do, if you have a calm voice that tells you what the goal of your lineup is from then on, then that's how you continue to play. But to be honest, that was a very bad position to be in, because we talked about the repositioning of the Magnus and of the Tiny. That usually happens on tier 1s, especially around that mid tier 1, and also Tiny in a sense of beating the puck in the mid lane, or worst case scenario going equal and then he loses it. So Spirit, it's not like they picked heroes to lose the early stages of the game. They picked heroes to have decent lanes as well, and then they got completely demolished. And then after that, they came back, showing that once this team gets the laning stage in order, everybody else can just give up. They're too good.
I mean, I think it's not only, they misplay in the lanes. Overall, they don't pick for the lanes. So that's why the usual game, like they pick the Shadow Demon Fire or not, like the heroes that are not the strongest in the lanes, but they are very strong in the game, and they just play for it. And we see here 14-1-4 on this morph lane, 36,000 damage almost. It was Satanic show this time. Yesterday we had a Miracle show on Morphling, I think, and this time around we had Satanic.
Yeah, and Satanic is going to be going through, so we're going to be seeing more of him, and I'm so glad that's going to be the case, because I still want to see if Spirit versus, let's say, a team like Liquid, if they lose the laning stage and they can come back like this. That's going to be a little bit tougher. One win, they still have some ways to go, maybe to understand how to capitalize on that early lead in the best possible way, but Spirit still versus some better teams, you cannot allow yourself to get smacked that much, because it looked very bad at one point.
Yeah, it didn't look great, and they were able to make that comeback. But like you say, maybe up against a more established team, it's something they need to be able to solidify that laning stage, get themselves into a good position, because you can't always rely on that comeback. You know, my heart can only take so much. I'm sure the players, you know, they need to get themselves into the right mentality there as well. But overall, they will be moving through. We'll see if it's going to be Team Liquid or Gaming Gladiators a little bit later on that they're going to be playing up against in that playoff. And again, secure themselves at least $5,000 on the board here for Team Spirit, and looking to be able to run a back-to-back wins here in the one-win series. But on the other side, one win, is this a good showing for that? Oh, they lost the game, but you know, they were able to look so in control early on, and maybe up against another team that isn't Team Spirit with this late game, you know, potential comeback. Do you think that one win, are they looking strong enough here, potentially in this decider match, to be able to go all the way into the playoffs, Milan?
Yeah, I mean, definitely today's showing make me have them like 50-50% to go to the playoffs, because they had really two strong early games, and they managed to finish it off against the OG, against the Spirits. Definitely was a little bit harder, of course, but they have what it takes to win these games. It's just a question of consistency and can they pull it through.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out a little bit later on, because they are in the decider match awaiting the winner of OG versus Parivision. And that is going to be our next match going into the best of threes. But first, we are going to take a quick break. So we'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes to see how that one's going to go. We'll see you after this break. Welcome back in, everybody, to the One Win Fall series here on Twitch and YouTube. And we're going to start it with the best of 3 nows. And this is a survival match coming up between OG and Parivision. Looking at it, we've seen Parivision looking okay today. OG a little bit shakier. But if we're looking at this matchup in general, Aries, who are you favoring coming into a full best of 3?
Probably Parivision slightly, but I feel like OG definitely. I can see them getting the victory. Again, they had a very good run in the qualifiers for Bangkok. We saw earlier today though with the loss versus 1 win. Was okay performance. 9 looked really good, but I feel like Parivision maybe just a bit step ahead them with their results in Dream League. So I probably just have to favor them because of that.
Okay. And Bowie, we've seen these teams match up before. OG Parivision in RES. It went the first game 65 minutes. Second game a little bit shorter on the 30-minute mark, but it was a 2-0 in favor of Parivision. So what are your thoughts here coming into this best of 3 matchup?
I think that Parivision should have an advantage for sure. Obviously, when they played each other in RES, Kazu just joined the team. Xnova also just joined the team. I think that they had time to mature, get a bit better. Probably a lot of screams in between. Whisper got to rank 1 at some point. But, it's definitely hard to ignore Parivision. They got top 4 in the last Dream League. They look very sharp. Sure, they lost the last game, but it's a BO1. I think those things can easily happen. But I want to believe in OG. So today, I am actually hugging them. I'll be defending them throughout the whole panel. Don't you worry, OG fans. I'm here with you guys.
Okay. Well, we'll see how this one is going to go. Like I say, we are in the best of 3 now, but this is a fight for survival. The winner will move on to play up against 1 win in that decider match. We are going to be able to take a look at the predictions to see just how we think this one is going to break down here in this best of 3. And I think Bowie, is he going to be all alone there? He is right in the middle, surrounded by the Parivision believers, and I might get a couple of DMs myself from the Parivision, from the OG fans that I know, from the OG people saying that no, we're going to win this one. We're going to be able to lock this one in. But yeah, it looks like Parivision are the favorites, at least here on the panel coming into this series, and we'll see how this one is going to break down. And like I say, the winner moves through up against 1 win. So if you're looking at this one, long day coming through. You've got a best of 3 in front of you, Aries. You've already, both teams, they've dropped that 1 game. What's the mentality, do you think? Do you think they're going to be relaxed coming into this one? It's a full best of 3. They don't have to be panicking, as we should be able to get ourselves straight into this draft.
I would hope the mentality is fine. I feel like if the mentality isn't good, then you're going to have some issues. It's just 1 game lost. These players, everyone's incredibly experienced over all the teams. So I would imagine the mentality should be pretty good as we get underway. So OG are going to open up with the Monkey King first phase. That does leave the DK for Parivision. So very interesting that they're putting high priority on the Monkey King.
Yeah,
this hero is very strong, but I think as Aries alluded to with his tone, most teams would just yoink the Dragon Knight first phase. And sometimes you get the Morphling response, you get, there's, Shadow Fiend is another one. Very interesting. I think there's a couple of good things about Monkey King, right? Eventually, when you scale, you get yourself a Scotty with eggs, which makes sure that the Dragon Knight doesn't really... you're very tanky with your armor on the Wukong's command. I think those 2 heroes can scale relatively well. But the thing is, Monkey King doesn't advance the game as well as Dragon Knight. He doesn't push towers early. He can fight early, but it's not like Dragon Knight can't. So it's, I wonder if maybe they're willing to flex this to a support. I'm not sure if support Monkey King is good anymore.
Yeah, we're not particularly seeing a whole lot of the support Monkey King, so I would probably say it's more than likely. Look, you can put it mid or you can put it carry. I think that more than likely is where the roles are going to be. Maybe this just gives you maybe it enables your draft as well. We'll see at the 18th you can potentially decide on get a really strong mid laner potentially for 9, who I know is very, very confident on the Monkey King, definitely one of his better heroes. But maybe you can use also enable DM potentially, so potentially enable Whisper, because we have seen he's struggled. I think a lot of the games I've seen from OG, he has struggled a little bit more, so I feel like maybe giving him a hero later in the draft could help enable him.
Yeah, I think that the flexing aspect is really good. We're seeing a lot of Earth Spirits, a lot of those Ember Spirits, and if you can somehow flex the Monkey King to the mid lane for 9, it can definitely make things pretty good for you. We saw a lot of Magnus, but that's not going to enable the Monkey King just yet. He did get banned for his phase. What else is left here? You probably want to avoid the spell hero, so maybe Parivision just gets an Enchantress here. It's notoriously good against just your Jingle Mastery.
I mean, all of those protective supports still in there, you know, the Tusk, the Clockwork, like say the Shadow Demon still, Dark Willow, we're seeing a little bit more as well. So there is some big choices. You know, there's a lot of choices that Parivision can choose from if you do want to go for the next couple of supports. Looking at it as well, they could potentially go back for the Doom on OG. So maybe, you know, preempting and getting a couple of these defensive supports might be where Parivision aim to in the next couple of picks.
Yeah, they have maybe too many choices. A lot of region, either the dispels or region reduction, all very good against Monkey King. As we kind of said, Monkey King support's bad, so it's not like you can just put it there in like a gyrocopter. It makes sense and it works. I feel like Monkey King's a bit harder. And okay, just some enabling for the DK, not necessarily countering the Monkey King so far.
Yep, maybe a deny pick in a way as well. Xnova, I'd say one of his better heroes is the Phoenix. We have seen they look quite good in the qualifiers when it was playing this hero against the Dragon Knight. With the percent damage, you would have probably already a big advantage in team fight, where you would then need to cover it with some control to enable the Wukongs and the Supernova. But I feel like it's definitely a bit of a deny pick in that sense as well, and they'd also be pretty happy with the Phoenix. Like, this hero is just, I'm never like too upset about seeing a Phoenix on my team.
I wonder if they can go for like some Snapfire plus Whisper hero here, because you already know that the Dragon Knight is sure it can be flexed to no one, but you're gonna have a response for the Phoenix, or maybe Marcy plus something, right? Some of those combos that we used to see, the Mars plus Snapfire or Center plus Snapfire. They get the Doom,
which is
probably Whisper's hero.
We saw someone prioritize the Doom versus the DK, right? I don't know if it was today or yesterday. The games are blending in, but we saw it didn't really matter in the end. Like, sure, the percent damage feels quite nice versus the DK, but dooming him once he uses Elder Dragon form, maybe late game minimizing the Satanic. It may not even go for Satanic, but I feel like it's not really the biggest thing. And there is the Snapfire, like you're mentioning, so you've got a good way to be able to address the Phoenix. A pretty decent lane as well, like Doom Snapfire, quite strong. I think they should have a fine time versus DK +1.
Yeah,
Very nice.
And just taking a look, it was Gaming Gladiators yesterday that picked the Doom up against the Dragon Knight. They still lost the game, you know, because the Dragon Knight got to that very scary 33-minute mark or the 30-minute mark, and he was just absolutely unstoppable. So do you think even with the Doom being picked up here by OG, does that still put OG on a clock, Bowie, up against this Dragon Knight?
Yeah, it feels like with pretty much every matchup you are. To me, this Doom feels like more of a Phoenix response as well than necessarily the Dragon Knight. Especially if the builds Doom are going nowadays, you don't see Blink until minute 30. So you're walking around with the Sanjay and Yasha drums. It's hard to get the Doom on the DK before he pops OT. And when he does, you might as well not Doom him. So yeah, it's just a solid hero. You know, scales well, can maybe build different items, although we're seeing pretty much the same thing, at least here in the one-win tournament. I think you can pick your 5 for, I'm sorry, your 4 for Parivision. I still like the Shadow Demon just for the Dispel on the Monkey King.
Is it a bit too...
Oh.
Okay, this here is slipped through, so...
Doom counter.
Yes, yeah, Doom counter. I think more than likely we're going to see it in the offlane. I don't know if DM played it at Dream League, but this hero looks very good in the offlane. So I'm excited to potentially see another game of it, which I think is where it's going to be going. I wonder what the 4 hero is now going to be for 9 class. I really would like a bit of control for them, just to help protect the Supernova in a way. I know you're mentioning the Shadow Demon, but I guess could have some more value with the Terrorblade and DK illusions, but then, and also, like you said, versus the Monkey King. But I just feel like you have 2 supports that really rely on a mid laner then to do stuff on the map.
All right, so they get the Dispel. It's not the BKB piercing one, but as I said, no control. Focusing a lot on the lanes, right? I think Terrorblade is a weak laner, and having I'm assuming there's going to be a Phoenix 4 then, because if the Monkey King's carry, he doesn't have that much aggression at Terrorblade. You just slow his attack speed. He barely gets the Jingu stacks, and it allows the Terrorblade to do just fine. It's okay. It's very lane focused, which is not necessarily how I've seen Parivision play a lot of the times. So just respecting here the lanes of OG.
Okay, go on.
I was just going to say, I'm intrigued to see what they want to go for now. Like, are you going to reveal where the Monkey King is going? Because this is probably their strongest pick besides the opener. So do you reveal the Monkey King? Or do you go for a secondary support at the moment? I'm trying to see what mid laners... I think you probably just decide on where the Monkey's going. And they will. So they're going to Ursa. So you've got... Great way to respond to the Supernova, of course. I feel like the matchup versus the DK, I mean, you don't care about how tanky he is. Also versus the Terrorblade with all the armor, but I know this TB plays very different to what it used to, so I'm a bit concerned on the lane. I feel like TB Enchantress or maybe TB Phoenix could be actually quite difficult. I think this new Terrorblade's lane is better than what we've seen from different Terrorblades.
Yeah, that's the weird part, because Ursa has the same problems that Monkey King has against both Phoenix and Ench. He doesn't like the Dispel, he doesn't like the attack speed low, so you're flexing this Monkey King to the mid lane without knowing the matchup. And yeah, you're gonna ban Viper plus... I don't think you need to ban Husker because there's Doom, but... I'm not sure if you're really gaining that much from this, so... We'll see. Overall... OG, they're gonna need this like impactful position 5, and usually, you know, it's hard to get that much impact with 23 pick.
Okay, on the side of Parivision here, do you think it's going to be, you know, Dragon Knight carries are looking for potential mid laner? Are you looking along the lines of something like the, you know, the Storm, the Puck, being able to just have some control here for Parivision to add to their lineup?
I mean, they both have their weaknesses
control.
this game though. Like, it's going to be Storm into Doom and then Park into Ursa, which I think is Ursa likes that matchup, but overall there's not like entirely that much to stop that.
Okay, just briefly as well, because I've just been sent this. Ari in his pubs has been playing the position 4 Monkey King, and he's winning most of his pubs. So potentially not even that mid lane Monkey King could be the 4.
Okay, so Ari definitely a savant. He was playing the +4 Magnus reverse RP. And at least during the RES tournament, he was doing well, but apparently in officials, they didn't get amazing results with it. Okay, so they will need to reveal the flex now, unless there's a 4 that flexes to mid that they can find. Earth Spirit, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that potential, but still, I think regardless if it's Earth Spirit or Monkey King mid, you're probably still going to have difficult matchups against the same heroes.
Yeah.
So let's see, what's the decision for them? They're gonna Crystal Maiden. Okay, so
Mid Monkey King.
Mid Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Now, what do you want for no one? I mean, we saw the Queen of Pain earlier today, which is maybe a potential versus the Monkey. There is a lot of it's not the freest game.
It is a CM Doom, right? So maybe you want something a bit tank here. I like the Earth Spirit, even if the matchup might not be amazing. I think he can survive the matchup, and then he gives you a lot of rotation, a lot of lockdown, the silence into all of these guys. I don't hate that, but they go co-op.
Okay, so heroes on the board now. Looking at the elephant in the room is always going to be the Dragon Knight pick for me. So, Aries, what are your thoughts here now the full drafts are on the board?
Well, apparently it's a position 4 Terrorblade with a offlane Phoenix.
Of course.
I literally have no idea going on, because I really thought like the Phoenix wasn't going to have value on Egg this game because of the Ursa and the Snapfire. I'm intrigued on what the build is going to be. I mean, we got a mid Phoenix yesterday. I know offlane Phoenix isn't that unconventional, but I was really excited for an offlane Terrorblade. So we'll see if 9 class is going to be able to have as much impact as what we're seeing from this hero at the moment. But I think I like OG's lineup slightly more, but I'm really not decided.
I greatly
Okay.
prefer OG's draft. No lockdown whatsoever on Parivision. You have a support Terrorblade Enchantress. If by any chance Parivision wins the lanes, like sure, they might snowball off of it. You have no one balling out of control. He played really well in the co-op the last game. But OG, they are proactive. They have this Monkey King that is way more free to rotate. You have Crystal Maiden against co-op, which is always a big problem. And the counter to Phoenix I already talked about. I really prefer OG.
Okay, well, we're going to be able to find out how it's going to go. It is the first game of a best of 3. We'll see who's going to be taking this first game with our casters, Harry Freak and Milan.
Before we saw the draft, a lot of us were favoring Parivision for this series. But Milan, now that we see the draft, panel is on the side of OG. Are you with them?
No. I see DK, I go for DK as a Doom counter in the Terrorblade is gonna get saved. It's not a hero the Crystal is really plays, but I see a DK, I favor DK, I'm a simple man unless it's against Team Spirit because they know what the fuck they're doing.
Okay, so everybody else doesn't know what the hell they're doing, but it seems that Milan is just gonna be favoring the Dragonite. Do you think this problem of them not really having all that much lockdown it was a problem for them in the first series of the day? Do you think it might be a problem for Parivision here?
Yes and no, because there's not so many elusive heroes on the side of OG. Yeah, all their heroes are kind of moving, but I think in the end of the day, they might be able to buy themselves out from this problem. You know, that's gold solves all the problems in Dota. If you're rich enough, no problems for you.
Yeah, unlike our world where money means absolutely nothing, it really doesn't solve any of your problems. We all know that all of the rich people are miserable. So why would you ever want to have money? Dota is completely different. At the moment, we are waiting for everybody to connect to the game. There is a pause, so we are gonna be staying here a bit longer. Milan, do you know what is here behind me? Do you know? Do you recognize the picture?
I think it's the betrayal of all of us. Is it?
What do you mean?
It's something from Arcane?
No, dude, what the hell? It's Crownfall. This is the Crownfall picture. This is where Skywrath Mage and Vengeful Spirit are from. What the hell? It's
good
literally
for you,
in Dota. Do you ever even enter Dota?
Good for you, man. I'm really happy for you and your Crownfall experience.
You were lucky this time.
Okay. So you didn't really experience Crownfall that much. I'm gonna assume you didn't play much of the Minesweeper. But anyways, we are here in the game right now. Late smoke from Parivision going for a kill. Is this a good level 1 kill lineup? This doesn't seem that way.
I mean, they have a lot of AoE abilities between Reflections, Spirits on the Phoenix, even the Breathe Fire. So not too bad. Both lineups kind of 50-50 on 5v5, but it might be for OG that smoke will work. Crystal his smoke will break first. No, he just needs to run the other side, man. No, he's gonna get caught. Who gets the first blood? Who do you give this first blood to?
Monkey
You have
King,
all
man.
the time in the world to choose.
Can they kill him? Imagine if the Dragonite lives. Okay, blood grenades, that
No way,
addition.
but they're coming on the rune. They're gonna see the Crystal Maiden, so at least they're gonna have 3 runes for this first blood, and 9 is getting, which is very helpful when you lane against something like Queen of Pain mid, which is a hard counter to Monkey King. So this 300 bonus starting gold just might be a difference to what happens in this lane.
Do we see 2 points in Shadow Strike with the Queen of Pain versus a Monkey, or is that spell just bad?
Quite often, I think we do, but depends on how first few ways go. I think it really does depend. Whisper takes a
Whisper.
beating.
Yep, they really
But
did.
He did
block the
succeed.
creeps.
Yeah, exactly. He did what we wanted to do. He's gonna have lane on his tower. Ari's gonna try to block the camps. Very nice start for the Doom.
Okay, we have a pause once again so we can talk about the lanes. So Doom versus the Enchantress Dragonite. Doom should usually be decent in that lane. How well is he gonna do actually?
I mean, Doom is always decent against the Ench because of the level 2 Devour that he can take and eat the Ench creep, but Ench is still annoying. She just right clicks you away. She got nerfed slightly again, but she's still gonna do the edge thing. As we see 5 players from Parivision disconnect because the Monkey King visual bug is still there for some reason in the game. Maybe it's a feature at this point.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to work. They just don't like how the game was made. Talk to me about the position for Terrorblade. So again, pulling out something weird there on a position 4. Did you expect it when you saw the Terrorblade? Because the panel was kind of leaning towards the position 3 Terrorblade.
It's more favorable in pubs right now to have a position 3 Terrorblade, but I think they having the specialist like DM that can pull out the Phoenix off lane and seeing the matchup maybe made it switch out. And the 9 class is just, it's up to him too. He's the one that he's the player that basically invented the TB4 in competitive meta. Of course, it always comes from pubs, and he's very, very comfortable playing this hero. So I think that's the reason behind it.
And what about the Phoenix versus an Ursa and a Snapfire, right? How is that gonna work?
I mean, the egg is in the problem, but the lane is still very nice for Phoenix. You know, the Ursa just has like a 40 damage. He has 60. He still struggles with the fire spirits, and as we see so far, the casual harassment is just very annoying in this lane.
Just so the viewers are aware, Milan has a screenshot of Ursa's damage, and whenever we are talking about the draft and I mention Ursa, he sends me the screenshot of the Ursa damage.
It's just pathetic. It's just freaking pathetic, like 40 damage here. But still, in some combinations, in some matchups, Ursa can be very strong. And as we see, OG thinks it's an answer to DK. You need this quote-unquote infinite damage hero like Morphling, like Ursa to deal with this DK, and I don't think in essence the idea is bad. X-Nova, they're gonna make a go on 9 class here. He goes for a body block. There should be another spell from Crystal Maiden coming out, and 9 class.
He's pretty speedy. Ursa won't be able.
Speedy.
Oh, there's another one, and he does have just enough vision cutting the tree. They're making sure no Fog of War stops them from getting the second kill, and much needed for Ursa. I mean, he's being demolished in that lane.
Yeah, still pretty costly. Probably like a few denies and a big camp open for the kill. So both sides are kind of not great, not terrible in terms of this trade. Maybe even 9 class being a little bit happy with that. I think it will set up for a further domination in this lane.
Yeah, plus Crystal Maiden doesn't have any mana left, right? Plus he's not level 3 just yet, so he's definitely going to be struggling in that regard. Bottom lane, Dragon Knight farming, Doom farming, pretty much going quite solid here. Ari did go for the Ricochet on the Snapfire. That's interesting. We usually see full bore. What is the reasoning behind this?
I think it's just a preference. In some lanes, maybe he wants to be more aggressive. I think the Ricochet might help with it, and I enjoy it. I'm a boomer. I don't like changes, so I just go with it because it's what I'm used to.
Okay.
Top lane, we're gonna see a dive Savage 6-tick, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. He's just gonna fall. Maybe they even go for X-Nova.
Yeah,
this is the
bonus.
What we talked about. Oh, 9 class, they need to be careful. They're tanking the tower. 9 class, hello, but
please attack the creep. Yeah, finally he does it. If he was any other hero, he would have died, but a Terrorblade with 1 billion armor, you're fine, and doesn't go for the reflection. X-Nova somehow lives there. I thought he was dead 100%.
The trees were his friend there, and he just jukes them out. But still, the big boy acquired, Ursa dying, abusing. The Ursa weakness, it's the laning stage. It's just a story of these traditional carries. The laning stage is too hard, especially against these pro pesky players that pick up like a Phoenix off lane and whatnot. It's just hard to live through.
Yep, and you're a Battle Fury hero, so you kind of need a good laning stage. And well, this didn't happen. Do we go maybe to the? You said you're a boomer. Do we go to the old Ursa where Battle Fury wasn't the way to go, but people are gonna go something like a Diffusal Blade?
He just way too all in. Like I feel like Diffusal is even worse because you kind of need to like win the lane and then dominate through that. So I think it's unlikely. it's just not fair, you know. Heroes like DK have a built-in Battle Fury. You have to spend like 5,000 gold on it, so you know, it's just some heroes have it easier.
It makes sense.
Speaking of DK,
well, there it is. He has his built-in Battle Fury and he's gonna be cutting trees. No, wait, that's a Quelling Blade, but doesn't matter. Whisper is still in a lot of trouble. Quite speedy though, but nice Scatter Blast as well. Whisper is still running through. He's healing somewhat, turning around. If he can get this kill before he dies would be great, but in the end he will be burned by Crystallis, who gets his spell back and takes him out.
a very important kill for this Parivision side. I think enabling this DK and like what we saw, what Spirit did with it game 1, with Satanic not dying in the lane, having a free lane, is just a recipe for success. What? Top lane?
The top lane. They are taking the tower, man. Bringing in the Centaur as well. That's the tankiest hero here with the Siege Creep wave. It's gonna be so hard to defend this.
We talked about
Crystal
this.
Maiden?
Ench is gonna do Ench things. Yeah, Crystal Maiden is gonna help with it, but this pressure is not gonna stop. But 2-2 on Rune. It will be probably 50-50, but no one wants to... Yeah, it's just 50-50 and OG gets lucky and gets the Invis Rune.
He actually doesn't want to get it on the Monkey King. Will allow the Snapfire to get it. I mean, he's not a bottle hero, so 9 doesn't really need that one.
We'll see if he can do something with this Invis Rune. On the top lane, Ducal is still around. He's gonna get frostbitten. Ursa comes, one of the better heroes against the Ench, although he doesn't have untouchable, and it's gonna be a quick kill. Ducal is just stepping a little bit too far.
Yep, you need to be careful of that. Crystal Maiden plus Ursa, that is a big kill combo. Still, even with 2 kills going the way of the Ursa, I mean, okay, this one he didn't get, but still, he is just underfarmed so
Queen of Pain
much.
deep that's a commitment. Whisper is gonna get slowed. There is a Sonic
9?
Wave.
He's standing his ground. Let's see. This is hard to chase. He can definitely deny Whisper if he wants to with the extra damage. Threatening with the Boundless Strike smacks Crystallis. And that's going to be it. Both of the mid laners rotate. Nobody dies.
Not great, not terrible for either side, but I think it favors a little bit OG with the Sonic Wave expanded as it being such a long cooldown. The top lane, they're making a slight wraparound, but this is a big commitment. Phoenix is tanky, probably has a lot of stick charge. It goes in, Ursa.
Bye-bye. It's just so hard. And look at X-Nova this time around through the trees. He's not going to be drinking. He might bring down 9 class this time around. He does transfer the attack to the creeps a little bit earlier. As Ari shows himself for a second, decides it's bad to be there. 9. Also, we'll have to wait for somebody to assist him.
Perfect synergy from the Parivision, just showing once again, even the game 1 today that we saw, the early game of them, they pick the strong heroes in the lanes, but they also execute. Perfect timing to come top, double kill plus tower. It doesn't get much better for this. And 8-minute rune, 50-50, it's gonna be bottom, but no one will get it. A huge rune to pick up. Or will he? He does in the end.
I know it's far away from where we are at now, but if Parivision goes through to play versus 1 win, it's going to be very cool to see the 2 teams that are very, very good at the laning phase go against each other in those first 10 minutes, because it feels like today 1 min and Parivision have been winning their lanes. Losing some games, but still
Ari?
winning the lanes. Diving, Cookie gonna be used. Is that a last meal? Not really. He does have friends. They're gonna be helping him survive. No one, however, with the haste, can do whatever the hell he wants. It's very hard to bring down this Queen of Pain, even without it. Boundless Strike only onto 9 class underneath the tower. He's in trouble, but the Sonic Quill will line up only onto 1. It is still good enough if you bring down 9, and they will be able to do so. DM Egg is at the ready, so dive is very much possible if he wants to go that route. He will be doing it. Whisper will try to get the Egg down. Ari coming close, and no, Whisper is not gonna have the attack speed to do so. It means the DM will now be doing a ton of damage to Whisper as well. Flying around, not wanting to get doomed, and Whisper is just gonna be burning down. The devil himself cannot handle the heat. Parivision outplaying OG left and right.
Who, as Twitch chat would say, get wrecked, sons. I mean, Parivision putting on a show, putting on a clinic. They're just using spells to perfection. Focusing Monkey first, then putting this Egg to tank the tier 2 tower, living on 1 hit. I don't know. They did everything they needed to make it perfect, and I don't know, they're just putting a clinical show in this game 1 and this early game of this elimination series.
Ursa has no components of the Battle Fury.
He has all of them in quick buy.
Yeah, that's true. And he does have one of them, the Quelling Blade. That's also a great one. Very good position to be in with the Enchantress, looking to overtake all 3 of your cores in the nearest future if this continues.
At least the 50-50 room favors the Monkey King. Most importantly, Queen of Pain doesn't get it, but Ducalis doing the Ench things, one of the better Enches out in the scene, getting the offlane tower, now getting the mid tower, and OG is gonna try to say the offense is best defense, gonna try to make a move of their own, try to use this Doom, maybe on this Dragon Knight.
Well, let's see, Crystallis, is he gonna get caught? Monkey King in the vicinity, goes onto the trees, they see him quite nicely. X-Nova coming over, he doesn't have his ulti. Doom is pretty speedy, getting close. Crystallis in a lot of trouble with the Boundless Strike, they might not even need the Doom. Greedy to not use it, but with nobody really rotating, Parivision don't care, but they're gonna be trying to get a carry kill of their own. Ursa has the Enrage, has the TP out, and that is enough to survive.
They actually used Glyph for tier 1 mid, and instantly signed to go dive top. 9 place in trouble.
Oh, nice Doom during the dive. That might mean that the Phoenix might get taken out and he will be able to stun him. Still, he's surviving. He's pretty tanky on the Phoenix, getting himself away. The Boundless Strike as well. He will have the egg fairly soon, even if the Monkey King gets close. Can he kill this egg on his own? It is gonna be very close, but he does have the attack speed there, even through the 6 attacks. 9 has his ulti as well, standing his ground. Let's see if Doomgok's man will help him fight no one, and for the time being, he is strong enough, but Shadow Strike on him, not allowing him to get into the trees, and that means that the Monkey King will die, even with his ulti being active. Queen of Pain not having any mana, the right clicks will be more than enough to get that kill.
It looks for a moment good for OG that is the fight that's gonna help them turn around this game, but in the end, still a pretty big victory for Parivision, killing this monkey. I would say the most important hero in this OG potential comeback.
That was very close to the Monkey King being taken down from the trees. He jumped on a tree, and the Doom was expiring in half a second. And I think DM was just spamming the R button if he takes him down from the tree. And then even the Phoenix lives. It would have been full disaster. But still, this way, it's still a disaster, but not that much.
They're gonna still keep on pressuring this top tower. As I talked about, using the Glyph for your tier 1 tower on the mid, it doesn't get refreshed, and Parivision experienced team, I mean players experienced as them, will abuse these mistakes. One looking to jump X-Nova.
Has a date on as well. That is a very dead Crystal Maiden.
Very satisfying. There's not many as satisfying things in Dota as purging someone down with the Dagon.
Dire's top tower.
I don't understand, man. Usually support players are very sensitive to another support being taken out, but Milan here seems to be enjoying.
I'm a Dota 1 player, bro. I used to build Blink, Dagon, and every single hero. That was just life.
Did they call it Red Rose with in your local PC game clubs as well? Because that was kind of the
no, they called it the good life. You just buy Blink and you buy the Dagon and you own the noobs.
That's how it goes. And Parivision, they seem to be doing just that, because this game feels easy for them. 14 minutes in, they're 8k gold ahead, all 3 of their cores topping the network chart. Enchantress still very close to their cores. Phoenix coming over, X-Nova once again, is he just gonna be ticking out? This is very sad for him, dies before getting a TP back to the base. It felt like it was a longer TP, but in a fountain it's always 3 seconds. It's just that the time slowed down while we watch him die.
It's a poor Crystal Maiden, you know, and even Ench, Ducalis threatening to go for this room, forcing out rotations. Parivision at this point playing with OG. This was a similar story against the Spirit, but is OG good enough at comebacking like Spirit? It's gonna be a hard task, man.
It's not impossible, I guess. Once the Ursa gets his 20-minute Battle Fury, he's finally gonna start farming, but they are losing ground. That is the problem. Even when you get that Battle Fury, your farm is not gonna be as fast as you would like. So what's gonna be the timing? Are we expecting like 16 minutes for Savage?
I don't know about the Savage, but they're gonna have to do something before, because we all know what happens if DK hits his timing, and that means the game ends. So better to think about what to do soon with this Doom, maybe a BKB on him, plus a Monkey King item, and a fight around some objective. I don't know, man. It seems like a very hard situation for me.
Yep, it is a catastrophic situation. Nine is going for an Orchid, it seems, on the Monkey King, so he will be able to kill the Queen of... No, he won't. Queen of Pain is 600 gold away from a Yule Scepter. That's a problem, but this could be a good play.
Yeah, this is risky, but a very good move if it works. And it seems like, you know, sometimes even the best drop the ball. I'm sure if Pari knew this was happening, they would contest. But sometimes when you're owning the game so much and you play against a hero that's not played so much, like Ursa, you just forget he can take rush with another dude. And that's what's gonna happen. They're gonna be like, okay, we forget, guys, doesn't matter.
Maybe they're just trying to be like, can we win versus OG if we don't take a Roche and don't contest the Roche? Just let them have every single one. Whisper, gonna be found. There's the reflection. Phoenix diving in. This time around, not gonna get doomed while that's happening. They're keeping their distance, and in the end, that is gonna be very nice spell usage to bring down another hero and pressure the mid tier 2.
Yeah, DM showcasing the strength of this Phoenix, like 16 minutes threads, double bracer Shivas, so much damage. And the strength heroes like Doom, they just look like the mirror paper Crystal is. There's gonna be a cookie. They're forcing something, but he's so tanky. He's like,
Yeah, Ursa is also but in a different way, because he is being destroyed here. There is an egg available if you need a TP out, gonna be used by the Ursa, not gonna be allowed. There's a Yule Scepter, instant tip, of course, 23 Savage. He's gonna have a little bit more money in his pocket in terms of tips, but a little bit less when it comes to Dota gold, so it is gonna be no one that gets the kill in the end there with the Scream.
Unfortunately, on his Battle Fury Aegis timing, he's just gonna sit in Fontaine and watch the game being played out. I mean, getting caught like that, it's similar thing, like you have Aegis, you feel like you're somewhat strong, something, maybe you can farm more aggressive, but no, like that, you're 10k behind. This Aegis doesn't mean anything. You're just taking that away from your enemy. Just go back and farm safely, because this Queen of Pain, guess what? She already has the Yules. With the Dega mid 70, she's out of this world farm, and Yules is the best item against Ursa. It's literally impossible to play against it this early in the game.
Yeah, I really like the Yules here, and that's why I'm not a super big fan of the Orchid on the Monkey King, because you know, you have a Nurse on your side. You know that the Yules is going to be something that multiple heroes on the side of Parivision are going to want to get, and then you get an Orchid. So now you won't be able to kill the Queen of Pain, you won't be able to kill the Phoenix, and she's also a hard kill for the Monkey King. I mean, who do you kill? Terribly? Nobody really cares.
No, give this man a break.
They will. They're going to give him a break.
I mean, they're just gonna go and hit this tier 3 tower, even without the DK. Parivision just doing whatever the hell they want, and OG is just like trying to figure out if there's a way to react.
Well, they're gonna bring in the Crystal Maiden. That is the way to react, and maybe not the best one, because X-Nova is gonna be in a lot of trouble. Phoenix getting in, he doesn't egg aggressively, and there's the Sunder. The save allows him to blink away. They will be getting the Doom onto the Phoenix, definitely not enough to kill him. Now the Boundless Strike onto the ground doesn't hit anybody at all. They're trying to do more than what their spells are capable of, because that is what OG needs to play this game right now. But it does look like a disaster, and very much a game that you cannot come back into.
OG is just crumbling. I don't know what the hell is happening. They're just bringing heroes one by one. As you say, Crystal Maiden, Solo coming, he just got jumped by Quap. Even without the egg, he didn't have mana. They use a Doom on Phoenix, but to no avail. It's just a disaster.
Yep, that would be a good way to put it. They don't get the melee Raxes, but tier 3 down. Range Raxes down. 14k gold lead, the game out of its hands. What is Dota Plus say? 5% OG? I'd say that's pretty fair, but in competitive gameplay, 19 minutes in, 5% is basically zero.
I would say that's pretty hopeful at this point, you know. you know, if the heroes were reversed, then you could say maybe, you know, there's gonna be some DK timing, but losing this much and still playing as DK, it's hella scary. And mid lane 9 is just, he's just gonna get a break. All the OG heroes, maybe he lives.
Fire Spirit, he does dodge
Should
it.
be fine.
Okay, that branch is not gonna be used for firewood, not this winter at least. So he gets himself away just in time.
Ursa trying to take this Tormentor. One of the strong points of this hero is that he basically can solo the Tormentor, but if he tries to go, it's just only gonna get worse.
You're gonna know.
Oh no, he's going for it. He's taking a risk. What?
Oh my god, it's one of those situations where you maybe just call GG or try to kill the Tormentor, die, and then they'll call GG. I think it was Sumail that did it in one of the games. They were losing super hard. Queen of Pain going aggressively, Whisper with the TP out. He's gonna be successful. X-Nova, of course, not gonna be as lucky.
That was a good freezing field. That was a good measure, and just farming some damage onto heroes. But I think in this situation as OG, yeah, of course you think of the angles, what you can do, the BKB on Doom, now you smoke S2, you try to go get a pickup.
Maybe they can catch the Phoenix. He is isolated.
They don't see him yet. They might bump into him.
That was a good idea from OG to try to find them, since they know that not everybody was on the top lane, just one or two heroes. But unfortunately, they just guessed wrong.
You just have to try something. Like the further behind you are, the desperate you get, and the wildest takes you have to make. Like, you know, just try something, and they gotta go back to base because they don't have TPs ready. And Parivision, are they gonna take it slowly, wait for next rush, or they're just gonna go? Phoenix jumps in.
Oh, look at X-Nova, how he's dying. That impetus misses on the high ground, but the Sonic Wave, that one does not miss. The two supports just die to it. No one is beyond godlike. And once again, he's unstoppable on his Queen of Pain. He did lose the previous game when he owned with this hero, but I think that a lot of teams are going to be thinking about banning this versus him. He plays it a lot in pubs. He definitely crushes with it in competitive gameplay, and Whisper just had to pop a BKB to survive in the middle of his base.
At least have a better matchup against it. He just feels like he gets it in a free matchup in the mid and a free game, and he's just dominating this game. BKB popped the Monkey game defensively, only both BKBs 9 seconds, not getting anything on the side of OG. Oh, what else you can do without it? Savage is gonna come back. He's gonna try. You cannot blame them for trying, but just the angles here, they're just very slim.
Yeah, you can't really find a good one to engage. Only the Dragonite is showing up. Even without the Aegis, this hero looks very hard to kill. And even if you do kill him, it is gonna come at a cost. Now there's a Lincoln Sphere on the Queen of Pain. Even those little chances, big spells of OG that you're relying on, you can now deal against them with the extra items of the 19k gold lead already.
And bringing all the OG heroes to the base, forcing everything. What they gonna do? They just gotta chill out, go to their triangle, kill that Tormentor of their own, pick up that Wisdom, you know, maybe wait for the next rush. The Parivision, I mean, they're doing just what their position allows. They can do whatever the hell they want. And now I would say they're even torturing the OG with this.
Yeah, this does look like a torture for OG, probably for a lot of their fans. They did do well in the recent qualifier. They beat Tundra, they beat Gaming Gladiators, but they still did not qualify. And here, in the one-win fall series, it seems like it's another downfall for the team. But it's only game one. This is a best of 3. Even if they lose, which very likely to do, they've still got a shot.
Maybe that game 1 against OneWin was a little bit demoralizing, but I think I definitely agree with you. This is just the start of the series. Even though if they lose this, it says a lot that they're still trying hard to come back into this game. Almost that it doesn't seem possible at all. Like they just need to keep their head up.
Yep, and they are not gonna be bowing down to anyone. And Ari, poor staffing away. He's really not as fast as no one. A couple of more hits, Shadow Strike damage, finishes him off. It just looks very, very easy for them to continue getting these kills.
Yeah, I mean, no one. This is sort of a masterclass on Queen of Pain. 11-0-7. He's just playing without mistakes. And top lane, did they spot the monkey and they're pinging him out, or he's pinging them out? Ooh, they find him. He has a BKB.
But doesn't have a TP, has a shard, gets away for the time being. The damage continues to slow him down. There's the Shadow Strike. He's gonna be using his silence onto the Lincolns. The Queen of Pain, she's gonna be doing the silencing, but will not be silenced herself. Beyond Godlike, Roche open, and Parivision this time around, they're not gonna allow OG to sneak it.
Almost feels unfair, you know. The Queen of Pain is so huge, has the Lincoln against this Orc, and it just feels like the monkey has zero chances there. They're gonna take the rush, and I don't think they're gonna be looking back to their side of the map from this point. I think they're just gonna beeline to end this game.
Yep, they are gonna be doing exactly that. Once the sense, is OG thinking of going through the twin gates? Please don't do it. Just stay away. But they might not be going through it, but Parivision will.
Parivision's coming. This could be a potential chance for OG. They have a ward, they have everything.
No, they're not gonna do it. They understand that there's no reason to risk it. Probably they would have won a fight anyways, but it can be dangerous.
I like the discipline for Parivision. Usually, you know, this is like, when you think about going through these gates after Roche and not seeing anyone on the map, you're like, yeah, let's go, guys, let's go together. And then usually it ends up being a throw, so they just reconsider. They're like, let's take it normally, guys. And Crystal is gonna come up, BKB, Age is ready, level 18. This DK, he's looking to end it.
We're hearing some Sonic waves in the backlines. There used to be a carry there. He's no longer available. 23 Savage taken down. That's another hero without a buyback. And Whisper has to pop a BKB. GG finally called OG. I mean, they have been aware that you cannot win this game for quite some time, but they gave it their best.
Yeah, for the morale reasons, they just kept trying, and we see Parivision absolutely dominating this game one, and they're putting on a real show. And the man in the middle, the no one Quap, really standing out in this one.
Yeah, I think he is the the biggest comeback of them all. Have you ever seen a player past his prime and then suddenly he comes back and he's just as good? I feel like he's the first one that I've seen.
I cannot think of on top of my head, but he definitely was away for a while. Let's put it like that. And now he's back to what we used to see from him in this golden VP days, I would say.
This was it looked like such an easy game for Parivision. The panel was kind of leaning towards the OG draft. I mean, when you look at this game, Milan, do you think they can come back in the second game on the side of OG?
I thought you were saying about panel's predictions. I don't think there's a comeback for them. But
yeah,
OG
obviously.
definitely depends on the mental strength, depends on the coaching, depends on what can they actually do to reset from this game, just do the Ted Lasso team. That's a TV show that when his team has a bad game, he's like, okay, do the golden fish trick. This game never played out.
Yeah,
Coach should only remember to ban DK and move on for another one.
Okay. OG didn't really put up a fight, but maybe there's some little intricacies that our panel noticed, so they're gonna be breaking it down now.
Yeah, thank you, Harry and Milan. And my camera, is it working? I've got the back soon. Has it frozen? Okay, 1 second. Well, as long as you can still hear me, that's the main thing. And Milan was saying about the Ted Lasso, and the saying is believe, that's the big one. But there was another one there as well in Ted Lasso, and it's a very English saying. It's the hope that kills you. And that is something that OG, hoping for the comeback in the next game, hoping to take it to the third game, go all the way. But Aries, from what you've seen so far, do you believe that OG, can they bring it back at all?
That doesn't give me a whole lot of confidence, unfortunately, but I'm still just trying to I'm hoping from what we saw from them in the qualifiers, in the Bangkok qualifiers, that they can pull some similar games out of the hat as well. But yes, this game definitely doesn't give me much confidence.
Yeah.
How are you feeling here about OG's chances of bringing it back to a 1-1?
So it's weird, right? Because when I just look at the heroes,
That's great. I'm having camera troubles. Bowie's muted, so he's having mic issues.
well, yeah. When I looked at the OG, I actually saw a lot of promise if the lanes were okay. But I think you guys remember that I said during the draft, they're picking this Ursa that still gets trashed by the Phoenix, that still struggles against the Phoenix. Both Monkey King and Ursa, in fact, struggle. And because they got stomped in the lanes, this game was really hard for them to ever do anything about it. And Parivision, they just focus a lot on the lanes. Going to game 2, I think OG needs to think maybe less about reacting to picks and more about just having strong lanes. Honestly, Dragon Knight didn't matter at all this game. Like, they could have Crystal Maiden carry, as Rob said, and I think they could have still won this one. But I do believe OG can take game 2. I think this is just one example of lanes going so poorly with a draft that's pretty bad to play from behind.
Well, we'll see if they are going to be able to. And yeah, you take a look at OG there. I mean, Parivision, it was a 26-minute, 54-second game, so on for a kill a minute on Parivision. And OG, they really couldn't get that momentum going back to their favor. So we'll see if they are going to be able to in the second game. Looking at the Doom, really didn't work out for them. We talked about it, the Terrorblade, even though 9 class 0-2-13.
Xnova has more damage than everyone in his team, and Crystallis. Just wanted to point that out.
I mean, easy game for Crystallis. He didn't even he was playing PvE though, right? Because the rest of his team were doing such a good job. You look at No on 13-0-7 coming through on the Queen of Pain, and this time it is enough to secure that game out. And hey, look at that, I am back. But it's, yeah, Parivision in this one just looked incredibly comfortable. So Ares moving through into the second game, it gives them confidence. Are you expecting to be able to see, because again, I think this has been the story of the event. This Dragon Knight getting through once again, the Queen of Pain getting through. Do you see OG giving Parivision either of those in the next draft?
Again, I like Bo said, I don't believe that the DK was the reason why they won this game. I think there were a lot of other... The off lane went incredibly well for them. I also am not... I would like them not to first phase a Monkey King. I think especially just overall, I know we're saying that DK wasn't like a prime reason. I mean, he was stable. You weren't feeding the lane, so there is something, and he was probably going to be able to secure late game, so there is that about the hero. But you give up DK and you pick Monkey. Like, that is your answer. And I mean, again, take everything with a grain of salt. I like the OG draft. I thought they were going to be able to win, but the lanes, I was not expecting it to go like that. And maybe overall they were wanting to flex it to for Ari. But I don't want you to trade DK for Monkey. I'd rather something else.
Yeah, not only that, but flexing the Monkey to pick Ursa, which is literally just kind of a brand new deal of Monkey King that's gonna have the same problems. Like, why would you even flex that to still struggle the same? So hopefully, they're gonna change a couple of things. I don't think that they necessarily played bad. They just had relatively weak lanes, and Parivision is a great team, so OG, they need to play 100%, and maybe a couple of details there ended up going missing for them.
Okay, was there anything you would have preferred to see in that carry position coming through for them, instead of that Ursa? Because, like you say, that the Ursa just kind of doubling up on the Monkey King. So, is there anything else you would have rather have seen?
I think anything range, right? You already have the Snapfire to deal with the egg, so the Ursa, I don't think the Ursa was necessary. You could go Shadow Fiend. I believe Dusa was also open. They're definitely, like, this patch is a patch with a fair amount of pretty good carries, and I was surprised that, I think it's maybe a classic of 23 Savage. Maybe they tried to focus too much on comfort, but it got totally exploited by Parivision.
Yeah. Well, it is going to be 1-0 down for them. We'll see if they're going to be able to come back in the second game of the series. Looking through the rest of them, again, Ari, not getting any kills on the board there. Whisper really struggling, it looks like there as well. 5 deaths for him. 7 deaths for Xnova, but that was kind of, you know, he was trying to get in positions where he could scout out, get information for his team, and Parivision just played this one incredibly well from the laning stage. In fact, kill-wise, I think they went 10, 12 up, something like that, before there was even a kill registered for OG. They lost the laning stage really hard as well. Is that something, Aries, you think then OG in this next game needs to focus on, is just shoring up these laning, you know, the lanes, the lane stage, and just try and make sure you go from there to give yourself a good base to go into the mid game?
Yeah, definitely. That's where I would like to see them focus on the lanes, and then try and go from there. Just if you don't win in the lanes, then it's very difficult to be able to play Dota and get to a position where maybe your lineup is going to be able to work. And of course, we saw earlier today as well, right, where Parivision versus Team Spirit, they had a very good start in that game as well, and Team Spirit were able to somehow claw their way back and get the victory. So, you know, Parivision, I'm not sure if this is just them. I didn't get to see a lot of their Dream League games. I don't know over there if they were having a lot of success in the lanes, but so far this is at least 2 games today where they've given themselves an early lead, and I would like to see OG try and do their best to prevent that and also fight back in the lanes in the early game.
Yeah, speaking of lanes, I think that even though we kind of agree that was not the reason they lost that game, I still feel like he's so tanky that this combo of the Doom Snapfire, which should be kind of deadly for a lot of the carries, is not for the Dragon Knight. And I will still take it away, or at least not respond the Dragon Knight with Doom, because as we kind of already established, Doom is not a counter for DK, and you're also not killing him in lane. You're not building Blink to kill the Quap. I feel like as it stands, Doom's still a good hero, but maybe picking it too early can be a debate.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll see what they're going to be able to do in this next game. Maybe this is potentially, I know everyone's been talking about it, around series like this with the Dragon Knight, but potentially being able to bring in the Drow Ranger as well. Like you were saying, Bowie, they did like that range, so maybe that's something they're going to try, or could potentially try in that next game, whether it's something that 23's been playing. And overall, just seeing how they're going to be able to go through into this next one, because it is like I say, it's a best of 3, so you're not quite out just yet. The winner of this will move through to play up against one win in the decider match. So if you're overall looking at this one, Parivision with that momentum going in, how do OG then kind of try and break that down? You know, because you have, like Aries was saying, great laning stage both games so far. Parivision looking incredibly good in that first game there as well up against OG. So OG, what's the rough game plan, do you think, here, Bowie, that they need to approach this next game with?
Yeah, I mean, you got to start with strong lanes, right? Obviously, comfort is something that I think they try to hold on too much in game number 1. You know, there's no formula or secret. I feel like just don't give away the Dragon Knight, or if you're gonna give it away, you need a proper response, which they definitely did not have. And make sure that, I think they were a bit too reactive with some of the picks, right? You see the Phoenix, you pick Snapfire, you see the Dragon Knight, you pick Doom, whereas it felt like for Parivision, they're just getting strong lanes. They got the Enchantress, good counter to the Monkey King. They got what was the other support? They got the Terrorblade. We didn't thought it was a support at the time. We thought it was Phoenix, but still very good against both Monkey King and Ursa. Yeah, they just got to draft a bit better, you know. I just gotta say it. I think the lanes were a bit all over the place.
Okay, yeah, and yeah, maybe draft them for themselves instead of drafting, like you said, to counter out what's on the other side. Go back for those comfort picks, so we might see. Actually, what have they been playing? Let's just take a look in the pubs for 23 Savage as well, just to see if he's had anything out of the bag. No, so the Alchemist, the Dragon Knight, Morphlin, Gyrocopter, Medusa, they do seem to be his big picks. A couple of Bloodseekers there and a couple of Nature's Prophets as well. But apart from that, very standard picks, it looks like, for 23 Savage, at least in his pubs. So we'll see if they're going to be able to pull something. And again, I'm a little bit surprised, actually, we've not seen the Nature's Prophet today, because Ares didn't really get a big change in the letter patch that we've just had.
Yeah, no, it didn't. I think it might be a little bit team dependent, though, kind of at least what I'm seeing, there maybe some other teams, but Liquid is still mainly the only team that is feeling pretty confident to run the Nature's Prophet, so it definitely fits their style, and so I think it is just a bit more team dependent and play dependent, but I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen other teams try and pick it up and at least attempt to play it.
Yeah.
And
I think, we're talking about comfort for OG. It feels like there's a couple of teams in this chart where they're completely okay with picking an obvious hero first phase that is not flexible, but it's just like comfort for someone. Earth Spirit, we saw a lot of him his first phase when it's not banned.
Yeah.
And when a player can just accept the fact that he might be countered, but he's so good or so confident with that hero that he still pans out, I think sometimes that's better than trying to overflex something like the Monkey King. Because, sure, Ari is his pubs and is doing well. Sure, we have, carry Monkey King in mid. But that also kind of puts you in this position where you're trying to flex so much that you end up with a worse draft. So maybe they can try and do that, right? Maybe Whisper is the one. I think Whisper actually did pretty well in that game. Maybe you just pick an obvious here, you just give him Mars, you just give him something, and you make sure that both 23 Savage and 9 have better games.
Okay, well, talking about comfort, if you want to get comfortable here in the 1-win series and the 1-win universe, don't forget to use that QR code that's just appeared right underneath Bowie, and you can get yourself other side Bowie. Yeah, flip yourself around. But yeah, you get yourself involved with all the results, all the action going on, all the events coming up for 1-win here. Not only this event, but the events coming up in the future. Sure, I'm sure. I mean, like Harry was saying yesterday, we've had the spring, we've had the summer, this is the fall, we've got that winter to come, I'm pretty sure, here for 1-win, and then more esports overall as well. So hit the QR code with your phone, get those social medias, follow along on the Twitch page, on the YouTube page there as well, to make sure you're always involved with the action coming up here from 1-win. And we're going to get involved once again with the action. OG versus Parivision coming through. And yeah, talking about comforts, I mean, yesterday we saw it with Nigma. They were comfortable first picking that sniper, just going in for those comfort picks. So we'll see as we get ourselves into this next draft if there's going to be any comfort picks coming up, and if we let through that Queen of Pain, because no one, he feels really comfortable on that. So bans already. Naga, Chen, Magnus, and Nyx all being taken away. We'll see what else OG want to be taken away here. And Bowie, anything else besides the Dragon Knight as well as that Queen of Pain that OG should be looking to ban out?
I think Dragon Knight. I don't think you should ban the Quap. 9. No one has played very well with it, but we saw him even when he had like one of the best Quap performances I've seen. But OG, not only they don't ban the Quap, they don't ban the DK. Parivision has first phase. You could ban Timber, pick DK, and I think Parivision would be very happy, because I think that is like the one actually strong response to Dragon Knight.
Is it? Because I've seen a couple, it was more mid lane, the Timsaw Dragon Knight matchups, but Dragon Knight's been winning that matchup more often than not. Like, I genuinely struggle to come up with a bad matchup for the Dragon Knight in the lane at the minute.
No, I'm not talking about the lane, I'm talking about the game. I feel like...
just overall?
Yeah, like if Timber is not good against Dragon Knight, then we need to uninstall the game, we need to wait for the next patch, because I don't know what's happening with this hero not being nerfed. This hero is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah.
Oh, they ban it.
They ban it. Okay. So no DK game. We get an Alchemist
still Timber.
instead. So yes, can still Timber. I was very much expecting a DK from them, so kind of surprised that they get the next best carry at the moment. Something that we saw them run earlier today, right, in the series versus Team Spirit, where they did lose in the end. But that was a first phase Alchemist. Into they Gyrocopter in the second phase for Parivision. There is that Timber though, like you were mentioning. So definitely one of Whisper's better heroes.
Yeah, I think you ban Morphling here for Parivision. That is another response we see a lot against Alk. Just scales better. Actually likes to become the Alchemist in the fights, and it's a 23 Savage classic.
Yeah, we'll see if that one's going to be taken away here from Parivision. And what else they don't want to be playing up against with these next couple of bans.
Maybe Doom,
the Magnus.
If they're willing to flex Timber mid, I think both look good.
Is that something that Nine's been playing? Let me just check his... check the pro tracker.
it's not playing it, but I think like it's not something you want to play in pubs that much. Like it's very matchup based, so I still feel like he could play it if needed.
The Timber is that what we're speaking about?
Yeah. If they flex Timber mid,
if your mid laner can't play Timber, you've got a bit of an issue, especially with he was been playing mid for quite a while. So I think you'd be pretty safe to expect that a lot of the mid laners are going to be able to play Timber. I think it fits kind of his style as well in a way. So you have the potential to. I don't think we're going to see it though. I think you'd still be happy to play it in the off. Wondering where the supports are going to go again. Like they're going to ban the gyro. This is something I brought up. I thought Parivision, they played it earlier today with the Alchemist, something we've seen from 9 class. So your gyro is gone, your Nyx is gone. What have we got?
Yeah, just to briefly, just while I remember as well. So I know, Aries, you were talking about in the actual match, if you do disassemble the drums, reassemble them as a gyrocopter, you refresh onto 8 charges. So it's not, you don't rebuy the recipe or anything like that. It's just purely disassemble, reassemble. You get all 8 charges back.
Oh, that sounds totally fair.
That sounds like a
Busted.
bug. That sounds like a bug or something. That should not be right.
So it's the same with Urn and Spirit Vessel. If you disassemble them, you lose any charges you've got. So it just resets the item to its the first purchase state, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah, I mean, that makes more sense than getting back charges, but sure. All right, so they ban Enigma here on OG. You can like AA. We saw a couple of ancient apparitions in the tournament already, but honestly, if I'm OG, maybe just stick to something more stable.
Yeah, the thing with AA, right, is just the lane is probably the big issue. I mean, I also, maybe it's because I covered PogChamp and they had a lot of success with the Ancient Apparition in their response to like the Alchemist and the Dragon Knight, but we're mentioning a lot we want OG to put heavy emphasis off the back of lane. So you get a pretty solid support in the toss. Not only you're decent in the lanes with what you're able to do as the game goes on. Tag team potentially opens up Roshan if you go down the tag team route. But also, of course, the save is very, very nice. There's going to be a super early Morphling from them as well. So I'm not entirely sure where the lanes are. I guess this is a 3 or 4 Alchemist.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it could be 2. I think no one played it in the past as well. So, I mean, you got to give it to Parivision. They didn't ban it. I was very skeptical about it, but they had a plan all along. And all right.
Could even be the mid, not the mid, excuse me, the off-lane Morphling. Very rare, but there are certain players that do play it. They like to just run that one and keep you on your toes. So we'll see if that's something they consider here. But yeah, they're going to be able to flex both of these heroes, Pugna going to be the support that does come out. But overall, Parivision going for potentially with that Dragon Knight ban, the 2 strongest carries in the game and being able to choose whether you want to lane them.
Damn, that's
definitely
rough.
I mean, I don't want it, but again, the Ancient Apparition has got so much value. But I think the thing against the Pugner is... Yeah, go.
The AAs we've seen, they had Alk, right? So you could probably have a strong lane if you had Alk on your team with AA. But... Okay. That's Nine's hero, I'm assuming then?
Yeah, probably. Gives you
Whisper did play it in the off lane in the Western European qualifiers.
They had to.
Yeah.
There was I wouldn't like put too much onto that. You got like Huskar last picked, I think. So potential vessel builder on the Earth Spirit, but we're not really getting that as much on the mid laner. Still is someone very active. There is potential though for no one to be able to abuse this, considering he already sees his matchup, which is the thing, but you probably had to reveal it anyway, considering with the draft order from OG. At least it's a hero to be able to get on top of the Pugna, which is definitely something that they didn't have. Like Nyx Assassin and Batright are probably some of the better supports for that. But now you have the Earth Spirit to be able to find you, and probably one of Ari's best heroes, or at least top 3, is the Hoodwink as well, and something that has really worked for them in the past.
Yeah, so they're probably gonna go for a +1 that is range Tusk. There's still a fair amount left. I guess Shadow Fiend is the big one, but for Parivision here, you can pick your mid here and still keep this flex going.
I would like the mid because it's going to be an Earth Spirit mid. Like you're not doing anything from OG, so you know exactly where it's going. It just depends on like again what style you need. I don't know where the Alchemist is going. I guess if it's an offlane, like maybe it could be a Blink Elk to initiate. So we could look at a Viper if you want to break versus Timber plus the lane versus the Earth Spirit. But there's
I
no
don't
one
hate
want that.
just a quap. Again, you can kill the Hoodwink. You have pure damage for Timber.
Yeah, straight in for it.
Okay.
Okay. And looking at the bans next.
Then
So
Shadow Fiend
potentially.
plus Dusa maybe.
Yeah. We saw the Dusa. I mean, the Dusa did get a slight nerf. Do you think that kind of is it enough? Do you think to make teams question picking for it, or was that kind of like a nothing issue for the Medusa?
It's a sizable nerf, I would say. I didn't even know that he proc through the illusions, which is crazy. But the thing is, Morphling is actually a decent matchup into Dusa. So maybe, regardless of the nerf, it wouldn't be the best matchup. But they're gonna ban it either way. You know, it's just a solid hero. I think after that, you know, try out with the Ursa, I think OG is just gonna go back to the heroes that work, and Deuce and Shadow Fiend are the ones that do.
Yeah. Okay.
Trying to just check if 9class has been playing the Alchemist as a 4, which he hasn't in pubs. DM has played he played it today. He went 15, 3, and 20 on an offlane Alchemist, so...
Oh my gosh.
I guess he is feeling in the mood to play Alch again. He went Radiance, I believe. Phase Soul, yeah, just the normal build, so potentially is going to be the case. So I think more than likely, they ban Beast, it's fine. Like, I like that to be able to cover you. A lot of Roche taking potential, which is something they don't currently have until the Morphling's damage. Incredibly strong hero as well, and I never feel that bad about a Beastmaster. So they'll cover their tracks there, but I do think more than likely, by the looks of it, we are going to get the offlane Alchemist, and so trying to find our 9class heroes. So probably need some like range stunning hero.
Yeah, I wonder if they would go for the NP, because I'm assuming SF gets banned, and to me, you know, you can get on top of the Quap. Eventually, you get your level 20 Talon. Pretty annoying for the Quap to deal with. You don't want to go Hurricane Pike on Quap, but it's either that or... Oh, they banned TA. Okay.
Yeah, I don't mind it. It's something that's we don't really see at the moment, but it's something that Savage likes to play, and a potential carry that's able to come online a little bit earlier.
Yeah, the silence against Quap, against Morphling, even Plugin, right? You just pretty much always kill him with the silence.
Okay, so we're gonna get a full Elk. So he hasn't played it in his pubs. So we got the Dawnbreaker now for Parivision, and that sounds like a very strong lane though. Pretty brawl heavy, double melee with the Tusk +1.
A lot of sustain coming through there as well from the Dawnbreaker, the Alchemist, as well as the Morphlin. You're gonna have a lot. You have the battery or the butler in that Pugna,
and you
as
break
it's been
trees,
called
right?
a few times.
So you don't care about NP. That actually makes the NP pick a bit harder here for OG. Can you Sven? Like, is that a hero? It's like,
is it a hero?
He got buffed. I think it's okay. I don't know about this game, but I think the hero's not that bad.
I'm gonna go with the Weaver though. Okay, so that's the range that you were asking for. Good initiation. You're a very mobile hero here as well. Has a second chance with the time lapse. So that is definitely, of all the heroes they could have picked, that is one of them.
It's support Morphling. That's a flow Morphling.
Okay.
What the hell?
He also hasn't played it, so I mean, yeah, okay.
I love flow Morphling. I think there are better heroes to go against. I think Ember is probably the best one. You get like infinite chains. And I'm surprised because I think the matchup of Morphling Weaver is good. You know, can become the Weaver, but regardless, I kinda like OG's draft again, and I know I'm digging my own grave here, but I'm going OG. Their lanes are stronger. Morphling support. Can 9class surprises again? He probably can. He's probably gonna look good, but I gotta stick with my boys.
Okay. And Aries, how are you feeling about the draft overall now that you've seen the two lineups? Which one are you leaning towards?
I don't know, dude. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what a position 4 morphling is supposed to do. So, again, I will say OG, but I'm very not convinced. I do like their lineup, at least with some of the adaptations they've had from the previous game. But I don't know who to go for in this game.
Well, we'll find out how it is actually going to go. This is a do or die situation coming in for OG. If they lose this one, they are out of the event, and Parivision will move on to that decider match up against One Win. Let's find out how it's going to go with our casters, Hurry Freak and Milan.
Milan. Our panelists are undecided. They didn't have the guts, the manliness to give us the predictions, but that's why we are here. We're gonna be bringing it. So Milan, who's winning this one?
Ari.
Okay, yeah. When I saw the Weaver come out and then thought about the position 4 morphling, this morphling is just gonna have perma invis. It's not gonna be fair.
I think position 4 morphling is very unexploited, and it's a really good morph ultimate game. You can go into Earth Spirit, Silence to smash, stun everybody. You can go into Weaver, be annoying.
30 seconds.
You can do a bunch of different things, and I'm very excited to see it. Of course, it may fall down flat on the earth and may look silly, but so far so good. Like the Parivision is just picking a good meta heroes that also fit the playstyle of their players. So this one is exciting.
Yeah, for sure. It is a fun game for them to play. I think they're exploring a little bit of it. I think they might even be underestimating OG. But let's talk about OG's lineup. How is their lineup looking? From my side, pretty well-rounded.
Yeah, again, they're trying to solve this riddle that Parivision is putting on them, and I think overall it looks like, Ari Hoodwink, Whisper Timber, some of the signature heroes, but still, I think they'll need to execute. It needs to start from this top lane. We can't have Crystallis on this Alchemist have a free lane, because if he does, he's just gonna create so much pressure that everybody from Parivision is gonna have a great time.
Yeah, I feel like that is the case. But Hoodwink and the Timber Saw plus Whisper, that is his signature hero. When OG were doing bad, and now they're definitely doing better than a couple of months ago. Still, with the Whisper Timber Saw, they were looking decent, right? So I'm hoping that they can make this work. A game 3 would be very fun. I'd say very unlikely as well. DM though, in a little bit of trouble. This is one thing that we haven't discussed. Weaver and the Tusk, that is a hell of a strong lane.
Yeah, very scary lane. Weaver, one of my favorite heroes. I really like the pesky bug, and this is one of the best partners to have so much physical damage combined with minus armor. You can just do so much. But top lane, Ducalis, I think a lot of damage is gonna switch the Salvin. All calculated over here.
Yeah. He knew what he was doing. He's just trying to get some hate so his Alchemist can farm. But so far, the Alchemist isn't farming as well as Crystallis would like. He's getting a decent amount of CS, but being pressured somewhat. We'll see if that continues. The wave is going to be getting away from him, so that should be a problem going forward. Is this... I mean, I know it's hard to say after just a couple of waves, but is this a good thing for OG? Are they shutting down the Alchemist enough?
I mean, always when the lane position goes like this, but it's very good. Nightclass gonna take damage, and we didn't really speak about his build. They're gonna turn around. X Nova still level 1. There's gonna be a blood grenade. Do they have what it takes? So he gets level 2, goes snowball. He's gonna live for a moment, but he survives. He's fine.
Oh man, I imagine if a position 4 morphling gets a kill in the lane. It really doesn't happen all that often. There's no one, very low. He doesn't have the blink, doesn't have the skill point. Lucky for him, 9 didn't have any more spells and high cooldowns in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, playing on the edge, better on the last, but 9 is gonna go in. He misses. Gets a creep, puts a what in all chat, the voice line. I mean,
yeah, I don't know
that
how
could have snowballed. Yeah.
I mean, I think you are an Earth Spirit player as well, if I remember correctly. That should have connected. That it looked like it should have done the damage. Okay, so that's our first blood. Very nicely done. Ari gets the kill. Whisper, it looked like he was gonna get it, and now 9 is gonna be in trouble. He kicks the Queen of Pain away. He's gonna try to bottle through it all. The Shadow Strike won't be killing him. He does have the tangos helping, but he has to go back to base, and no one's Queen of Pain. Free to do whatever he wants in the mid lane. Bottom refill as well. Parivision knows we give this guy a good time, he's gonna win the game for us, and they're doing exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, this ball rifle is just a cherry on top, making an Earthspray take a walk of shame. It's gonna be like a level ahead. It's gonna mean a lot, getting a level 6 faster for the power rune. It could really snowball again for this Queen of Pain. Third time today that we see him start very well. I mean, no one just... Yeah, you get rid of this DK, but the Queen of Pain, it's scary.
It seems to be the biggest problem when you're playing versus Parivision. I mean, even games that they're losing, he's just owning so much. Blink in front of 9. Wanted to secure the water rune, not going to be happening, especially with the Tusk being in the vicinity. He does not have the blink, but underneath the tower, a dive will not be happening.
It definitely helps out to not let him get a rune. And top lane, Crystal is going to charge up the stun. Switches to Ari. They're both out of assets, so they might just turn around. Crystal is so low.
He's in a lot of trouble, tied to a tree, body blocked. Turns to the side and just, okay, you're very good at body blocking. I'm going to go the other side and just die. There on the left, they're going to go onto the Pugna. Meanwhile, no one taking some damage in the mid lane. Whisper gets a kill on the top lane. That's going to be a double for him. And this is what you wanted, Milan. A good top lane for OG. They are having a perfect one.
It's where all the good things need to start for this OG lineup. Yeah, Alchemist is still keeping up because he's just Alchemist things, but the Whisper, he's stopping the leaderboards. He doesn't plan to stop. Here comes the X-Nova.
He did give mana to Whisper. Okay, TP in. That's going to be the Morphling, not the strongest one that they're going to be bringing in.
It is very funny to see Morphling come in, but let's see what he can do. Whisper is very strong around so many trees.
Snowball forward, unstable concoction connects. They're staying inside of the acid spray. Their armor is gone. This is a problem. You cannot fight inside of it. Whisper has to run X-Nova, going for the shards, and Morphling is TPing. What are we gonna do? Where you're gonna die because 9 class gets a double kill.
Double kill for this Morphling. I mean, 9 class, he just keeps proving us wrong. He just keeps showing us the way. The Dota is not such a simple game that you can say, oh, this works, this does not. Hell, you know, man. I show you what works. And on the mid lane, 3 heroes against no one. He gets bushwhacked. There's gonna be a snowball.
It's fine. It wasn't even close. He has an ulti. He's waiting for no one to finish his role. I think he's going for this one. Just wants to line it up. There's one hit. The stick's being used onto the high ground, and the creeps were sleeping. So they're not going to be denying him. No one gets a kill. Beautifully done.
Disaster in this mid lane. I mean, you bring 3 heroes, you pressure the squab, she gets away, turns around, kill the enemy mid laner. Oh man, it feels hella bad for OG.
Without any help at that. He's just playing out of his mind. That's how it goes. And Parivision now going to be coming towards the top lane. Crystallis is being ganked at the moment, but can these two get him? There's no level 6 on Whisper. Crystallis is going to be running towards his supports. Help me, please. And now the Morphling with his right clicks. DM will die on the bottom lane, being left alone. 9 class. He's pressuring the top lane, but he is losing his off laner. Unstable concoction being charged up. Here comes the Earth Spirit. 9 doesn't have his level 6. Don't magnetize. Crystallis, very nice movement coming out from him on this Alchemist. And Whisper just gives up. He wants to go for the Wisdom Rune. He understands it's dangerous, and X-Nova did steal the other one, so that is a win for OG in the end.
Very nice move by X-Nova. Very, very needed. Like, relieving this pressure from the top lane. Like, this is using the fact that this Morphling is just moving around the map so much to snatch the Wisdom Rune and kill this DM on his Dawnbreaker. But Crystal is farming the stack, and his movement was very nice, as you said.
Yep.
He's just going opposite way, dodging all this. Ooh, nice bushwhack.
Now he's level 6. He's not gonna be dying that easy. Also, Solar Guardian is available. X-Nova
Do they know?
getting in. They should.
They need to be careful. Solar Guardian is one of the biggest turnarounds in the game, and one of the biggest spells to do with the Queen of Pain.
Oh, not again, 9. He's dead. But that does leave the top lane. That is going to be a problem. So let's see. Crystallis already moved away. 9 class. Not going to be so lucky. Even the Weaver rotated. So this tower is going to be taking a decent amount of damage. No Siege Creep, though.
Crystallis, he's under the vision. Whisper's coming in. Bushwhack is going to come out.
No ulti. And very soon there's going to be Live Decrepify. Not really going to help you versus Whisper. Oh, no mana. No mana on the Timbersaw. These fights
Queen
have
of
been
Pain
going
is
on way too
coming.
long. Arcane
But the Weaver
Rune
is
as
here
well.
too.
Let's see. Sonic Wave is available. No one would love to use it with his Arcane Rune, because then it's not really going to be that big of a deal for him to wait for the cooldown. He has 3 points in Shadow Strike. Not really something that we see too often.
Sentry misses, unfortunately, from the Ducalis, so they'll see them move forward. Staying around with 3 heroes. Weaver does TP out. He feels like he doesn't want to waste much more time. He's right. Playing as this Alchemist, you cannot be running around, not farming or pressuring out with this Weaver. You need every single farm to keep up.
Yep, he did go for the power treads. Of course, Maelstrom is going to be the item for the Weaver. Everybody's going for Mjolnir now. I guess having a Timbersaw and a Earth Spirit, even the Tusk, these brawlers in front will be making that Mjolnir even more valuable.
I'm still a big fan of Gleipnir, although
Yeah.
he got nerfed so many times. Just against heroes like Queen of Pain, it might make a world of a difference. But I trust 23 Savage with his choices. So top 9 class. If he gets caught, there's so much damage in between those 2 heroes.
Is under attack.
He should
But
be
he's
going
gone.
down.
He's trying his best to morph into strength. Not going to be happening. That Wisdom Rune steal made a big difference, right? Morphling really wants his level 6, and he's very weak before he gets it. And, well,
And
Without
he's
the
heavily
Wisdom Rune.
counter, I would say. 9 misses the roll. 10-minute rune. OG really wants it. Brings 4 heroes to his top rune, but it's still 50-50. The dawn breaks. They're gonna see them all. And 9 is gonna bottle that region.
Radiant's bottom tower
so they
is
just
under
saw
attack.
him taking the regen rune. Unlucky for Parivision. Very close game thus far. Does that change once the Morphling hits level 6?
I definitely is gonna help out Parivision, Morphling, and Pugna at level 6. They're really lacking, as you said. And Morphling does have a tough matchup. One of the biggest strengths of Morphling, besides the ultimate ability, is that he's so hard to bring down. But when you play against Timbersaw, that changes quickly.
He has -1 base armor on the Morphling. Poor guy. Onto the high ground. 9 goes, kicks away the Queen of Pain. Solar Guardian coming forward. He's gonna have another roll. Not gonna be allowed, but the stun does not connect. There's the Magnetize. Sonic Wave. He will die before the Snowball connects. And now poor X-Nova, he's just gonna be a bonus. That is the only thing he can contribute is gold for the enemy team.
Very unfortunate for OG. The Earthbird basically... Oh, Weaver comes. Ari. Timbersaw here too. They really want to respond. Like 5 heroes from OG coming here, but for what? They're not gonna get anything in return. Oh no. You could say it was unfortunate that the Queen of Pain is just standing there, but it's also very good play from Parivision. Instantly Solar Guardian ready for everything OG is throwing at them.
Okay, so who do you think is the priority for the Morphling to turn into? Is it just gonna be the Earth Spirit early on because he's probably gonna be the highest level?
Yeah, probably. I would think Earth Spirit. And then the Weaver is cool, but he doesn't have many levels in the Swarm. So that's kind of underwhelming for like a support Weaver that you're going to be turning in. So, but when you look at their team, like Timber, also great. Hoodwink, not so bad too. So just depending on the situation, he has like some first world problems right there.
Yeah, like I don't know. It's
9?
so good for me to turn into anybody, and he's gonna be turning into an Earth Spirit, the Sonic Wave. He might need to follow there with the roll, and very low on the Morphling. Needs to be very careful. Snowball was used, saving 9 for the time being, but there is another Earth Spirit. What's happening? There's so many rocks around. Gonna be going forward, and he does have the damage in the 9 class. Will be dying for his troubles, for his sins, but still he will be getting a kill.
9 class is enjoying himself too much right here. Just turning into Earth Spirit, diving the enemy mid lane Earth Spirit, killing him. Yeah, you die in a process, but who cares, man? Forcing so many rotation while your Alchemist is free farming, your Dawnbreaker is free farming. Like, you're just laughing your ass off.
Weaver is changing his build. He wants to go for the Deso, so he's going all in on killing the heroes faster. How do you feel about that?
I cannot really tell. It might be the right choice, especially with the Morphling loses so much armor doing the strength, and Alchemist is already not big on armor. But X-Nova first is gonna be found. Has some tools to escape. Will be fine.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yep, and 23 Savage is out. The Alchemist, he does have his Radiance. Oh, did you see how the Pugna survived? Everybody was just going through the twin gates, Pugna towards the bottom lane, and the OG with 3 heroes towards the top, and they just move at the same time. If they caught that Pugna, he would be instantly dead.
Well, they wanna dev this. Weaver coming in.
DM is in trouble. The sharpshooter is being charged up. They're gonna be destroying him in a second. Whisper, he gets the kill, but no one. He gets returned kill immediately. Turning into a Timber Saw, not connecting onto anybody. Crystallis, he does make his presence known. They know that the Alchemist is in the vicinity with the newly bought Radiance. He's a dangerous hero to go up against 9 class. Still going forward. No way! He's just a better version of the enemy hero. Turns around once again. He was on the high ground to give vision for his team, and now they're gonna be finding Ari hiding in the trees. I don't think so. 9 class or master class, that is gonna be the question for us throughout this game. He is crushing it.
Oh man, this Morphling support. We may have been doubting it so far, but with this play, is solo killing mid laner, solo killing top lane, but it's not there. Already over. There's gonna be a snowball to save. Is it gonna be enough? So far good, but X-Nova is now in trouble. DD on this Queen of Pain. He's just too strong.
Ari comes over. Maybe they're going to be able to get a return kill, but with the Sonic Wave, Blade Mail, he kills himself with the kick. There's the sharpshooter that does connect, and the Magnetize will continue. 23 Savage gets the kill, has the time lapse. Still has to be very careful. The dust is still persisting in the area. No one coming forward. Here comes 9 class as well. One more hit, not going to be happening. No one now. He's going to be in trouble. Using the Dagon to heal a little bit. Where's the blink? In a couple of seconds, he gets himself away, and 9 class again. It's just not fair how good he is. Is no one going to be able to dodge the chakram? No, finally. The Queen of Pain gets cut down. Crystal is being annoying to Whisper, but he knows that he himself cannot get this kill. The Collis is left all alone. He's in trouble as well. Turns around, gonna start draining the life out of Whisper, but with 9 coming over, there is no more chances for the Pugna to live. A bloodbath in the OG jungle, but Parivision still kind of okay with those trades.
Yeah, man, look at Crystal. He's just hitting the creeps, man. He's an alchemist. What do you want? Like, his team is just making so much space. He's just feasting, but I feel like 9 class is going down the list, man. He had a hit list. A mid laner, an off laner, and now the carry. He got all 3 of them in this game, and he's just putting out a master class. I don't know. I'll be watching this replay. See what the hell was happening.
And he's turning into the, like, he's killing a Weaver by turning into a Weaver. He's killing a Timber Saw by turning into a Timber Saw. And of course, same for the Earth Spirit. So he just wants to show them that they don't know how to play these heroes. X-Nova, he has a snowball, maybe buy himself those 3 seconds, but right after it, he will be a very easy pickoff for Parivision.
A poor X-Nova. I mean, it's really hard, but top lane, Timbersaw, Morphling in action again. He needs to be a little bit careful.
He's baiting. He's baiting for them. Dodges the Bushwhack. Ari's gonna be dead. And here comes the Solar Guardian. He's just baiting them all in. 3-4 heroes versus 9 class, and they cannot kill him now. They cannot get away either. The Weaver will be the only one to survive, and you need to be an elusive bug to escape Parivision in that situation.
Just toying with them, baiting all of them in perfectly, and the Dawnbreaker comes in. It's gonna be 3 for nothing, 9k lead at minute 17. Refill this man, give him everything. He deserves all of this and more. He's doing so well this game.
It's so cool, but it's also so sad. I mean, you're watching OG, and it is insane that they cannot do anything. They're just struggling with dealing with a position 4.
It is sad for all the OG fans out there, but the Parivision is just showing a class. They're picking heroes that are not so popular in their respective roles, and they're making it work.
Okay, 9 class.
9 class going in again.
He stops the Timber Chain, misses his own. So finally gonna be missing a spell. There's the stun. He just cannot use the Timber Chain. It's not fair. Whisper, this is his best hero, and he cannot do anything on it.
Oh, bottom lane?
Maybe they can bring down DM. No one is in the vicinity. The bug is still on him, and he will dive. A 23 Savage will pay for that. Try to TP out. Not going to be happening. He didn't have the time lapse. Didn't have the mana. Ari, Bushwhack. Very soon, he will be next on the menu. No one. Okay. A little bit lacking on the mana department. That's going to be enough to dissuade him from the chase.
Dire's bottom
Still losing your position 1 for position 3 doesn't seem as good of a trade, but 9. Or roll in.
Okay, he's going to be farming those creeps with the Magnetize.
I mean, we just didn't emphasize enough on this morph that not only he turns into a Timber, he turns into a better Timber. Yes, you don't get an ultimate ability, but your Q and W are such low cooldown that you're just spamming them almost like every other second, and it just feels way too strong to deal with.
Yeah, it's going to be 1.5 seconds, basically, a little bit over that. Let's see. They're just going to go for the Timber Saw. And it's just so easy. Yep. When he connects with the Timber Chain, he basically has it once again. Look at that. He has been finding another hero, X-Nova, taking a lot of damage. 9 class is just doing whatever the hell he wants. There is a Snowball on the Tusk, maybe, to allow him to live a little bit longer. There's the Yules to remove the silence. Ari, he needs to connect with the Bushwhack, and this time around, 9 class will go too far, but Chrysalis is there to make sure that he dies as well. Solar Guardian, however, with the Decrep, he's not going to be taking all that much physical damage, but they know there's no more Decrep. We want to be looking to the side. There's going to be a bloodbath right now. We want to keep it family friendly. 9 gonna get slowed down, roll away, not gonna be happening. Crystal is way too fast. And once again, it is Weaver, the only hero that will survive, and the one that baited them all in it is this Morphling.
Hey, look for a moment, the Morphling, the 9 class is that he was a bit ahead of himself there, but at the end of the day, Parivision is ready. The synergy is there. They're ready to follow up, and it's still gonna be 4th for 2 trade in favor of Parivision. 13k ahead in minute 20. BKB almost ready on Whisper. Maybe this is a silver lining. Maybe this is a comeback for Orger at the start of it, but looking rough so far.
Yeah, not looking good. Weaver is going for Nullifier. I like that versus the Decrep. The Alchemist would have been in a lot of trouble back there if the Pugna didn't save him. But all 3 of the cores of Parivision now have BKBs. That's all 9-second BKBs, so very, very hard to deal with. Like perfect timing for all of them.
Funny or not, the OG needs to strike right now. The BKB does the timing before the AC comes out. They need to do something now.
They are not striking. They're being struck, but the Bushwhack is going to be quite nice. The X-Nova in a little bit of trouble. Pops the BKB. There's just no way. Another blink forward 9. He cannot roll away. It is just impossible for him to play one of his signature heroes, a TI winner, helpless underneath the might of Parivision.
They need to fight now, but it just seems that this lineup of Parivision has hidden a way too strong of a timer. Like, it just, they are way too strong to deal with.
It's looking very good for them at the moment. DM, TP out, Whisper, nothing to stop it. His damage, his spells, it wasn't ready. Both of the Wisdom Runes stolen. There were 2 on the bottom lane as well. Parivision, they're just getting away with this game.
They're getting away with a murder. Triple Wisdom Rune, essentially. They do get the Tormentor and the shard for the X-Nova. Not too bad of a shard. So OG not out of it, top lane.
Yeah, but this is a 9-second BKB, a Whisper that we kind of said is a big deal for them. He's going to be running into a place from which he will never escape with his life intact. Unstable Concoction is there to keep him in place.
They're smoking and coming.
Let's see if 9 class cares. He has a Yules. If he wants to buy time, there will be a silence waiting for him. So this time around, you just let him die. Nice
pick off for OG, but still, as you said, 9-second BKB plus offlaner for the pesky morph. It's nothing to write home about. Still something, but they'll need more.
I look at 9's net worth. Or for people with
or don't look at it.
Yeah, don't Google 9's net worth. That would be
poor guy is just having a rough one. I mean, he's just a team effort, and he's just on the bottom of the chain. If you play Earth Spirit in a losing game, there's not much you can do. He also got nerfed this morning.
Midas. Get a Midas. Let's go.
I don't think it's gonna help much.
Something is
Bottom
gonna
lane.
have to help.
They need Parivision essentially to throw a little bit, and they need to be ready to catch.
Well, 9 class, he is in core territory, 6th on net worth, ahead of the Earth Sprite now, going towards his own BKB, and the smoke will be used. Parivision, they have 4 of their heroes ready, and the Solar Guardian in just 2 seconds. OG, going for a play of their own. The problem is they are missing an offlaner.
I mean, we didn't see it on our screen, but I have a feeling he died in less than a second. And you can tell how Parivision feels about this game is that they are never looking back. The Roshan still has not fallen. Why? Because they didn't give a damn about Rosh. They're gonna heal enemy heroes. And DM, he might be falling right now. Do they respond? They're TPing in.
He has a BKB, he's gonna be getting it off. Ulti, not gonna be happening, but that lines up for a Sonic Wave only on
No
the
one's
9.
just
No
dead.
one in a lot of trouble. He's gonna be taken out. You don't want to go for Roche. Well, this is gonna be a problem for you. No mana on 23 Savage. What is happening? Why is the Weaver out of all of his mana? They were the ones that went for this play, and not having enough for a time lapse is a problem. Despite this fight starting off well for you, it still doesn't end that greatly. X-Nova will take out, will be the second or basically the 4th casualty of war, because Parivision lost 2 as well.
Hey, every time OG makes a step forward, it seems that they make 1 or 2 back, and 9 class, he's doing his thing.
They know he's alone though, and that nobody can connect.
I feel like he's just memeing. He needs to be careful.
You know, if you would tell him you need to be careful, he'd literally ask you, but why?
I feel like that would be our conversation. Literally, he would be like, "Why? I can't die."
Yeah, I think that's actually a very good way to imitate to how he would be saying it. Either way, it is looking rough still, but OG keeping themselves in the game. It does look like a hard game to play, but is it insurmountable, Milan, or can they get it back?
I mean, there's always a chance, but not like they have some godlike scaling heroes. The heroes are fine on the side of OG, but it's not like a DK or some super hard carry. This is Weaver and Timber. Like, there's always a way, there's always a chance, but I think it's gonna take a heavy Parivision commitment for them to come back.
Parivision still have 2 of their tier 1s. And now they're gonna have Roche as well. So if they give this one to no one, and Crystallis is not opening up slots at all, so they will, it will be much harder for the side of OG now to deal with the QoP.
Yeah, this man on his Queen of Pain. We praised it way too many times today. Again, 12, 2, and 10.
Dire's middle tower
He's
is
just-
under attack.
He's just so good at QoP.
Radiant's top tower is under
He's just so good at Dota. I mean, whenever I see him play, he has more than 10 kills and like max 3-4 deaths. So
His bottom tower is under attack.
he knows what's up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No one has been good on QoP forever. This is the last outer tower that is now being pressured. Glyph gonna be used. That means that they won't have it for their tier 2s, Parivision. So maybe OG get some ideas of pushing themselves.
I mean, they also use Glyph on the OG side, so that means they don't have one for tier 3, and they have the AC on the Crystallis, so the pushing power with the Pagna combined is there.
Yep.
OG needs to do
OG?
something. They have 3
Now?
BKBs.
Oh, nice blink away from Crystallis. Jump in. There's the Sonic Boom. No one. He's gonna go for the Sonic Wave, but very nice snowball. Still, Solar Guardian gonna be landing before the snowball, but doesn't matter. They're all just together. 9 has his BKB as well, and Crystallis is gonna be beating it up. He has a BKB as well. No one blinks away before he dies, but that's only the first life. Even if they take him out, it's not gonna be a big deal at all. Crystallis, he has an ultra kill. He would like to have a rampage, but he's not the one with the Aegis, so he will die. No rampage for it. Still a 4 versus 4, even with 3 of the buybacks being used, and they might be needing more than 3 if they want to stay in this game. The thing is, they do not have them. There's going to be 2 diebacks, maybe even more, as the Weaver gets himself away, covered by the Bushwhack. Weaver being chased a little bit longer as well. There's the stun, a very long one. The Sonic Boom silence, and the Weaver will die as well. 9 class follows suit immediately with the Parivision. While this is happening, they are taking down the Raxes, and no one is farming a range creep in front of the enemy fountain.
You're in over your heads as 9 class. That's not very far from truth. Like, they use all 3 buybacks that they had and they still don't gain much. Yes, you kill the Alchemist, yes, to kill the Morphling, but there's always one big guy standing. And in this case, it's Queen of Pain. They're gonna continue to push.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The Glyph will be forced out. Maybe it's time to back out. No Weaver, no Timbersaw though, so they will stay.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
No one.
Just give them a break.
He's not playing with his food. Still keeping it disciplined, not diving tier 4, just next to it. Shiva's coming probably on the courier.
Yep, and it doesn't die. At least Ari will kill the Kala's courier. That's the wards that are going to be taken away. At least something, some wins for OG. Most of them have been losses in this series as Ari uses the sharpshooter, deals absolutely no damage. Timbersaw comes forward to see Ari die. No one pops the BKB. Sonic Wave is all Whisper through his BKB's dying. Solar Guardian there to defend no one, but he's not even gonna wait for his teammate to come over DM. He now wants Nine, who's gonna try to roll away once again. Every single time in this game where he has tried to escape, it has not been allowed. And 23 Savage BKB just in the nick of time before the unstable concoction connects. But they have so many stuns with the Abyssal Blade. No! He tried to run away, but the snowball is gonna be keeping it in place. X-Nova says stay and fight, you coward. But their fight will not be ending well. OG lose 5, and with that, they lose their spot in the 1-win fall series. They will not be going through here. Are gonna be
GG.
eliminated by Parivision.
The end of a journey for OG and their fans in this tournament, but maybe a beginning of a great redemption throughout this lower bracket in the group stage for Parivision. Congratulations to them, and they really showed a force in this BO3 against the OG.
I'm not gonna lie, they showed up really strong versus Spirit as well. They were winning so hard in that game, and I mean, then a DK happened. I was very surprised when they lost to Team Spirit, but these guys have been looking crisp. I mean, they've been crushing every single game that they've played. Milan, before we send it to the panel, what do you think about Parivision? Are they gonna be crushing 1-win, or is that gonna be a close series?
I think it's gonna be closer than this, but I feel like they're feeling themselves really good. They are the clear favorites, but 1-win, they're gonna be asked something. You know, they have good players, they have good strategies, so I think not as easy as this series.
Home turf is definitely gonna help them, but to announce that next series, to get into the draft with it, to break down this last game as well, we're gonna have our lovely panel.
Yes, thank you much. And we're going to be able to dive straight into this one because you look at Parivision, it looks like there's no stopping them. They didn't even need to pick the standard supports here. They didn't even need to pick the standard heroes. They go for this Morphlin 4 in the second game, and it just looked absolutely amazing. You know, did it end up hitting double figures in the kills as well? Let me just take a look at the actual stats on that one because, yeah, 11, 6, 14 here, and that's just to me the main focus of this one. You know, the MVP going the way of 9 class because he looked absolutely amazing all the way through.
He looked so impressive, and you know, this time Parivision drafted the same way OG did in game 1 with all of this flex. We didn't know if Alk was carry, if Morphling was carry, if Dawnbreaker, and they played in the most unconventional role possible on the 4th position, and he still delivers. Also playing the Terrorblade in game number 1. You gotta give it to 9 class. You know, when he joined the scene, I was very impressed by him, and I think maybe in between his come about and now, I wasn't seeing like that really impressive post 4 that he showed in the beginning, and like this is glimpses of possibly one of the best position 4s in the world. Like I was not aware Morphling could look this good as a support.
Yeah, and Aries, any thoughts about this, the lineup as a whole for Parivision? Because it just feels like, again, apart from the blip, let's call it the mid game, against Team Spirit, where they ended up falling behind. You know, it feels like from every time I watch them, they just take control of this laning stage right into the mid game, and it's a wrestle then to try and take it away from them.
Yeah, I think this is an exceptional team in the making. Again, we saw them have really good results at Dream League, and we're seeing how they're able to perform here so far in the group stages, and we'll see if they can get that victory over one win. But you just have so much experience. Like I really think that no one is up there one of the best mid laners at the moment. I think it was Harry saying like someone, you know, being able to come back from retirement and still look like he's in peak form. So it's always a treasure to be able to watch him. And this is like, you have every single person in every single role is incredible. So it's really exciting to be able to watch Parivision play, and I'm glad we get to see them in this upcoming series too.
Yeah, and like you were just saying there about No One Yo coming through, effectively, because I don't want to say he retired, but you know, he did take a bit of a break off, and then you're coming back, standing in for Team SMG, moving through Entity, Cloud9, back onto Parivision now. We are going to be able to take a look at the stats, and once again, you can see just how he was able to, you know, rocket onto the Queen of Pain, and again picking up the damage that he did.
The damage might be flipped here.
Yeah, I think the team's other way around. But
yeah,
looking at the actual way he played this one, he just looks amazing all the way through. And again, this is one of those heroes that maybe you have to consider the respect ban coming out on that Queen of Pain, because was it 3 games now where he's hit double figures, getting up to like 15-16 kills, and just looking absolutely amazing on the hero. So maybe one you have to consider going forwards.
Yeah, I mean, Quap is just not a hero you want to ban, right? You cannot afford a lot of those. Maybe you have to pick it yourself. Maybe you have to actually pick a hard counter. We didn't see anyone going for the Ember route. I think we saw Quap struggling a lot against Ember yesterday. Today, there was like an Earth Spirit matchup. I don't remember what the other one was. But yeah, I mean, they're looking really sharp. I think OneWin's going to have some trouble facing against them. But I mean, that's expected for Parivision, right? Top 4 at Dream League. I think OG, we definitely expected more of them. But from the start, I think Parivision.
Yeah, I think just with the Queen of Pain in particular, I feel like it's easy for us to say, considering this is back-to-back games where the Quap was picked knowing its lane matchup. You pick it into both melee heroes, I think it's always going to be successful. So I think no matter what, like, you are a lane dominator. It would be very different if you're playing into not knowing your matchup, and then like we saw earlier today potentially, and yesterday as well, where like the Queen of Pain can have the lead, but then you may not actually be able to get the victory. So I also agree with Bowie. I think if you have to ban the Queen of Pain, you got some pretty big issues.
Okay, and we're going to be able to see, I think, what, coming up to the next series, OneWin versus Parivision, where I think we've got predictions on the board already to see how everybody's feeling about this next matchup. So let's take a look at the prediction contest coming through, and these are results. So, Bowie, I mean, you're just swinging for the fences, right? You know, you're just having a little bit of fun with it. It seems like going for that OG. Everybody else going to be walking away happy, but in this one, Bowie, the odd duck out.
Yeah, sometimes you make bad decisions, and the only way out of the bad decisions are more bad decisions. And I think I'm just stuck forever here going for the underdogs. Which, by the way, I did go for OneWin next time around, and despite Vision looking incredibly good.
Okay, well, we'll be coming to that one in just a few minutes. Just to, again, summarize on this one. Aries, was there anything there from OG that you saw that gives them that that spark of hope? Like, say, there might be the hope that kills you, but anything that shone through there that they could try and build around going forwards?
Not much today, unfortunately. I mean, we didn't see much. They didn't really get to play Dota. Your last game, you got absolutely whomped on. This game, was pretty. It wasn't. Last game was 26 minutes. This game was 29 minutes. If there's anything this game, it was your offlane. Your offlane looked very good to be able to start with, how you were bringing some extra heroes as well to be able to dive the tower. But this is something we expect. It's Whisper on his best hero in the Timber. It's Ari probably on at least top 3. So they're going to have a good lane. There's not really much for me to say besides there's some maybe some identity that needs to be worked on for them. I think they also potentially got worked out as well. At least the bans, I think, were targeting the supports pretty heavily in particular. Like I think we've seen Ari again in the qualifiers for Bangkok. They really like the Nyx Assassin. I think it is also one of his better heroes. Some of the other supports, we didn't really get the Phoenix from X-Nova. The Lion wasn't played. I feel like Nine never got to play Dota, so maybe it's just prioritizing the mid lane's hero a little bit later in the draft. I don't know, but it was a rough day. It happens. It happens. We'll see what they're going to be able to do. I think they have a upcoming tournament potentially. Blast, maybe. I don't actually know. I think they have something coming up shortly, so hopefully they can try and get a little bit of break and improve from there. But they're a very skilled team. We'll see them play well shortly.
Yeah, I think that's it. They've got a little bit of a break now before it comes up in the next few days. So they're going to be able to prepare for that. And don't forget, everyone, if you want to follow along here in the 1win action, you can use that QR code that's just appeared on the screen underneath Bowie. Get yourself following all the social medias just to make sure you're up to date with any of the matches, any of the events, any of the tournaments going on there as well. And follow along on the Twitch page, on the YouTube page as well if you're watching. I mean, you've got to be watching, otherwise I wouldn't be talking to you. But yeah, make sure you're following along to make sure you're up to date on all of the events coming up from 1win, not only in Dota but all the esports going forwards. And when we go forwards here into the next series, 1win versus Parivision. Now, we've seen Parivision be absolutely amazing just from that series. A little bit, I don't want to say shaky, but they showed weaknesses up against Team Spirit in the first best of 1, but that was only a best of 1. Potentially, if it would have gone to a full 3 games, they might have been able to make a comeback, make a stand. But what's the plan here, Bowie, coming up against Parivision? What do they need to do to be in with a chance to try and take this best of 3 away from them?
I really think that drafting is going to be the hardest part, because I think laning stage wise we saw Squadix really popping off. We saw that their mid-game movements were honestly really good. It's just the Spirit might be on another level, just that top 4 Dream League status that Parivision also holds. But the drafting is really what scary. Like Astini, he is just this crazy guy. He's not afraid to flex 5 heroes, and when you actually have a team that can pull off a draft like that, that's when things really get scary. Because you can theory craft all you want. If your draft is not playable by your team, then it really doesn't matter. And it feels like Parivision, they have the confidence in the coach as well as the talent to pop to actually make those drafts really pop.
Okay, well, we're going to find out how that one's going to go. But before we get to that one, we do have the first long break of the event. So we're going to see you in about 25 minutes for the final series of the day. We'll see you after this break.
now.
Welcome back in, everybody. I hope you've had yourself a quick time. Get yourself something to eat, something to drink, give a quick stretch, because we're going to be back in with the final series of the day. One win coming up against Parivision for the final slot in the playoffs. We've already seen Team Liquid, Team Spirit, Gaming Gladiators moving through here into the playoffs, secure themselves at least $5,000, and we'll see who is going to be the fourth and final team to join them. So we have one win coming up against Parivision. And starting with you, Bowie, looking at this series, are you looking anywhere but Parivision? Who are you favoring coming into this one? Because it is a best of three now. No more one-game series. It's all about that marathon, no sprints.
Well, it's hard to not favor Parivision. Their stats have been looking really good. Their results are consistent. Their drafts are amazing. I still really want to give the benefit of the doubt to one win. I know that they lost the qualifiers to Bangkok 3-0, but I think they're a very solid team, and I at least think this series is going to go 3 games.
Okay. So taking it the distance, Aries, are you feeling the same? Do you think we're going to get all 3 here, or do you think there's going to be a bit of a 2-0 run over for either side?
Hopefully, I mean that would be exciting, especially with the last series not being as competitive. So hopefully we get the 3 games. I think for me in particular with this series, what I'm looking for is the battle between the mid laners. I think we were all very impressed with how Squad X were able to perform in particular in their victory versus OG. And unfortunately, of course, he had a very good game on the puck, but he wasn't able to get them over the finish line. And no one has looked exceptional today. So I'm excited to see the battle between the mid laners.
Yeah, we're going to be able to see what everybody else thinks here, including myself, as we get ourselves into predictions to see just who is predicting what. And again, I think it's going to be another one of those where most people are going for the Parivision win. Bowie, again, swinging for the fences here. You need to get those points on the board, because I do believe you're falling just a little bit behind even me. So yeah, I get it. You going for one win here, and could upset us all. You could be the lone victor of this series. But just what are your thoughts? What is the game plan? What is the prep that you think one win have done in this downtime that they've had, and preparing to come into this matchup against Parivision?
I think they have to be careful not to fall for the flexes of Parivision, right? We saw the support Terrorblade, we saw the offlane Phoenix, we saw support Morphlane. You should probably try to draft for yourself more than react, because Parivision, they are really trying their hardest here to force mistakes doing their drafts. Yeah. And overall, they looked really good with the Dragon Knight, which, Parivision quickly banned. 1W had their first pick. So, just give Munkushi a good win condition. Even in the games that were looking bad, he had 0 deaths. And I think that he, with a good hero, he can still deliver good results.
Yeah, just looking through on the Pro Tracker here, while they've had a little bit of downtime, all of the one-win players have been playing pubs. They've been making sure they're keeping their fingers warm. Get themselves up to speed. So we'll see what they're going to try and do in terms of this draft now as we get ourselves into it. So we do see the ban on the Dragon Knight from Parivision. Take it with the Nyx Assassin, the Alchemist, Naga Siren, Chen, Monkey King, and the Razor. Batrider, that final one or the next one to go here in this next phase. Ench and the Magnus are the pickups here. So we've been talking about this Magnus a lot over the past few days. What are you expecting here for the Magnus in this series, in this game, Aries? What do you expect? The playstyle? Do you think offlaner, mid laner, carry, which has been teased from time to time?
Definitely dependent on the game. All those roles, like you're mentioning. I think 9 class, I just wanted to double check. He has a lot of mag games in his pubs as well. In fact, he 9 games, 88% win rate. So he's looking incredible on the position for. Magnus is just brown boots into Blink, and by the looks of it, it's Aethelins or sometimes Agshard afterwards, depending. I think it's probably it could be him playing it. Of course, it could be DM playing it. It's going to be able to go anywhere. The Gyrocopter gives you a lot of flex. Now, this is the really nice thing about 9 class playing these Terrorblades, these Morphlings. Like, all of a sudden, you have 2 heroes, and you have absolutely no idea where they're going.
Yeah, it's the double carry opener from Parivision, because Chrysalis has Magnus games as well, so you can't really know what's gonna happen. Jar can flex your 3 positions, same for Magnus. Magnus arguably 4, so it is such a mind twist to deal with this. So that's why I really don't think they should be looking at that too much. Just make sure you have solid heroes, solid lanes, good siege, just a balance of everything else. Because it's like you cannot know. You really cannot know. Parivision will flex literally every row.
Yes, that was.
And just looking at it as well, with the ban on the Alchemist, the Morph now, the Gyrocopter that being picked up, the Dragonite ban, there's not a lot of these tier 1 carries left here for 1 win. So, it is going to put them into a little bit of corner where they maybe need to go for the Shadow Fiend, they need to go for the Medusa. Sand King is going to be the pick for 1 win, but Aries, what are you looking at as the best of the rest of the carries that are left over that 1 win might lean towards?
There's still a lot of options, right? I feel like we're still looking at the potential Luna is available. I don't know how much she was affected in the nerfs.
Oh, she was gutted. She's a dead hero now.
Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. Then apparently we're gonna put the Luna down on priority, but Shadow Fiend could be something we're looking at for Munkushi. No Monkey King, right, which is something that he's been playing as well. I think in regards to carries, we can look at them a little bit further down the draft. We need to see some more heroes at the moment till we get a better understanding, but for 1 win, maybe they feel like the Sand King, they needed some of their own flex, considering you already see Parivision with the Mag and Gyro. So Sand King, of course, can be 3 or mid, and then they get a pretty strong hero for Sweden Strong as well, the position for like a pretty decent laner in the Muerta.
Okay.
This is not a bad Timber game, but this Sand King pick of 1 win maybe makes that option a little bit weird. Sure, you can play mid Sand King or mid Timber for all we know, but it's a little bit of a bet. And against that co-op, we did see Timbers just melting to the pure damage of no one.
Okay, they're gonna go for the techies. So, core Gyrocopter, core Magnus coming out. We are gonna get the 2 supports here from the techies of the Ogre Magi. Ogre, one of those heroes again, starting to see it a little bit more. It does have with the Bloodlust coming through, starting to buff up those right-click heroes again, which potentially gonna be the Gyrocopter here. Mag, either mid or off lane, I think. And looking potentially flexing, but we see the Sven. We were talking about that one in the last game. And Bowie, what are you expecting here from the Sven pickup?
I mean, physical armor, right? That Sven was a support for a while just because of the aura. And when you're playing against Gyrocopter that is empowered with Bloodlust, you need all the protection you can get. The biggest problem I see is that Crimson Guard is also great this game, but if the Sand King is off lane, you rarely get to see him pick up that item. So the supports might still feel a bit squishy. The Enchantress nerfs makes the early healing not as good as well, but I like it. Theoretically, it's good. Whether Sven is good enough of a carry, we're gonna probably figure out during this game.
Yeah, that's the question, right? I think it did get buffed a little bit in this patch, and we weren't seeing it too much beforehand though. So we'll see how it's gonna feel for 1 win. Excited to see with the Sven, but it does continue to leave a little bit of flex with the Sand King, and if it's going to be mid or off, like I was saying leading into this game, very excited to see just the battle between Squad X along with No One, and No One is going to have the favored matchup. He's got the ultra last pick in the 24th, so it should be very much in his favor to be able to get another good matchup and probably lead Parivision. We'll see to him another victory if he can.
Yeah, and just to speak about the buffs that the Sven did get, the Vanquisher, which is the innate, which is the damage you deal to stunned heroes. You get bonus damage up against stunned heroes. It went from 17% to 20%, and then the God Strength mana cost was decreased from 100, 150, 200 to 100, 125, 150. So a 50 mana decrease at level 3 there. So yeah, just a little bit of a small buffer for the hero. So we'll see how much that benefits the Sven coming into this game.
Like the Beastmaster ban we saw Cloud earlier today, right? Against OG, where he, I think, went flawless in that game. Might even look to get rid of the Mars as well, which is probably his best hero, which we see 1 win always fall back on. Can give you another way to initiate, whereas the Sand King, sometimes you're going for maybe Blink's 2nd or 3rd item, so the Mars can fulfill that role. They cover both their tracks as well, like just in case the Sand King goes offlane.
Yeah, so Quap's still available here. Wonder if 1W is going to ban it, if maybe they want to pick it. There's not any insane amount of control for Parivision. That could be a way here for Squadix to cover his bases, force no one into a different hero. Or you can just ban it, pick Earth Spirit, they wouldn't. I think it wouldn't hurt to
On
have
one win, are we speaking about?
one win.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest Puck for them, for one win. I thought with the Monkey King band and the Ember band as well, maybe this is something you could look at for Squad X, considering he played it earlier. And I think a little bit of control is always nice with this Sven.
I mean, they take it away, so you've got something else up the sleeve. Not a lot of time to think about this one here, though, because the reserve time down to 2 seconds. So we'll see what this final pick is going to be here for one win, and whether they want to run that Sand King in the mid lane or the off lane. Yeah, going all the way through the reserve for this pick. Going to be the Queen of Pain, so stealing it away from the side of Parivision.
Yeah, if you're picking Quap, you're definitely banning Puck. Puck is arguably good against Quap. It's just that no one seems to be so good at Quap that you might as well either ban it or pick it yourself. So I'm fine with this decision. Is there any like insane matchup that they could pick up?
Invoker's still there. That used to be good versus the Quap, but I know the Quas is very different now. Your Conkers as well, but again, people aren't picking that hero. So, I mean, if you want the Invoker...
Yeah. I think, especially once you have more points of Cold Snap, it's hard for the Quap to blink away. You're going to have 3 buffs on the Gyrocopter, Bloodlust, Alacrity, and Empower. Like, good luck dealing with Parivision's carry. I think it's solid.
Yeah, I mean, he has been playing the Magnus in his pubs. Whether it matches up well up against the Queen of Pain or not, but if you think that's something that you want to do, pick up another offlaner. Lena's coming through for him here. Ember Spirit, a couple of Phoenixes as well. Whether it might have been a support Huskar pick as well. So no one mainly on the Queen of Pain in his pubs, but yeah, he has options as well to bring through for this final pick of the game.
They do rely pretty heavily on the mag to be able to start fights, though, which may be a concern, but it's a bit difficult to pick some of those more active heroes into the Queen of Pain. Already they're banned out. I mean, Puck Ember Storm is not available. You're not going to pick Void Spirit into the Queen of Pain. Any other melee matchups is a little bit like it's not going to feel comfortable.
Yeah, the spirits are hard because of Muerta. We saw time and time again Nigma not really picking a spirit hero, and yeah, I mean, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. We saw Invoker, I think, win 3 games in a row yesterday, and it looks like a pretty good Invoker game to me. As much as I wanted to back up 1W, I think they have the question mark of Sven, whereas Parivision, it just looks like a very traditional draft at the moment with 3 buffs for Crystallis. Like, what more can you ask as a carry?
Yeah, what else can you ask for? And we've already seen Parivision take control of the games that they've played today after the laning stage, and then for the OG series, they took control all the way through. So we'll see if the good laning stage here for Parivision, if they're going to be able to lock that in and maybe just move themselves forward and get themselves into a good position, because this is a best of 3. So at least 1 win. If they lose this one, they'll have 2 more chances to bring themselves back. But Parivision, with that momentum at the backs, they want to kind of move forward onto this and get themselves through into the playoff brackets. Aries, with these 2 lineups on the line now, who are you favoring for the game number 1?
I think Parivision slightly. I don't see a way for them to be able to deal with the Magnus Blink skewer back, and if he does go Scepter as well for DM, we'll see. So I feel like that's always something you have in the advantage for Parivision, and I haven't seen that much success lately with the offlane Sand King. I've been preferring it in the mid lane, so I think Parivision slightly, especially with all their buffs for Crystals.
Yeah, and we'll see just how Crystals is going to be able to play around with that Gyrocopter. I mean, going to look like a really scary boy when he is empowered, when he's going to be alacritied, when he's going to be buffed up, bloodlusted, and whether that is going to be playing an effect, because again, if you're even on net worth with the enemy carry, but you've got all those buffs up, you will be able to have that extra net worth technically at your back. So we'll see how that one's going to go. And we do have our casters standing by, I do believe. Harry Freak and Milan getting ready to take us through this first game of the series. Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Rob and the gang. And yes, Milan, we are here with game 1 of Parivision versus 1 win. 1 win, you said that you played with a lot of these players in the team. Most recently, I'm going to guess it was Sweden Strong. So do you believe in the draft that they came up with in game 1?
I think they have a decent draft, but what Parivision is cooking on my screen is really scary. We talked about this during the yesterday's day, and today the Ogre Magi Bloodlust plus Alacrity, put it on any carry, it's gonna be scary. and that's what Parivision lineup looked like. One win team has a decent heroes, has a decent idea, maybe a little bit out of meta with the Sven, but it is Munkushi. It's his signature, so they're going with their idea. That's the part I like. I just think the Parivision idea is very hard to challenge.
Yep, I mean, as you mentioned, Bloodlust, Empower, Alacrity. I mean, that's gonna be a very strong Gyro, but maybe they can start off the game by putting a little bit of a fear in his bones there if they can catch Crystallis, but for the time being, it seems like their smoke will be missing. Same will be true for Parivision, so neither of the teams will be getting their first bloods.
Not for now, but they're coming. Munkushi still smoked. Sven, Muerta, Edge, they're not too weak level 1. There's gonna be a big blast off.
Oh, but is it enough to save no one's life? They're still gonna be going for him, trying to get respect down first, but not gonna be happening. It is gonna be Sweden Strong who secures the first blood. Now Munkushi could be in a little bit of trouble. Ogre Magi, of course, doesn't have a single spell, but he will have it once he hits level 2, of course, as that will be a 1-for-1. It is Sweden Strong that got the kill, DM on the other side, so I'm gonna guess that is still a slight victory for 1W.
Yeah, but your Sven lost of a lot of HP and mana, so that's gonna be going against you. And luckily for the good old Ogre, there's a Blood Grenade, one of the best additions to Dota in recent history. So he has something to contribute level 1. And
have you gotten used to the Blood Grenade? Have you gotten used to
what do you mean?
Understanding that you're gonna die sometimes where otherwise you would have lived?
I mean, yeah, of course. Like, it's been a long time, and the Blood Grenades are just a great addition to this.
Why do you always feed first blood in pubs then?
I'm just a feeder, man. Just leave me alone.
Okay, makes sense, makes sense. Anyways, though, mid lane, Queen of Pain versus the Invoker. How's this matchup go? Is it good for the Invoker?
I think it should be just 50-50. The biggest reason for Invoker to come back into meta and come back in what style, just the first pick almost in a lot of these tournaments. His stats are OP, man. His last hitting is OP. He regens out. He has a lot of armor. It's just annoying to play with. And it's a toolkit that works very well against Queen of Pain. But then again, the Queen of Pain, if you're skilled enough, you can pressure anyone.
Well, Crystallis gets a kill on Cloud. That's not a hero that you want getting a good amount of farm if you're 1 win, because this Gyro is already gonna have a ton of steroids. I'm not talking about Schwarzenegger type. I'm talking about Ronnie Coleman amount of steroids in this game.
Yeah, I mean, this Ogre might be a creep level 1, but as soon as he hits level 2, he becomes very strong, and they capitalize on it. Gonna kill on Gyro. Gyro and Ogre is a no joke of a lane, especially against something like Sanking, and he's struggling, man. He's 1 CS at minute 2.5. Ooh.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. And today he had some good performances, though, but so far, we know that Sanking can sometimes struggle in the lane. Is this too much? Are the stacks maybe gonna be enough for him to come back into it once the time comes?
Hopefully, I mean, maybe they can strike back on their own, but so far, he's as bad as it gets on this lane. I know Gyro is strong, but this is a bit too much.
It is too much. 2-1 in terms of kills. A slow start, I guess, to the laning stage. Not a lot of action overall, apart from Cloud just being very miserable here in the bottom. At least he does get the flag bearer creep, but loses his courier as well. Okay, they're gonna be tipping him. He seems to be feeling the pressure.
These players are good, man. They know when they are winning the lane. Like, I'm sure the Kales knows this hang. He's not getting anything. He's being voiced out and he's being tipped out, you know.
And they're doing well on the top lane as well. Sven is farming, but DM is having a hell of a time on his Magnus. 1 point in Empower. We'll see if he gets more points in it. People are going mostly for the maxed out Empower now, right?
It depends. Maybe you take another point at level 3 in Skewer or Shockwave if you can pressure with it. Crystallis with his Bloodlust. He's extremely fast. Sweden strong. It's gonna be fine with that shot.
He actually decided to go for the afterburner, so extra movement speed with the with the Rocket Barrage. And Cloud, well, he needs to have extra movement speed as well if he wants to live. Luckily for him, they are not going to be chasing him and are going to value creeps more.
He's just a good synergy with the Bloodlust Afterburner. You just stack the movement speed, you can chase down these heroes. Even throughout the game, it might turn out to be a very good choice.
Yep. Kiting the Sven with the extra movement speed would be quite nice. And Sven is generally a good hero versus the Gyro. Maybe not so much when you have this many buffs, but he should do well.
Level 3, for respect on his top lane, we usually always praise the Ange timing on level 3. Unfortunately for him, the big camp will be a Satyr spawn. So only a small creep for him so far. 9 class, making stacks, playing this economy game.
I mean, he has to. His Sand King needs all the help he can get. And really, when you look at one win, all three of their cores are pretty decent at taking down stacks. Okay, just leave the guy alone. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Maybe they watched that Beastmaster game today and they're like, if we allow this guy to have a good time, he's gonna crush us. But he's having the worst of times ever.
I just feel like Parivision, every game they find a victim, one of the cores, they take a bias against him and they die. But no, one win will strike mid.
No one might be a victim here. Dead shot into the calling, and that is a dead no one. Sweden Strong, however, gets super low and looks like it's very likely he will be going down. Uses the stick, surviving blast off on the money. And 9 class gets a return kill. Still a victory for one win.
At least it's a trade, but the power rune is gonna be a big deal. 50-50. Will there be a home tournament advantage for one win? There will be a slight one. You get a rune on co-op, but it's an invis.
Okay, talk to me about the squeeze scope on the techies. I've been seeing it more and more. Why do people go for the attack range and attack projectile speed?
I have no idea, man. But this guy is like he doesn't have Dota Plus currently on, so he's bronze, but I think he's like a Grandmaster techie. So top lane, DM, in that trouble.
Let's see, Skewer into the tower. He is gonna have the extra heal and the armor. I don't know if this is a hero who wanna be diving. Power Treads, 2 bracers, and way too tanky to kill.
Look at Ducalis and Parivision. They are plotting on the other side. They wanna steal this wisdom, but Cloud will be in time. Should have it, because he can stun from fog. Let's see, this is gonna be interesting. Stun versus stun, but should be easy. Yep.
And probably killing the Ducalis, who doesn't have a TP. Even with the stun being used, he's most definitely gonna go down. No reason to use the Sonic Wave. The screams are going to be enough. The tower falls. DM. He may have been farming well in this top lane, but he loses the tower quite early.
Yeah, very good team moves by one win, like grouping up as 3 top to secure the tower, grouping up as 2 to secure the wisdom. Parivision, you know, there is a resistance. This is not the series you just played. The one win will show the resilience they can.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. We saw both one win and Parivision crushing the laning stage today, and this is a top-tier laning coming out from both of them. Sweden Strong, he's not at all deep. He's just going to be baiting 9 class to die. There's nothing he can do about it, and will be the next on the menu. Respect gets it, so no extra gold for Munkushi, but he's still going to be okay.
8-minute power rune. Will the Ducalis deny it?
Well, not likely. And it's going to be on the bottom lane. The RP going to be used. No one coming over. They're going to be trying with the cold snap. Blink in a couple of seconds as a fairy fire and 1 charges. Gets stuff away just before the tornado connects. There would have been a kill. 100% Sweden Strong, however. He's not going to be so lucky. Sonic Wave from afar. DM not faster than sound. Respect, however. He's running in the wrong direction. So will be the 3rd casualty for one win around the map, as Cloud did lose his life to Solo Crystallis on the bottom lane.
I mean, the Cloud is just having a rough one. This is the opposite of what we saw today on Beastmaster. He's struggling. But the Queen of Pain is doing very well. And she's going to get ball rifled. Maybe the breath of fresh air for one win in squad is the new mid laner they just got. Maybe he's going to be a turning stone in this game.
Yeah, maybe he can replicate what no one has been doing on the Queen of Pain throughout the day, as Enchantress will be finding the gyro. He needs some help to get that kill.
Dire's
He's low.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Crystallis needs to be careful. He's okay.
Radiant are
Not a problem at all.
A lot of heroes coming in. 3 heroes from the Radiant. They really want the sanking. It's dangerous.
Forcing the rotation, Squadix will be coming over. Doesn't have the Sonic Wave, has the damage to kill a support. Creeps in the end will be the ones claiming it. Parivision forces rotations, disperses immediately. I don't see anybody coming out super far ahead because of that.
I mean, every time nowadays in Dota, every time you rotate and you get a kill, okay, he doesn't get a laugh, you're gonna be fine with it. So, again, stocks being made by Sweden on this Muerta and 10 room 50-50 home tournament advantage. No, not for you now. Haste for Invoker, and they're gonna see Muerta. They're gonna invade this triangle very early.
Very clearly. They are gonna be able to kill Sweden strong. It's gonna be a nice one, revealing the ward. But
yes, you pay the price to reveal the ward, so both teams are kind of fine with that. Because you really want to devour this triangle before you start farming some of these stacks. 9 class staying there with level 6. He's being very cocky. He's gonna make himself a home here.
Dire's top tower
No.
is under attack.
blast off away, coward. I think when he saw that the ward was being taken down, that's the time he decided to leave, and they're not gonna be contesting the stacks.
Not for now. Top lane, the towers should be falling, but Munkushi is coming to defend with the smokes from Muerta and Quap. Poor Ogre.
Well, let's see, maybe they want to fight. Crystallis running forward. I don't think he want to do that, and he may have dissuaded them from running on top of the Kalis. Blink Scream, just enough for Squadix to get the 4th kill. 4-0-2. Continuing to do well here on this Queen of Pain.
Is under attack.
4 kills, I feel like 3 of them was on the poor Ogre. I mean, not too bad. Not great, not terrible, as we tend to say. Every time they make a rotation, this Quap is just an Ogre kill, but for now, they'll just take it.
Yep, I mean, once you get the Dagon, you're gonna have the damage to threaten some of these harder heroes to kill. Why is Crystallis always playing on like a sliver of an HP? This is way too dangerous for the Gyro.
He's just maximizing. You cannot really blame him. And top lane DM, he's making a wraparound. Try if he finds someone close to here, RP into a skewer into 5 of the mines. We didn't talk much about this during discussing the heroes. The skewer into mines is a good old combo, you know. It's something that's a nightmare of many players for years.
Yep, giving us a little bit of a reminder of what Wings used to do. It was quite fun during that meta. I mean, they even picked the techies in a TI final. Sweden strong. Gonna be dropping low. The Ignite should be taking him out. He goes towards the Calling. That really doesn't really change much. Loses the mid lane tower in the process, and Parivision instantly with the smoke. They really want to play fast.
Yeah, they take the mid tower, instantly go for the top tower, and I really hope for one win's sake that they don't defend this, and the scan is gonna
Tower is under attack.
at least save the strength. The respect will pay the price, but being so deep, making so much space, I think it's just fine.
That is okay. Instantly there will be a TP from Sweden strong to the bottom lane, and one win are gonna be trying to get a trade in the tower with the bottom tower being pretty low. It should be quite possible for them to do so, but they're still hesitant at attacking with their heroes. They will lose the tower in the process, however.
Can I try to defend through the gates? Tower.
Blink Dagger Magnus.
It's pretty low, but one win is playing it very disciplined.
Ooh, they got scared, but they're bringing in more people.
Magnus is a bit far, but now he's ready.
Yeah, the Calling is there. He's gonna get silent. Sweden strong in the vicinity. He's gonna be able to save his buddy. And the first RP does absolutely nothing. That blink reveal, it is a terrible one. And now once they take the tower down, it is gonna be a chase. Crystallis, he needs to get himself away from there. Dakalis through the twin gate somehow survives. Dead shot off the mark. Sweden strong, always looking very focused, but this time around, he was not ready to stop the Ogre TP.
I think they were lucky to only lose one here or there. It looked terrible, and it looked really good from Sweden. I don't know what he's paying, but that reaction time was amazing. Instantly silencing the Magnus and saving he's hacking, also killing enemy off lane. It's 2 in 1 hit.
Yep, beautiful, beautiful. And that is one thing that the Magnus is going to have to think about the entirety of this game, jumping into the calling. Maybe he needs a BKB later on down the line. Queen of Pain, lift it up. There's a cold snap. The MP will take away some of her mana. Still not enough for Squadix to be in any kind of trouble.
No. Just poke him a little bit. With the Tornado, Cold Snap, and the Witchblade. A lot of poke on this Invoker. But so far so good for Oneman, I would say. I think their lanes were going not so good, especially on the tanking, and the fact that he is almost the same network as Magnus and Invoker, who seemingly had 3 lanes, is very, very promising for them.
For sure. There will be a smoke from Parivision going towards the bottom side of the map, respecting a position to break it, but just not close enough. And now poor Cloud. I mean, he has a Blink Dagger, so might be able to escape. Dust is going to be used as the extra damage. No chance to blink away. He's going to go for another Sandstorm, but really, he's just going to be exploding to the damage of 9 class.
That's one quality of life change for the support, was the Dust doing damage. So it cancels the Blink Dagger. I think that just made my life a lot easier throughout the years.
Imagine one day, your child asks you, Daddy, what is some of the things that made your life easier? And you just mention a Dust. That would be a nice life lesson, for sure.
I hope our conversations never come to that, but guess what? You know what Sven buys? Sven buys Mask of Madness, and that's one of the best items in this patch. Hold it Todd, mid lane. Ogre is gonna die yet again.
Yep, it should be considered the tankier of the supports. Well, it's just so much damage on one win if they get to use it.
Yeah, especially in between like 4 heroes. I mean, this is my experience playing Ogre. I think a lot of people in chat can also identify. You just go around the map, you press Bloodlust, and you feed. That's your life.
Yeah, you use Bloodlust to get there faster into the mines. Boom! Sunstrike just there to burn his dead body. Not really needed.
A lovely play. Perfect synergy between these 3 heroes, and that's a lot of damage.
Yep. Nobody's gonna be able to survive through that. I think one win. Now they're gonna be respecting this duo of heroes even more. Tech is running in.
That looked very silly for a moment, but it does allow for this D-ward and for them to take a part of this triangle. Very ballsy play by 9 class.
DM got a shard that's going to be increasing his farming speed by quite a lot. And the next item, of course, is going to be the BKB. That calling, not going to be annoying him any longer. 1 win, going for a smoke. 9 class, what a good position for him to protect his buddy. Dying here really isn't going to be a problem for him. Going to be blasting off. On the other side, there's a couple of mines. He, of course, won't be able to do enough damage to kill anybody, but that is a lot of space that Parivision will be given.
I mean, this is what I like about this player. He's just so good at this micro things. He's just standing in the trees in between 5 heroes, kind of taunting them. I mean, yes, he dies in the end, but his micro understanding is pleasing to watch.
For sure. Gyro is approaching his Aghanim Scepter Crystallis. Of course, he's not going to be able to keep up with the Sven. As 1 win are going to be posturing aggressively here. Okay. Not gonna be finding anything. Okay, Milan, we are in a part of the game that is kind of even. The farm distribution is a little bit different between the 2 teams. Who do you favor? Who do you think is happier with how things are going at the moment?
I think 1 win so far, Hold It Toad, 9 class, is gonna get jumped and killed. Monster kill for Squadix. He's making a name for himself in this 1 win trial or whatever. I think it's sort of better for 1 so far because they are gonna hit their timing nicer. But in a long run, I still think it favors Parivision.
Okay. We'll see if that's gonna be the case. We talked about all the steroids for the gyro, and they are going to be kicking in at some point in this game. And also Empower on the Invoker, another universal hero, is not half bad either. So we'll see if that's going to be used.
Sanking, working to this Bloodstone. Sven has the BKB ready. I think this is the timing they want to use on Woman to either get a Roshan, a big teamfight victory, or maybe a tier 2 tower. And Parivision has a BKB of their own to answer, but I feel like it's a stronger timing for Dire. They're gonna smoke up on 3 heroes. Let's see. This is kind of a game-breaking fight. Brace for impact.
RP ready. No one is going to be finding them, and this is a problem. That is your initiation that you're just not going to have. Burrow Strike off the mark. It does look like Cloud will be taken out. Sven going to be getting in. Gets the starter with the cleave. He gets the kill. The reactive taser doesn't work through the BKB. Running through the mine. Still quite dangerous. A slight win in this fight for Parivision, but both of the 9-second BKBs down the drain.
That's a 9-second BKB use. And I got the drain for only a techies. But he still has some of the duration left. They're thinking about it.
Oh, they want RP Skewer back into the mines. Anybody dies to that, apart from maybe from the Queen of Pain if she uses the BKB.
No one pings out the side lanes. They wanna farm a little bit. I think very happy on Parivision with this trade. Like I think the Sven BKB is much more detrimental for the game than the gyro BKB. So getting that to a lower duration is very good for Pari.
How do you feel about this Crystallis choice to get a BKB over the Aghanim Scepter? We know that he is kind of a sacrificial type player, but very rarely do we see this choice.
I think it comes down to the buffs, right, that we talked about. It comes down to the Bloodlust, Alacrity, and Power. He feels like he is allowed to play more aggressive and contribute more in these fights throughout these little things. And now
he's going to have another buff.
Yeah, he's going to have the shield, fire something shield, which does something, and it's not too bad. That's all I know.
Just a player who has played Dota for 20 years and doesn't know the name of the spells. Okay, that spell was added like 3 years ago, but still.
I just told you, it's a fire something shield. Everybody knows that.
Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Sweden strong. Gonna be turning around with Pierce the Veil. The call is in the vicinity. Gonna be throwing out the Ignite. Sunstrike connects as well. And the Shockwave. They're trying to kill Sweden strong without any commitment whatsoever. He's still alive. Here comes the homing missile onto Respect. They're not gonna be able to kill it. And Muerta gets taken out by the overtime damage in the end.
Yeah, perfect discipline from Pari. Just knowing they didn't want to commit, but guess what? One says Muerta is useless. The positioning is everything. They want to strike 4v5.
They got scanned.
Whoa.
Let's see if maybe they can do something to the gyro, but he seems to be in a good position from the other side. Sven is coming, going for 9 class with the cleave, but the RP is going to be stopping them. Tornado there, or the Yules going to be keeping 9 class alive for now. They need one more hit. It is going to be the Sonic Wave that kills him. However, you have lost the Sven with Crystal is coming on the other side. You have been sandwiched from every side. It is Parivision, and Respect will be the 4th casualty on the side of one win for sure. Crystallis is not going to be allowing him to get away from this one alive. Only the Queen of Pain lives, and Sweden Strong is back to the world of the living. Is he gonna make a mistake to go for this regen? Oh, he's doing it. He's actually gonna go for the Invoker with a dead shot inside of the calling. This is a problem. Not enough mana on Squad X. No one gonna be standing your ground. Let's go 2 versus 1, and the cowards will run away.
This is just annoying. Annoying change to the region room that even though you're taking damage, it only gets weaker, but still really strong. So the moment he picks it up, it's just no way of killing him. And in the fight, I mean, it's just the steroids. The steroids, they're too strong. They go on the gyro. He's not even close to dying. The Sven is trying to man up on him. And gyro is like, guess what? I'm gonna man up back on you, and he deals way too much damage. Now they're gonna go for Roche.
Yep, Roche is probably going to be taking down one win. They don't have their BKBs at the moment, but they're going to be coming off cooldown in like 15-20 seconds. Can they mount on top of defense? Doesn't look like it, Milan. This looks like a freebie for Pari.
So far so good. Probably gonna Sunstrike, come in to take a last on it, and Sven is sort of approaching, but no way.
Okay. 50-50 win probability, so we are still very close between the two teams. Gaben says so as well, so who are we to question him? Do you think this is still 50-50, or do you think Pari now within Aegis should definitely be able to increase their lead?
I don't know if they're gonna increase their lead, but definitely in a better position. 65-35 would be my estimate. Still, one guy that still has basically a perfect game on the side of one win is Squadex. 10-0, yet to die. So as long as he doesn't die, there's a chance for one win. As soon as he dies.
Yeah, it's gonna be a problem when he loses his life. That's gonna be like 2,000 gold to the other side. Tornado, poor respect, is gonna be frozen, and then pretty short afterwards, just cooked and destroyed. Crystalis is on a monster kill streak, looking really good on the gyro.
And the party lineup is just so annoying. There's just so many little things. The rocket, tornado, 10 invoker spells, some slows from ogre, shockwaves. Like they're just toying with you. Like the pure Chatter is just getting hit by 10 different spells, and there's nothing she can do about it.
It's so annoying, as you mentioned. What about maybe you get a 4-staff and a shard on the Enchantress, but yeah, it's not.
It's only gonna help so much, right? I mean, definitely it's gonna be helpful, but.
Tekis gets a blink. That's not something that we see too often. So why a blink in this game?
Thanks. Good work. I thought that had to hurt.
Good analysis. Good analysis, Milan. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I lost my voice for a second. So it's very good with the Yules, and you can blink out after the blast off, and the most important, it's very cool. Like the Tekis blink is very cool, and the cool guys buy blink on every single hero.
And cool guys don't look at explosions, so he is also gonna be bringing a lot of those in. So now it all makes sense. Squadex is gonna find an AD rune. He was scouted, so Parivision, they know about this. The question is, do they care about this AD rune?
I mean, yes, of course, but probably not as much, because if he doesn't pop a BKB, there's few ways to dispel it. Oh, Cloud, that's a really good ward, and they see the Magnus.
He has a BKB, however, gonna be getting it off, and the RP as well, instantly skewering himself back. Let's see now what the gyro can do. He does have the Aegis, is gonna allow that one to fall immediately. You've lost a lot of your spells.
Has a BKB.
How much they can do? He pops the BKB, stands his ground, and there everybody's gonna be running away from them. Also, Teki's getting in, getting the disarm away as well. Crystalis doesn't have his BKB any longer. Mungushi taking a lot of damage. They will be able to kill the homing missile. Very nicely done. Sunstrike on the money, but not enough damage still to get that kill. Respect, however, is not going to be so lucky to get himself away. One win, lose two of their heroes, have only gained an Aegis.
I think they're lucky to get alive with three of these heroes. This rocket hits with the Sunstrike. The Sven definitely dies, and it's a complete disaster. Not too bad of an idea on paper to get this gyro kind of for free, but I think they poured in too much in the Magnus to not kill it. So still a big victory for Pari side.
It was the Magnus 9-second BKB though, so that is going to count. However, one win. They only have one more outer tower left, and it does look like that one is going to be next on the menu as well here for Parivision.
I know that SNY is the name of the meta right now and everybody wants it, but I really want Sven to get a red item, get the Crystalis or the Daedalus, and just get more damage. Like you're not used to see Sven hit a guy 10 times to kill him. Like you're like bam bam, 2 shots, carry that.
Next.
So.
Exactly. Oh, let's see Gyro. He's all alone here. Doesn't have the BKB, at the moment. Okay, he just got it.
At least lose the Satanic. So
yeah, but do you go now if you're one win?
They didn't expend anything for him. Smoke is ready on the Enchanters. Sven will push the lane bottom, probably finishing the Harpoon, and I think it's a go time. Like 90 seconds, no BKB, no Satanic. I don't think there's much to wait.
But look at top lane. The creeps are just gonna be pouring in because the Invoker is cutting the wave, so that is gonna be an easy way for Parivision to know that something is up.
Another strong timing for the 1 win should be this Queen of Pain Aghanims. With level 18, it's just gonna be... Ooh, 9 class?
Okay, he didn't get the blink out, and now he's only gonna be getting to die. The Singer finishes him off. You cannot disarm the Sand King completely.
That's 850 gold. Plus a D-word. That's 1,000 gold for the side of 1 win from just that trade. I mean, he tried for the blink blast of play, but it just Sand King was too ready.
We are now at 65-35, a percentage that you were mentioning a couple of minutes ago, but now Dota Plus it agrees. It seems that Dota Plus is just listening to what you're saying. It makes sense.
I think it's a sad sign for Dota, but moving through there. The BKB on Invoker is also ready with the gem. A very nice timing to align. It's just nice to see. Oh, respect. The Invoker shard is so annoying, man.
I got nerfed. You could see that respect there was moving
That was
a
a
little
nerf,
bit faster.
definitely. A well-deserved nerf.
20 movement speed, I think, was the nerf, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check.
Or 25. Anyhow,
25, yeah.
Satanic on the courier for Gyro. They want to make a move. They know there's no glyph for Dire and Queen of Pain. If he dies here, could be a disaster.
Well, Squad X is not gonna get caught. He's way too good. Sunstrike, have they found him? BKB, he knows that something is coming, and what is coming is death. That is gonna be so much gold into the pockets of Parivision. 1,000 for no one. And now the Colossus is gonna be going forward. Uses the Dust Cloud, however, in a good position to stay safe.
He has a BKB. He has no BKB even if he buys back. So we said before, if Queen of Pain dies, it might mean a game over for Pari for the 1 win. Let's see how much Pari wants to push here.
Well, they want to push quite a lot. They have everything they would ever want. They're protecting the Gyro with the fire shield there from the Colossus. No one is going to be going forward. Sweden Strong in a lot of trouble, gets himself away from the meatball. There is going to be a call down, trying to pull in the Gyro, but he pops the BKB. Yules on the Sven as well. They're cutting him as much as they can. Cloud trying to survive through it all. Even with the Bloodstone, it's not going to be enough. This buffed up Gyro is way too strong for 1 win to do anything about it. The Queen of Pain didn't buy back, and now you won't have the Sven BKB. Actually, he didn't use it, so maybe him and the Queen of Pain can make a difference. Mukushi, however, he might get forced to use it now, and there it is, a defensive one. Parivision, they've made sure that they can continue with the push.
And that was even without the Satanic on Crystallis, and he also has a Daedalus coming on a courier. No BKB, no God Strength of Sven. What is there to fear for Pari? They're looking to end it all right here.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Here right now, 9 class, he is the one going forward. He is the one blinking in, getting those sticky bombs in. The Queen of Pain loses her career. That's not going to be an Aghanim Scepter ready for at least another 3 minutes. Another disaster has struck.
Dire's bottom tower.
I mean, they're just not stopping this. No BKB, no problem with Satanic. He should be unkillable, but Squad X?
And no one is just gonna leave. He doesn't care. He's gonna turn around and get himself some kills. And Mukushi, without his ulti, his damage, it doesn't do anything. Crystallis just running in. They're just lightweight versus this guy. Sunstrike on the other side, they're trying to find the Queen of Pain. For now, she will be alive, but that now is not gonna be for long. He had a 10-0 score. Now is down to 10-2. Parivision are looking to close out game number 1.
This definitely looks like a GG. I mean, the Crystallis 10-0-8, hitting his timing with the farm, getting buffed by everything we said.
Dire's middle tower.
He's just too strong, man.
Yep, There's nothing you can do about it. The Kuna Pain does have a buyback. He tried to find a way, and now you wanted to get close. No problem. We're gonna take you in, but without the epicenter. Now he's gonna be charging it up inside of the fountain, finding the Invoker. He gets the Force Staff away. The Invoker is still trying to survive through it all, but finally will die to the Dagon. Instant buyback. He knows that this is the end of the game while they're pulling in their enemies. Sunstrike will be off the mark, but GG will be called, and Parivision are one game away from going into the playoffs.
GG. I mean, just a little bit expected here for Pari. Maybe not as dominant as game 1 and game 2 against OG, but nonetheless, another stellar performance by them.
Yep, looked pretty good. I mean, I haven't seen one situation there where one win were looking like they were gonna overtake the game. I mean, looking forward, Milan, is there something they need to change in their draft? Is there something they need to change in their approach?
I mean, definitely they need not to, don't allow the Bloodlust Alacrity combination first, and maybe go for a little bit more of meta-ish carry, I would say. And go back with the Cloud9, just a Cloud right here. Go back with the Cloud classic of Beastmaster or Mars. Yeah, that would be my advice. Humble advice.
There was definitely a problem there with Cloud. Poor guy got demolished in the lane. Never got to play this game 1, but it is still a best of 3 series. It is not over for these guys. And what can they change? Can they do something better? We're gonna ask our panel.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Coming back to the panel here, and it just feels like Parivision, they've hit top gear and they're not slowing down, you know, just taking it to everybody on the side of one win, one by one. And again, we talked about it in the draft here. Chrysalis looking really good. In fact, he went for the BKB over the Ag Scepter first, I do believe, because he was being enabled by those buffs, and it just showed just how in charge it felt like Parivision was. So, Aries, what were your thoughts on that first game overall?
Yeah, I mean, Parivision probably showcasing how truly strong they are as a team and what we've seen from them today so far. Again, you know, they look really good. Everyone's able to make plays, which is the crazy thing. I think also just like, you know, Ogre is not like too fancy of a hero, but even seeing Ducalis, like his itemization, just pretty stock standard. Solar Crest, buff up the Gyro. He bought the Vlad's at the end of the game. I think he may have sold it actually for the Ghost Scepter, but still the idea is there where you're literally just buying auras and trying to give Chrysalis everything. So this team's good, man. You have 5 superstars on this team.
Yeah, I think it's worth remembering how the draft unfolded as well with this Sven pick, right? We kind of wanted to believe that the armor made sense for the game, but I think both the Sven and the Sand King felt out of place. Obviously, Sand King still a bit more meta, but Munkushi just struggles so much. Like these heroes that these non-range heroes that are not Sven seem to that are not Alchemist. Sorry. Really seem to struggle. 40% win rating pubs on this Sven. I think Munkushi played fine, but you know, Gyro 3 buffs, it's really hard to match.
Yeah, and we can see, I mean, again, up until that, what was it, 22 minutes there, the Sven was ahead in terms of net worth, but because of the all the buffs coming up from the rest of his team, that Gyrocopter, he felt like he was an item ahead in those fights and just couldn't get control in those. So you can see moving through 31 minutes in, and Parivision just looking completely dominant in this game. Another thing that Milan touched on as well, that Cloud did not get a game. You know, they focused him down. Maybe that was, you know, from the Beastmaster this morning, they recognized the threat that he could be and just decided, you know what, we're going to pressure him from minute 1. You know, we're going to make sure he doesn't have that game. He's not going to be getting himself into a comfortable position. And this Sand King, yeah, you can see it, I mean, even on the net worth, below a couple of the supports from the side of Parivision. So overall, not looking too well. And taking a look at the stats, I mean, one win we're getting kills on the board, 16 kills there. It's not too bad overall, but Parivision, once again, just in a commanding position. Chrysalis didn't even die there. Aries, how do you even try to play around Chrysalis? Because he feels like he's in top form at the minute.
Again, like, how do you want to play around Chrysalis? Okay, what do you do then against no one, who absolutely popped off in the early series? So it's like, how do you pick your target? That's going to be the difficult thing. I mean, Chrysalis for a while on Secret. Some of his critiques was his hero pool. I don't think we're seeing that particularly at the moment. We haven't seen them fall back on the Razor or the Monkey King or anything like that. So that's usually how people were trying to address him. But I think just a big advantage that Parivision are playing with as a whole in this series and the previous ones as well is their ability to flex. I think it makes their draft so goddamn easy, where you can continue to open with a mag gyrocopter, where we haven't seen the Morphling wasn't in this draft, the Terrorblade wasn't in this draft. There's so many other heroes that also they have this ability to flex. It just makes drafting that much easier for them. And one win I haven't, at least in the Eastern European qualies, I didn't really see that same ability like we're getting out of Parivision. Like, it's pretty stock standard in regards to the supports. They're always going to be supports. They're not going to be flexed elsewhere.
Yeah, I definitely resonate with Paris, but I also want to say that they, with the right heroes, like, I don't think you need to be able to flex everything as long as you give the right heroes for their players. I think Squad X, this whole tournament has actually looked pretty good, regardless of what he gets. And Munkushi had his games, but I don't believe in this fan. I hope that they stay away from that and try to pick something else for him. And, the Sand King is a hero that you either pick too early and you get absolutely destroyed, or gets banned. The hero might also be just a bit weaker in general. So hoping that, they find Cloud, maybe a Visage, maybe that Terrorblade. I don't believe it was banned. At least in the second phase, I remember it was open. I actually thought about it. But they did go for the Sand King, and the hero just doesn't do as much.
Yeah, I think the offlane Sand King is very exposable, and I believe that's exactly what we saw from Parivision. Whereas the mid Sand King, like, it's okay. It's just you 1v1, it's fine. You're just going to trade farm. It's the enemy mid laner they're going to be happy with that. But in the offlane, then you've got an extra hero to be able to showcase like your weakness. And Sandstorm really doesn't do a whole lot at the early levels. Strike isn't the greatest as well. So I just think this hero, there was flex in the past. I feel like it's less likely now, and you probably rather it be mid if you're going to pick the Sand King.
Okay. And yeah, just to confirm, the Terrorblade got all the way through the draft, so it was available. It was one of those options. Do you think it's getting to the point where, with this mini patch that's come out, you need to lock in these characters? Because we're seeing them, the first three for one win, had the Razor and the Monkey King in. The first four for the side of Parivision, the Alchemist, the Dragon Knight being taken out, the Naga Siren, which can, if it wants to, play that carry. The next one was the Morphling there, the Broodmother on the other side. Are we at this point, just after the patch, where you have to lock those carries in early? Otherwise, you are really backing yourself into a corner if you draft them later on, phase 2, phase 3.
I think so. What do you think, Bo?
Yeah, I think to a degree. There's definitely, like, we've seen teams experiment and do well with, like, heroes that are a little bit different, but it is definitely not. It definitely works to get your carry early, is, I guess, what I'm trying to get at. This time around, they tried to force that Sand King for Cloud, and I'm not sure that was really the path moving forward. But this is really the struggle against Parivision if they have first pick, because they're gonna get 2 carries in a row, and if you and they're gonna ban a couple as well, and if you don't get yours, then you're gonna end up playing Sven, which I don't know. The hero is a big garbage. I think Munkushi has a very wide hero pool. You just need to find something else.
Yeah, it's not been a great day for the outer meta carries at the minute. We saw the Ursa coming through from OG. That didn't go anywhere. The Weaver as well, not been super effective. And then this time, like you say, the Sven not having the greatest of games. So we'll see if they are going to be able to get something in. And again, I don't think we see too many left in after that first phase, the bans, because it does seem like the Alchemist, specifically on the Razor there as well, playing up against Chrysalis, you do want to be taking that one away. So, again, I just think you're going to be very limited if you try and wait till the second, third phase. So locking those in straight away, and we'll see what we're going to be given in this next draft. Looking to this next draft, we saw Parivision again in this game taking control of the lanes, being able to just keep themselves in a winning position all the way through this game. Is there anything, Aries, what word of advice could you give to one win here to be able to try and deal with this laning stage from Parivision?
I think they did fine last game. I don't think the lanes were an issue at all. I mean, definitely the Sand King was okay. Like that was the one thing, but we were in a pretty even position at like 15 minutes in. It wasn't like we saw earlier today where Parivision were just running over the game. So I don't think the lanes is as big of a thing. At least from that game in particular is fine. Like again, I'm still going to be paying attention to mid. I think no one had a great game on the Invoker. I think also Squad X looked very, very good on the Queen of Pain. So again, I'm going to want to see the priority between both sides on when the mid hero gets drafted. I think also it's quite important who has first pick and second pick. I am trying to. It looks like Parivision have first pick, so they will have the decision at least on how to be able to set up the draft first. So that means they will get 18th pick if I remember correctly. So that could be pretty beneficial for no one just to be able to pick his mid hero into a couple of bands.
Okay. And Bowie, what are you expecting here coming into this next draft? Hero-wise, is there anything you want to be seeing from either team coming through when we get into it in the next couple of minutes?
I think we're gonna continue to see Dragon Knight being first phase. So it's really on when to figure out the hero they want to give Munkushi. Like that was by far the hero they saw the most success and the hero they were drafting the most. But there's definitely a few. I feel like Magnus is actually a decent carry. It wasn't played as much in this tournament, but it's definitely something that some people are doing. Whatever you found, you might just need to snatch early and just build a good draft around Munkushi. Maybe also get some of those steroids, right? It feels like it really works out for a lot of the teams. At the end of the day, they try to steal the co-op and take that away from no one, but they could have picked the Invoker for themselves, left the co-op. Maybe that could have worked better. I'm not sure if that's really what Squad X likes running though.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it's going to go as we get ourselves into the draft in the next couple of minutes. But don't forget, everybody, if you want to keep up to date with all of the events going on from OneWin, all of the team news here as well, use that QR code, scan that, get yourself onto the social media channels. Don't forget to follow the Twitch page, the YouTube page there as well, depending on where you're viewing this one. And if you scan that QR code, you will be kept up to date with all the announcements, the match results, upcoming events, everything from the OneWin sphere. And there's going to be more to come. Like say, summer, fall, we're looking forward to the winter series here as well. But for now, we are going to be able to continue on with the fall series, coming through into potentially the final game of the night, because this is one step away. Parivision looking to lock it in, get themselves into the playoffs with Team Liquid, Team Spirit, Gaming Gladiators here, and lock in at least that $5,000 on the prize pool. And don't forget, everybody, prize pool wise, $5,000 just for getting into the playoffs. We have $15,000 for the third place, $30,000 for second, $50,000 for stepping up and guaranteeing every single win. Get yourself through to the grand finals and winning that one there as well. And we do have the third place match, so it's not a case of third place being split between two teams. We will be figuring out the exact order: first, second, third, fourth. And from what you've seen so far here, Bowie, from all the teams, the three teams that are through already, and potentially this final team here as well, which we are still deciding on, who are you looking to take it all? Who do you think has impressed you the most over these first couple of days?
I think it's tough not to go with Liquid, just because they didn't really drop a single game in their qualifiers for Dream League. They didn't really seem to struggle at all through OneWin just yet. But Spirit, to me, the way that they came back from some games, or the way that they are just able to play around Satanic, that is a team. If I had to guess, I would probably put my chips on the finals being Spirit and Liquid.
Okay. Aries, you similar thoughts there, or is there anyone else that's impressed you coming through for the first couple of days? Oh,
I'd probably say Liquid Parivision for Parivision for finals. That's where I may probably put my chips. I think Parivision. I knew this team was good. I heard a lot of people speak about them with Dream League. I didn't get to watch them as much, unfortunately. I've been very impressed with the games, and so I would probably give them I'd say those two. Those two for grand finals is how I'm expecting. I actually think maybe depending how they go in this upcoming game, Parivision, I'd say, and if they can make it to playoffs, again, I'm expecting they will with how they're looking. I did predict them.
Yeah.
If they get a 2-0 and if it's convincing, then I would maybe even have them as the favorites as well. I think game 1 Liquid versus Nigma, there was actually, it was a little, they lost that lane. So I think that's a little bit, could be tricky when you're losing some lanes versus a team that was knocked out, when you're going to be going up against Parivision, who apparently aren't losing lanes at the moment and are making sure when they don't lose lanes, they don't lose the game.
Yeah, just to, I mean, we'd have to confirm what the semi-finals matchup is going to be, because obviously, you know, to get through, there's no lower bracket there. It is just straight elimination in the playoffs, you know. Liquid, Spirit, and Gladiators already through, so I'm not sure who's going to be matching up with those already and where this next slot is going to be going up against. So that's going to be interesting tomorrow, because again, you are... There is no second chances, you know. There's no fight for, oh, we can go again, don't worry, we can rally down there. If you lose that one series starting tomorrow, you do get knocked down into the 3rd place match. So you have to be at your best for that one series there as well, because again, no second chance to come back. We are just waiting for this, for the lobby to be back up. Get yourselves into the draft. Don't worry, you're not missing out on anything. There's no big rush to get ourselves in. The draft isn't up just yet, so once that is up, we'll be able to get ourselves straight into it. But yeah, overall today, just to recap what we've seen: 1 win coming up against OG in the opening match, a best of 1. They were able to take that game 14 minutes on the board, and then Team Spirit knocking Parry down into the losers match. 1 win coming up against Team Spirit. Team Spirit looking absolutely dominant here. 43 minutes on the clock for that one, but Team Spirit, I mean, I say looking dominant. You know, 1 win, they had a fairly good game, a fairly good time in that, and Team Spirit able to come back, make a recovery there from the mid game and take control of the game. It was the Morphlin up against the Dragonite, one of the rare Dragonite losses that we have seen, and then the OG versus Parry matchup. It was no contest. Less than an hour game time here between the two teams. 26 minutes 54 seconds, 29 minutes 32 seconds, and Parivision in both games hitting at least a kill a minute. And OG, not to kick them while they're down, because they kind of came off a shocking loss up against Avalis after making that great lower bracket run in the ESL Bangkok qualifiers. Berlin's a little bit away. But yeah, today they just, maybe it is that the case of, you know, they're still feeling the bruises, you know, they're still feeling a little bit sorry for themselves, because they weren't able to really show what I thought. You know, I've seen them in you know, the past couple of weeks, and they look really good. So I'm really surprised that they went down in the second round here in this, you know, in this event, because I thought they would have been able to get themselves through, or at least make a bit of a better showing, but wasn't the case for OG. So overall, yeah, OG going down, Parivision moving through, and 1 game away from securing this playoffs. And if we look at the event overall, like say 4 days, the pressure is on to make sure you get yourself through. You know, 2 wins gets you into the playoffs, but 2 losses, it knocks you out of the event. So you have to make sure you are getting those wins on the board. And again, Bowie, how do you think that the teams approach this one? Because there is no low bracket, you know, no second chances after the group stage. How do you kind of protect your mental coming through if you do go on the first best of 1 and go on a bit of a bad run?
Well, I think for the teams that, especially for Group A, right, they're just watching today. They can prepare. I think Liquid specifically, they're just chilling, just waiting to see who's going to take this one. Right now, it seems to be Parivision, a team that they have played in the past, a team that they probably have a lot of information on. So it's probably just, you know, studying. It really, for either one of these 2 teams, I think is really the hardest problem. Sure, you know, you're playing against Liquid, but right now you have bigger problems. This could still take a while, right? This could become into a BO3, maybe longer games. So you kind of just have to trust in yourself. I don't think we're going to have that much time to really fully prepare for Liquid. But, you know, Parivision, if they do take this, they are looking pretty solid. And just getting back to what you said about OG, you know, we kind of did allude to the groups, right? The groups here are looking... Group B just looks so hard. You know, it's kind of a shame that maybe OG ended up here, because you have Spirit Parivision. You have literally top 4 of Dream League. 1 win is also looking pretty good. So the competition was a bit more stiff for them.
Yeah. And Aries, any thoughts on the event so far overall? You know, the past couple of days, the group stage that we've seen already.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. It's been very fun. We're getting an opportunity to see teams playing in a online event where we don't really, to be honest. Like, Liquid don't really play in a lot of online events. A lot of other teams, Team Spirit don't as well. OG don't. So this is a treat. We're getting some really good Dota. We're about to finish our group stages. Then we got the playoffs, and we'll see if Spirit can be reigning back-to-back champions. But so far, no, it's very good to be able to see these teams again. There was a lot that I was excited to cover that I didn't have the opportunity to doing Eastern Europe and didn't see the Dream League game. So it's just to keep up with some of the new rosters that are going on at the moment. See some, how new Team Secret was going to look, how Enigma were going to look as well, because I wasn't able to watch Mina that much. So it's just been really enjoyable to be able to cover all these teams.
Yeah, and we've got 2 more days left. Like I say, after this matchup, which could go to a third game, I'm not ruling 1 win out, because again, they've had sparks, they've had glimmers. They've really impressed me when I've seen them in the past. When the backs have been up against the wall, they have been able to make it competitive. And I'm hoping we go to all 3 games. I'm hoping we get to see the maximum amount of Dota in this series, and 1 win, Parivision both get to show exactly why they deserve to move through, and it goes through on merit. We don't want to see another storm there. Another 2-0 would be a little bit depressing, I think. So hopefully we go to all 3 games. But even after today, we have the semi-final run in the playoffs. So we have, like you say, Liquid, Spirit, Gaming Gladiators already through. And I think no matter who goes through here between 1 win and Parivision, the matches in the playoffs, there are going to be no bad matches there. There's going to be 4 competitive teams looking to play off for that first place. And like you said, Liquid, Spirit, Gaming Gladiators, not something that we usually see from them playing these online events. So it's a bit of a treat, and maybe that's because it is only the 4 days. They're kind of like, they only have to play 3 of them if you get through to the playoffs, because you have your day off for the groups. I'm loving watching these teams. Again, Spirit fanboy coming through, so it's always nice to see them doing well. And I'm really glad as well with the new roster, they were able to kind of slot in, because I've seen teams, you get 2-3 new players and the identity of the team completely changes. But it feels like with bringing Satanic through from the academy, having Maposhka still there, having all those coaching roles behind them, they've kept their identity, they've kept themselves going, and we're going to be going into the next draft here. 1 win up against Parivision, game number 2. Already we see the Morphin Band, the Nyx Assassin being taken out here as well. On the other side, the Monkey King and the Razor, so those Crystals Comfort heroes being taken away. Let's see who got the first pick. Did you notice who won the flip? Who's got the priority here?
Yeah, I didn't. We had to recreate lobby, so
I think Parivision had priority.
Yeah. The thing is, when you're addressing this heroes for Crystallis, you got to remember that Mugushi actually does play both Monkey King and Razor, and we ended up in a draft in a position where they didn't really have a carry to pick that looked good, and now Parivision has first pick, so you're banning carries. Parivision can pick one, and you might end up in kind of a bad situation anyways. I wonder how many more carries they're going to ban here in the second with the last bans that they have. Maybe only the DK, I think, and you try to have a position where you have a response to whatever it is they're going to get here.
Yeah, with that ban on the Chen, if you ban out the Dragon Knight now, you're giving Parivision the Alchemist. So that's something, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't coming into this next ban with that
now you pick
ban.
Timber, and there's no support Morphling to destroy you. So maybe that's the way.
True.
I think the other one is the Terrorblade. We need to see where that goes. So speaking about potential 4 position as well, but mainly offlane and carry. Some other offlaners, again, the Magnus and the Dawnbreaker has been pretty contested between both Cloud and DM as well. So that's at least in regards to the position 1s and 3s. I'm a bit surprised. I guess I'm worried about the Carlos's impact with just running over the early game. I know Respect plays both the Enchantress and the Chen, but maybe just concerned with how aggressive Parivision can get. I mean, the ability for, I think something we've seen from Chrysalis is they've been able to leave him alone quite often, and have to Carlos like make a rotation through the portal and look to gank the offlane. So they're gonna minimize the potential of that with the Chen and Enchantress bans.
Do you think
that really seems to be a thorn in their shoes, because game 1 they picked the Ench, something that they can play, but I wouldn't say is the bread and butter of 1W. Now they have to ban both. It's definitely leaves Parivision with a lot of leeway here in the draft, but they are taking more than I expected with this last ban. Okay.
Yeah.
They ban out the Dragon Knight. Okay, go Alchemist. Is this the quick Beastmaster pick with the Chen and Enchantress being banned out? Because that's something we've seen already this morning. One win like to play.
Yeah, I think Beast, Doom, and Timber are all viable here.
See what's going. Maybe even lock in that Gyrocopter here. Take it for themselves. Try and flex it themselves and make sure they have at least a character. It's going to be the Timsaw straight away. Okay. On to the next phase of bans. So, you're talking about the Timsaw. How do you like the matchup up against the Alchemist?
I mean, it is good. Like, Whisper won his lane against the Alch in that other game, but you just had this level 8 Morphling with more damage than everyone on the side of OG. This time, 9 class will not be able to do that. And I think that also dissuades the Terrorblade in general, just because Timber is a really good matchup into that. So, Parivision, all you want to do is now ban all the carries, because they secured probably the second to best here for Parivision, and 1W, they might need to play another wonky hero on Munkushi.
Yeah, it's going to make their draft a little bit more difficult now. I mean, you're very happy with the Timbersaw getting picked, but like Bo said, I would like to see them also ban out another carry here. It's just a question of which one they want to get rid of from Mikushi, because he definitely does have a pretty wide hero pool. They will actually get rid of Respects Naga, which we have seen him play a couple times, I believe, so far, actually. I think we may have even saw a game of it yesterday too. So I also don't mind the Naga ban, that they were able to have success with him.
Okay, so what is big that's still open here?
Take the Pokemon straight into the Bat Rider there. Okay, so some control coming out, some good jump ability as well for one win. Being able to put the pressure onto the Alchemist in the fights, not necessarily relying on the right click, because Alchemist comes out, you expect the Radiance here as well, so being able to get that magic damage coming through. Parivision, the BKB piercing as well with Lasso, that's going to be quite big pickup for one win. So Parivision, how do they respond to this one? Is there anything specifically areas you like to see lane with the Alchemist? Just a really nice partner to be able to sit into the lane, help protect this Alchemist early on?
Nothing at least that can come straight to mind for me. I'm just thinking about a potential Shadow Demon for Parivision. I see with the Bat Rider a nice save inside the Lasso. Can be kind of nice versus the Timber as well. The Purge can be a little bit frustrating, and some of your damage versus the Timber, depending on what facet you want to go for. We are seeing, the issue is I kind of like more SD4, and I don't know if the Carlos plays it, and I have not. 9 class has been playing some very unconventional 4s at the moment, so this one got buffed. Very interesting. We have not seen Disruptor in a long time, but I don't think it got buffed too heavily though, if I remember correctly.
That's the I guess brother of Muerta, in the sense that it's an anti-spirit hero, counters the Timbersaw. Not really popular, but good against Batrider as well, right? It's a lasso counter. As long as he blinks in, you can disjoint the lasso with your glimpse. So I like it, really. This used to be a Fishman hero. He's not with Parivision anymore, but yeah, it's cool. Cool to see a different one.
Back into the Tekis too. So this is support that offers you a lot of damage into the Timbersaw, which is the big one. I mean, Pipe already looks quite good for Timber. We did get the Scepter earlier today, but especially with some of the Radiance damage coming through the Alchemist as well. I wonder if they go back for the Mag combo as well, of course, which we saw in the previous game, but I don't mind the Techies. I'm excited to see more of it, considering how strong it was, and I definitely one of the big things about this hero is just also your vision to scout and popping smokes and getting that information.
So probably I like the Shadow Demon you mentioned. I think Shadow Demon with tanky heroes, which they already had 2 of, with that Disseminate, would be very good. You have a save for the concoction, for the... Yeah, I like it.
Okay. And we'll see if it is going to be that mag pickup coming out now from Parivision. You know, like you say, to be able to combo out some good area control with the static storm kinetic field could follow up. Might be something that Parivision are considering, because it worked out for them at least once already. They might just go back for that, but 32 seconds on the reserve time, so they do have a little bit of time to talk about this pick before we go into the next banning phase. And both teams as well, depending on what they want to pick next here, Parivision looking for those mid laners, I do believe, and not a lot of them actually ban out. In fact, looking overall, unless you're going to count the Dragon Knight, no mid laners really ban out here, so going to be both wide open for the drafting pools here for both teams.
There's a need of damage at the moment for Parivision against the Bristle and Timber. Gonna get some percent damage, which is the big one. I was, of course, some of the supports are able to provide that, but you have 2 supports picked up. So I like the Doom a lot. We'll see it's a little bit more of a slower hero. Like Doom Alchemist is pretty greedy in the sense of their lanes are okay. It's not like they're entirely bad laners, but I think it's just like how you're going to play after the lanes. So this could help one win be pretty aggressive off the map, especially depending on the hero for Squad X. Yeah,
and I think you have... I don't think Doom is necessarily that good against either Timber or Bristle. Like, they build very tanky, just like raw HP. You have Disseminate to further increase their HP, the Save of Disruption, kind of a slow hero as well. Not sure I like what Parivision has that much. This might be the first time. And you know, they did use a lot of their reserve time from the get-go. I think the opener of 1W really kind of messed with what they wanted to do, and taking away the Cop and the Invoker. They're really putting Parivision into a totally different position from what they were able to play today.
It's what do you draft now? Because you also don't really have the greatest pairing with the Disruptor, which is a bit of a concern. Like, often we see this hero with heroes that are able to be very aggressive and play with the Glimpse. That's not a bad one. Gives you some magic damage. I think it's a very good Storm game. Like, there's nothing against it. There's nothing, but you're going to be able to kill the Bristleback and the Timber if they have like Pipe and Bristle has items.
Yeah, it's one of those weird items where the Storm is not threatened, but he also doesn't really have that much kill potential besides the SD maybe. So you can either go for some cheese, but it's hard. Huskar into Doom is bad. I don't think... Can we see like anti-mage and they play mid Timber or some like crazy something like that?
Like Pango, people have been picking Pango into Storm, which I've been surprised. I thought Storm was pretty good versus Pango.
Pango's nice.
No Park, no Ember, some control. Let's see, what do they go? Sand King. Okay, so we get the mid Sand King instead. Well, I hope it's a mid Sand King, and it will be.
Yeah.
So there's your blink hero, because you don't want the Bristle and the Timber just to be kited. So now you're Sand King. He's gonna have a pretty good lane as well, which is important. Gives you a lot of damage output as well. I don't mind the Sand King. I think it should be, no one's gonna be fine, but I don't think you were really going to find a hero that was going to contest no one inside the lane.
Yeah. Okay. And looking at this lineup here for one win, we're looking at it. We've got the 3 big tanky frontline core boys coming through, being able to kind of run at Parivision. Do you think one win here is this? Because again, you are coming up against an Alchemist, so the Alchemist wants to spend the first 15 minutes getting towards his Radiance, going towards the Blink BKB. One win here, Bowie. Do you think they just get the 6s, get the first set of items and start putting the pressure onto Parivision in this game?
Yeah, I think so. I really like their draft. I think they have good mix of damage. They're super tanky with some saves against what Parivision has. No one will need to pop off real hard, which he has been doing consistently. But yeah, there's some threat with the Batrider Blink and Sand King Burrow. This might be, I think, the worst draft of Parivision, and it's still kind of 50-50. So it really goes to show that they're doing a really good job there, but I can see one win winning this one.
Okay, well, we'll be able to see if one win can win this one because we're going to be able to jump over with our casters, Hurry Freak and Milan, to watch this game number 2 to see how it's going to break down. Is it going to be a 2-0 or are we going to go 1-1, go to a third game, a tiebreaker situation? Let's find out with our casters.
An interesting statement there from Bowie that Parivision has had better drafts than this, but still the game looks 50-50. Milan, would you agree with it, or do you like what Parivision are cooking?
I like what they're cooking. I think there's a big discrepancy between these two teams in the series. I think Parivision with Astini, they're cooking a little bit better today.
Okay, makes sense. Is the cooking done in your apartment from yesterday? Are we not gonna be hearing all of the cooking noises?
No comment.
Okay, that's fine. As there will be a late smoke, if we could get ourselves into the game, that would be quite nice. Squadix is gonna be spotted, so no ward in the mid lane is yet gonna be placed. We are. It seems like production is really liking this radio cast of ours, but we are gonna be getting the game on our screens as well now.
I think they just enjoy looking at our faces. Can you blame them? Not so much. 9 class doing 9 class things. It's gonna go for this rune, not so much. So it will be 3-for-1 against the Alchemist.
Dude,
you always love to see it.
What's with this Doom set? Did you see how ugly his face is?
I don't know about his face, but I remember from Whisper Doom that it's a different animation for Inferno Blade. And it annoys me. It's like pay to win.
Of course it's pay to win. The PA Arcana crits more. This is better animation. I mean, what do you want, man? You want people who pay to not get anything for their money?
They get the beautiful face that Doom has, you know? They don't need the animation advantage. And
extra MMR as well. Yeah, look at that. Maybe it just looks different and it's the same animation.
Anyhow, I think Munkushi is the guy I'm looking at this game to set up a tempo, coming out through the laning stage, maybe do well in this lane, outmaneuver 9 class and DM, which will be very hard, but they have to start somewhere.
I know you're a big hater of the Snot Rocket facet, and now we're gonna be seeing red. No.
God bless. I'm like, you got me there for a minute. I instantly tapped into the game. I'm checking like, no way, bro.
Yeah, there would be really no reason for him to get it in this game because nobody other than him is doing any physical damage. But yeah, would be quite fun. Any lanes we should keep our eyes on, like really like hawk vision towards it because there's gonna be a lot of killing.
Definitely the top lane. Like level 2, level 3, there's gonna be action there. A bottom lane is not gonna be a far away, but I think maybe Munkushi and Respect will play a little bit safer there.
What about the mid lane, right? The Storm Spirit usually does well versus melee heroes, but already he is lacking in mana, and the Sand King is farming quite well.
I think it's nowadays with Invis talent on the Sand King, it's just a 50-50 lane. Like you just get what you want on both of the heroes, and it comes down like to the active rooms and the similar shenanigans.
When you see this is an interesting though. When you see a Storm Spirit and a Sand King, which active rune is gonna be the most important? 6, 8, 10, 12? Which one do you think is gonna be a game-changing one?
And it always depends on the situation, but I always think the earlier ones are detrimental. They set the pace for the rest of the power up. So if you get like a first and second one, probably you will not mind losing like a third one because you already made or gained enough advantage.
Okay. Cool. Makes sense. 9 class being scared to go for the healing lotus. It is gonna be one win. They're gonna be picking the flowers on the bottom lane. Meanwhile, mid lane Storm getting low-ish, but of course he does have the bounty rune to pick up. Top lane Crystallis being pressured a bit, but still this Alchemist is so far just fine.
We saw already today Crystallis played the Alchemist against the Timber of Whisper. One of the best Timbers around, I must admit. And he did pretty well. Like, yes, he died maybe once or twice, but he was getting his timing fairly easy. And here, they're making a go.
Minus armor, but he doesn't care. There was still enough trees there around to do a solid amount of damage to Crystalis, and they are just gonna be giving it away. So far, this lane is going well for one window. The wave is at their tower. Cloud has the same amount of CS as Crystalis. Not too bad as Squadix. The Remnant won't be getting towards him on time. Who's that handsome devil? Squadix won't know because he's not going to be looking at it. And luckily for him, he does survive. But no water rune. That is a problem. Sticky bomb off the mark. Still fine.
That was very scary. I thought 9 class might go and YOLO that one. But Sand losing the water rune, gonna have to do a walk of shame, but Sweden Storm will just take up the mid. That means this Alchemist is gonna be free farming.
Yep, but usually you don't blast off towards the Sand King if you're a techies, because he can stop it with the Burrow Strike quite easily, so it's fine that 9 class didn't want to go for that, even though we can expect the guy as crazy as him to go forward Munkushi.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, definitely for the better to not go there, but it's 9 class. He just does the crazy things, and they somehow work.
Yeah, he makes them work, even when you expect him to fall flat on his face. He just gets a couple of kills. While the Sand King was going back to the base, the Storm Spirit was using all of his resources, so now he's going to be doing the same. So very soon we're going to be seeing both of the mid laners being back to full in the mid lane. That is the only even lane. Everywhere else, it seems that Parivision have a slight advantage.
5:30, still no first blood drawn, but with the 6-minute mark coming up, probably gonna see more action. Sweden Strong is gonna get tipped.
Oh, Squadix.
There's gonna be a glimpse.
Even if he dies. He's gone. There's no way he lives.
Oh my god, that's a huge kill. I know he might go for a glimpse dodge, which is extremely hard with level 1 stun, but you know, it was the best bet in this situation. He doesn't go for it, dies, feeds the first blood to Storm, and then gets a power rune on Storm, and this is a dream start for Pari so far.
Yeah, it's not the perfect rune though, really nothing to purge off with the illusion, but it will allow the Storm to assert the dominance even more before the next rune, which could be an 80 rune, haste, arcane, something along those lines that's gonna allow the Storm to just go ham.
It just scares me, man. I feel like the 1-min lineup is made to dominate, to snowball, to at least win slightly early game and then later amplify it, but they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose even more. Another kill for no one.
Come on, Milan, it's only 7 minutes into the game. They might still win.
Yeah, I mean, the stacks for Sankin will definitely help. Just gonna take these.
My analyst doesn't believe in 1 win 7 minutes into the game, but I mean, all power to you. Parivision have been showing that they are the better team today, and Squadix only now joining the lineup. So I'm seeing improvement from 1 win, but it is still gonna be some time until he is fully implemented into the 1 win squad.
Yeah, and the tournament that we got here is a premier tier 1 tournament. Like, they have to beat either Spirit or Parivision to get to this playoff slot, and these are top 4 teams at the recent tier 1 event. So, it's quite a task, you may say.
You know what? If I was 1 win, I'd be telling the organizers, right? Yo, guys, put me in the easier group so that I go through. Like, put all of the strong teams in one group and put us with all the scrubs so that we make it through. I don't know why they gave him such tough opponents.
That would be quite unethical, but that's okay. 8 in a row. Region for Storm. Oh, he gets denied.
Okay,
but
at
still,
least he gets
just
denied. Yeah, Squadix is going to be dying. He turns around to do as much damage as he can. The repulsion there from Takalis pushes him away, and just a lot of lightning is going to be onto the Sand King inside of the water. That's a problem.
I mean, again, Parivision on top of the understanding, bringing the numbers there, securing the rune. I guess it gets denied, unfortunately, but so they just see, and they're gonna keep diving. Vortex onto the Shadow Demon. Nice flame break. He's gonna live for a moment. Any help coming? Timber
There's
still
the
is
Timber.
steeping in.
Let's see if Cloud can make something happen. Going for the Callis, and he's gonna be glimpsed back. That is just so sad. You forget about what this hero can do and how it can stop you from doing anything now. No one here does have a small amount of mana, so might be she's not in any kind of trouble. He's just gonna be TPing away, understanding that the Burrow Strike was used. Losing the Callis there, you really don't care. That was such a huge commitment from one win just to get one support.
Even bringing the Mukushi into the action just to get this Disruptor. And as you said, you don't see Disruptor very often these days. You kind of forget. You TP in and you're like, yeah, maybe Key could pull the Amar Timber Chain and dodge. There's a couple of ways to dodge the glimpse, but...
Can you do it across the map? Oh, speaking of that, the respect is going to be sent back, and that will live Squadix. I think maybe this was a mistake. They maybe could have gotten an extra kill, but either way, you get rid of the help, you bring down the mid laner again, and this last pick Sand King is just not working out.
It's just not working out. I mean, it's sad to see Squadix with this performance possibly in the last game in this tournament for them. Because previously, even the Quap last game, he was 10-0 at some point, but this time around, it just doesn't seem like Sanke is his cup of tea. Mukushi, or rather Crystallis.
Oh, well, Mukushi's gonna try to run away, or maybe turn around here. DM coming over, there's the Doom, and that is gonna be a very dead Bristleback. Still alive, however, turning his back to the Doom, so not really gonna be taking all that much damage. Thunderstrike finally connects, and with the supports being in the vicinity, they're gonna have the vision, and they will have the damage as well. 9 class secures that kill, and Parivision now are 6-1 and up 5k gold in this game already. No one is gonna be going in and getting another solo kill. Has the mana necessary. The Remnant is gonna be there. Squadix didn't have the stun to try and save his buddy.
I mean, with the shield rune, that's a third rune going their way. He doesn't even sweat. Dives the Batrider. As you said, 4 to 5k up. Parivision, they're just getting everything they want.
Up there looking really good. I mean, even the game they lost today versus Spirit, which is a best of 1 series, they looked very good for the first 20 minutes. Glimpse, Munkushi, he was smart this time around. He remembered that he needed to wait a little bit, so it's gonna be he's not gonna be sent back to the base.
You live and you learn throughout the game too, but you're gonna lose the mid tower. You need to learn to have a better protection. Witchblade finished on the storm, and the shovel abused with the room with the ball. Mid laners love that thing.
I like how you being a boomer, you're giving some nice advice to our viewers to use protection. That is very much important. Mid lane tower being taken out. This time around, he doesn't have the shield rune, but no one, he does have so much damage. There is a lasso available. Glimpse damage, not going to be enough. One more hit, no one. He is unstoppable. Literally unstoppable today. I don't know how you deal with this guy.
I mean, this is straight up bullying at this point. Digs up the bounty rune as well. At least he's not going to get Arcane rune bottom. It was Illusion, Regen, Shield, now Invis, so next two will be 80 Haste or the Arcane. So next 3 runes are gonna be very, very, very nice for the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, and they're gonna get all of them, right? I mean, 1 win, they have some vision showing them the top rune, but I just don't think they have the strength to fight for it. Oof,
there's gonna be
drums.
a glimpse.
They just need vision. Where is it? Where is it?
Ooh, so close.
Nope. I'm gonna be getting out.
No one is cooking. He sees the sandstorm particles in fog.
Radiant's top tower is under
Okay, Milan,
attack.
which movie is the quote? Where is it? Where's the trigger? Well, which movie is that from?
No comment.
Oh
Or
my
I don't know.
god. Oh
don't
my
know.
god. The Dark Knight Rises, my friend. You are a betrayal to the community, as there will be a smoke from both sides. One win trying to do something with the Sand King. He does have a blink dagger. This is a reveal with which they're trying to do to make something happen, and there's nobody on top to kill.
They're at least gonna look to open this tower, but at the same time, Ducalis and DM make a move of their own. Doom is ready.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Disruptor ult is ready. They're ready to cook more, but one win needs a win here. They definitely do.
Well, there's the blink forward. Doom instantly onto respect. They're not gonna be waiting anything. You jump in. There's not gonna be an ulti coming out from the Sand King because he's inside of a static storm. Same is true from Cloud. A 2-for-1 at the moment. Storm has enough mana to escape, but the chase is on. Cloud coming forward. Is there anything to stop the TP? No lasso, no stuns, no way to kill the Storm. Parivision again coming out on top. All the while, the Alchemist is still hitting creeps.
Yeah, we kind of forgot about it. I feel like the viewers did too. Like that all this time, Storm is pressuring, the supports are pressuring, the Alchemist is just cooking. He's 11,000 net worth, and he's gonna get even more with the skill on Sweden Strong. Oh my god, this reminds me of the OG series. Crystals is just way too farm.
Yep, 80 to 20 win probability. That is not a good position to be in just 15 minutes into the game, but an expected result with you being smacked this much. 2 to 11, 15 minutes in, 11k gold lead, and it's only gonna go up from here.
I mean, it's just, I'm trying to think. Like this Blink Dagger timing didn't work at all. What is the other one? Aghanim's on Bristol against the Doom? Oh man, it's gonna be tough. I'm losing the energy, you know. I'm losing. That's what I do when I cast. I'm always like thinking, what? How do I? If I was on this team, how would I bring this game back? But there's just not many solutions.
You would give up? Is that what
I would
you
never
would do,
give
Milan?
up. I mean, I would just try to go on the map, farm until I figure out the solution. Sometimes you like. Oh, Cloud?
Well, Cloud has a solution on how to die super fast so that he can come back and fight. Once again, 14k gold lead. We're getting to a point where giving up might be a good choice.
And guess what? In 10 seconds, we're gonna see AD or Arcane Room for Storm. It just keeps on giving for party. This game, it's crazy. And it's going to be an Arcane Room bottom.
Yep. I mean, you make your own happiness, you know, and your luck does look like what the Parivision are doing here. They're just so farmed.
I feel like one win is going for the, you know, in pubs, there's always a guy saying, go last fight and then GG out. And this might just be it.
Yep. Let's see if that. Have you ever won a game where it was let's go last fight and then GG after that in a pub?
Oh, I mean, it's only GG if you lose it.
Okay, makes sense.
I think they're gonna be losing this one.
Kushi uses ulti, Squadix uses ulti as well. They do absolutely nothing. There's going to be mines ready for when he comes back out of the disruption. Inside of the static storm goes down. They have a Doom onto the Bristleback, pull him in. He still has his back turned, and actually Crystal stuns himself. Will that really matter at all? They have really good vision here of what's going on the Bristleback. He has a sticky bomb on him. Thunderstrike as well. No one has enough mana to go for a blast off as well. While the last was used, they might bring down no one. Not even that is going to be allowed, as this time around Crystallis will be stunning an opponent, making it 4 heroes dead on the side of one win, even with a couple of mistakes. Parivision, just better position, so much stronger, and no chance for one win.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of screwed up with the Alchemist stand. They screw up here and there, but focus in Bristol, maybe bad target. But at the end of the day, they were only like close to losing one guy while killing 4. I don't think it would change much in the end. They're just so far ahead that they can afford these mistakes. And one win doesn't GG out, but they're pretty close to it.
Okay, listen to me. Next fight is a full 5-man wipe while Parivision lose the hero. One win calls GG at a score of 3-22, and everybody in the chat is super happy. What do you think about that? Is that a good prediction?
I thought you're making stuff up, the boring stuff, but that sounds pretty exciting. And you know what else is exciting? At 1000 GPM on a hero, that Crystal is actually approaching.
Yep. We haven't seen it in a long time, right? Ever since they changed the Alchemist, he hasn't really been able to get all that much money. But it looked for a second here like they were gonna kill the Storm. Unfortunately for them, he lives.
And now, guess what? Storm has an AD rune on top of everything. Building to this Axe, already thinking about the style points, 20k ahead at mid 19. Hell of a
You want to put them all together, right? If you're gonna bury one win, why not do it while they're all hugging themselves? At least that's gonna be a nice way to go.
Ducalis? I mean, it's just a perfect game for Disruptor. I mean, the game state, I think they have some good heroes against Disruptor, especially like the Shadow Demon with Disruption, but it's just the game state where you're stomping a game is where Disruptor excels. He just loves these kind of games.
Yeah, you're always gonna get the bonus hero. The thing is that Parivision in this game, they're getting more than one bonus hero, so I'm not really sure that the Disruptor has contributed.
No one?
Okay, uses the dust there, doesn't find anybody.
So very interesting. So much ahead. 17-2, 21k. He still finds a discipline in himself. I think it's a sign of a good team. I don't think it's a sign of them being scared. It's just a sign of them being mature.
Man, I hate when old people talk. Though you are younger than me, but I can hear your you are older in heart, because I want to see battle, and everybody here wants to see battle. Parivision overextending a little bit, maybe giving a chance for 1W to win a fight, get a couple of kills. But yeah, sure, if discipline is what we're looking for, then this is the best way.
Soon enough, they're just gonna get strong enough to just bully through the fences of one win, if there will be any.
I mean, the only one who creates fences in this game is a Disruptor, a kinetic field. Pretty much a sty for the pigs to get slaughtered inside of it. We're approaching Christmas, around a month away from it, so makes sense.
Did you ever play with the other facet on Disruptor?
I haven't played, but I've seen it and I like it. It's pretty cool. I've tested it a couple of times in the lobby. I think there are situations where it could be good.
Like what? Because there's nothing much happening in this game. We can discuss things that viewers are actually interested in.
Okay. So currently in Dota, wait, there might be something happening, and I'm saved by the bell because I was just coming up with the bullshit answer. Let's continue. So first of all, it's a bigger range on the kinetic fence, and if you have heroes that can, if you want to force out fights in these clutch areas, currently in the Dota world, in the Dota map, there's just way too many stairs and you block pretty much all of them. So I think in those kind of situations it can work out. It just needs to be played around with it a little, and then you're gonna get the idea on how to do it.
So like a fissure that doesn't stun. Sounds great.
But you can choose in which direction you're gonna block people.
Fissure that doesn't stun and doesn't do damage. That sounds great.
And you have two of it.
Two fissures that don't stun and don't do damage. It sounds amazing. Arcane Rune on Storm. He's gonna be jumping. This Timber, he did press the BKB and died like a second after pressing it. So I think there is also something pressing in this game, and it's very depressing for one win and for all older fans.
There's still a chance for a 322 score, so there's nothing depressing about this game as long as hope lives for the memes, because that is the only thing that we can look forward as Parivision. We have pretty much put this game in a position where there's no chance for one win, but the Dota Plus still puts him at like 10-11%. Why is that so? I
mean, there's like there's
Radiant's middle tower.
untaught situations of, or I don't know, man. I'm pretty tired already. It's like maybe the electricity dies or something. I don't know. I don't know why is it 10%.
Dyer's
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
send an
give them more.
agent to pull out the cable. That's a good way. I would like that. I mean, you know what? You said my idea was morally wrong about one win setting themselves up for success in the group stage and getting weaker teams there. And now you're talking about somebody pulling out their cables.
No, I was more thinking about like natural
disaster?
desire. Yeah.
Okay.
So-
That's
The only one unethical in this Discord room is not me.
okay. I'm gonna assume it's one of the guys that are on the panel, but sure. Look at 9 class making a nuclear bomb.
Oh, now I feel better. I feel like Munkurshi is lying to himself a little bit there.
Did he get
Again.
some item? So did he? Oh, he has a BKB. I think he actually does feel better.
Triple BKB timing for 1 win. Will it work against 10 different items that Parivision has?
Oh boy, we didn't get to 1k gold per minute for the alchemist. We're still hoping for it. And the storm, is this gonna be the 3rd kill? I mean, he still has the Aegis. Okay, 2 to 20. Okay, so still possible. Does it count if it's 2 to 3? So then we're just gonna read it on the opposite side.
I mean, for the memes, it always does. Oh, Storm still has the Aegis.
Oh, that 9-second BKB. It is gonna keep him alive with the blast off. 9 class goes in, and now he
It's
might be
gonna
playing with his
happen.
life. Okay, it is gonna happen. Just they need to call GG. After Squad X dies, he's definitely gonna be dying. No one going forward. 3 to 22. It's time to call GG. No. DM a ruiner. He is a ruiner, man.
What a
He ruined
ruiner.
the Hype in a second. And now he should die. He needs to die where we want him to die, and he's just not going to because he has the BKB. Uses the Doom. Bristleback running forward. There's gonna be a shard of Crystallis flown towards him. He's going to be getting the extra regen. There's the glimpse. No one still wants to lose his Aegis. Has a minute left on it, so would love to die, and that is exactly what's going to happen. 1 win there, enjoying their last moments in this tournament. Maybe not so much, but Parivision are enjoying 1 win's last moments in this tournament at least.
Yeah, they're gonna dive a little bit, get the Shadow Demon 2. If you were fast enough, you could have taken a screenshot of a 3-2-2 in a competitive game. It doesn't happen that often. At least we get some excitement from this game, because from the beginning till the end, it was all Parivision.
Yeah, 3-2-2s never happen in competitive Dota. As 3 to 25, they're still not calling GG. They know that this is their last game in this tournament, so you want to at least have some fun, or nobody really wants to call GG because I don't know how much fun they're actually having.
Maybe it's like a thing, like some teams that I used to be part of, it just, there was just a rule. We would just play until the throne falls. So
Okay.
maybe they have a similar rule, but this is a test. If you do it here and don't call GG, then you'll never call GG.
yeah, I think it's a pretty strict rule. Somebody sitting over them, looking them with a pretty strict look. DM still surviving. This time around again, he has the BKB, will be okay. And 9 class just continues to explode all of them, trying to get to the high ground where all the mines are. Still somehow living through it all, will finally fall. They did get themselves a kill, and still not calling GG. I think they're still living by it.
Buyback's ready. He's coming back. He wants Crystallis to have one. Oh, he says one. No, one partially. He's asking for 1v1 duel with the techies.
And 9 class once. Yep. On top. Wait. I think the rest of Parivision are just gonna be not gonna be doing it. And Storm dodges the burrow strike every single time. He does everything right. 9 class will die, so 1 win didn't really honor their part of the deal either. Both of the teams not really living by the rules.
He said, DM says he didn't hold his word, which is kind of sad. That was
And
very.
Patsan is a bad word overall, right? I don't know how we would translate it, but it's you're calling somebody names.
I mean, at least everybody's trying to have a kind of fun in this game. You know, everybody understand it's gone far, but we're just making the best of it.
Yeah, for sure. They're enjoying themselves, and the enjoyment will end. One win, they've had enough. They've broken their rule of not calling GG. If they've ever had it, we don't know. They're just speculation, and that's gonna be it. Parivision are gonna be the second team from Group B that are gonna be going into the playoffs, where they're gonna be playing in the semifinals tomorrow.
Yep, I mean, Parivision definitely a well-deserved spot. They showed the force in these two BO3s. They were also in a lead versus Spirit, but Spirit pulled out the Spirit Magic. It was the first game of the day, whatnot. But Parivision just showing the stability. 5 very extremely talented players, alongside with Destiny as the coach. They're just looking great.
So, Milan, we know the 4 teams that are in the playoffs. Is it going to be as easy to predict who's going to be winning those games as it was easy to predict who's going to be going through in both of the groups?
I mean, definitely not as easy, because the teams are going to be much more fairly matched. But it's one thing. It's sure it's going to be hell of exciting playoff, because GG, Liquid, Pari, and Spirit, these are top tier names in Dota, and I can't wait tomorrow.
GG, Spirit, Pari, and Liquid are the 4 teams that are remaining. But we are done for today, and to close it all out, at least for this second day of the group stage, it is going to be our panel.
Yeah, thank you very much, Harry. Thank you very much, Milan. We are going to be able to break down this final series here, that final game. And, I mean, it was looking fairly even until the rotation started to come out into the mid lane. And all of a sudden, the Sand King being bullied back, having to do the Walk of Shame back to base, being killed off. And the Storm Spirit in the end, I don't even think he died there coming through into the final game. Picking up so many kills. And it's just been no one's game today. It's been his entire day, every single game. Even when they went down to Team Spirit, he's looked amazing. So he's been leading the line. And Aries, again, thoughts on this game, but thoughts on the series overall here as we look to that final series.
Series overall, I think Pari are just a step above. This is maybe expected. I think we all actually. Bo, you were on 1 win, weren't you? So I mean, you were
Dude, I purposely, okay, it's a meme. I'm doing it on purpose. I missed all of the predictions today, but yeah, I mean, it's expected, right? When you look at the top 4 of Dream League, I think Parivision, they came as the favorites, and we're talking a lot about no one. I don't think we should forget about 9 class, the flexibility they had in the OG series, the heroes that they can play. It's hard to see teams where in multiple games in a row, you see different players kind of heavy lifting and being the MVP. It's definitely a full team effort. It's not really someone, the coach as well with the drafts. So I'm very confident that Parivision is going to give the teams a lot of trouble. But yeah, I mean, tomorrow I think the level of Dota is going to increase tremendously.
Yeah, we'll see how tomorrow's going to go, but just again focusing on today, we see again 1 win with that first series up against OG. They look fairly comfortable. They had a great time here, but again, like you were saying, maybe just an extra step up here up against Parivision, where they just weren't able to move on. And we can see, I mean, look at the 17 minutes in, and they're just being absolutely ripped apart by Parivision. Parivision knew exactly how to focus targets down, who they need to be running at. Diving tier 2 towers as well, and barely losing any heroes in this game. Overall, they looked amazing. So Aries, moving forward with this, Parivision got to be feeling confident. I think the matchup is going to be up against Team Liquid tomorrow, and then the other side of the bracket is going to be Team Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators. We'll wait for final confirmation on that. But at the minute, do you think Parivision should be fearing anybody?
Oh, I don't think so at all. Not with how they look today. I don't think they're going to be fearing anyone. This is an incredible team. They're rolling. Excited just to see, in particular, I know we've spoken a lot about Liquid and the tempo that they can put onto the map, and we've seen Parivision. I mean, the big advantage for them has just been the style of draft, but also just the laning phase to the early game, and this was the case once again in this game. So I think that's going to be a really good matchup that we should get tomorrow in the playoffs, to be able to see how they can compete versus a team that's probably around their level compared to one win. This is still, you are playing with a stand-in. I think we have to keep in mind with Squad X, who I think overall besides this game looked very, very good with the team. But Liquid will be a different opponent, but I still think Parivision, they're not going to be fearing anyone. Sorry.
Okay.
I mean, if I can create some controversy here, I would say that if there's one team Parivision fears, is actually Spirit. Not only because, you know, they win the BO1, which probably doesn't matter that much, but the play style of Spirit, I feel like they are the type of team that really loves to play late game, that doesn't really allow the laning stage to snowball into easy wins for their opponents. So that is really what I think Parivision maybe needs to improve on, having that super clutch late game decision making, map movements that Spirit might be the best at, honestly, in this tournament.
Okay, well, we're going to be able to get an interview. We've got Chrysalis stepping into the call, so we're going to be able to, hear his thoughts. I've got a couple of questions myself. So, Chrysalis, first of all, congratulations for getting into the playoffs. Very impressive games coming through for the entire day. How are you feeling after that? Because a little bit of a blip, it felt like, to Team Spirit to start off with, but for the rest of the run, you've been incredibly dominant today.
I mean, the Team Spirit game was a bit of a warm-up for us, I think. I feel like we weren't really playing the way we usually did. And then right after those games, I think we found our groove again, and I think then it was just kind of rolling over them.
Okay. I want to dive straight into a draft question, because up against OG, we saw a couple of unique drafts, coming through on the support role. We had that Terrorblade coming through, and then the support Morphlin. What was the thought process behind those two picks specifically?
I mean, the TV game, I have no idea what happened. We just ended up with some crazy draft. And in the Morphling game, it was just to counter Timbersaw, He becomes strength motive, and then he has like 2-second cooldown Timber Q, and it's just unplayable for Timbersaw.
Okay, yeah, well, I mean, it worked. That was incredibly unplayable for Timbersaw. Yeah, really well played. So, Aries, have you got any questions here for Chrysalis?
Just one question, Chris. I'm intrigued. What do you like to do out of Dota? I mean, we've seen you play a lot of Dota, incredibly talented, but what do you like to do outside in your free time as well?
I play more video games, usually. So
Any video games in particular?
Not necessarily, but if I shout one out, I would shout out Ultra Kill as one of my favorite single-player games for a long time. It's insanely good, in my opinion. Okay. I might have some other stuff like the newer releases like God of War and everything else as well, but the Ultra Kill, I think, deserves a shout out. That game is unbelievably fun.
It makes sense now, the quick matches today, because Stalker 2 just released. Is that what you're going to be jumping on then? Is that why you wanted to get through the games? I mean,
Stalker 2 is actually kind of past the... I mean, the first Stalker was kind of before my time, I wasn't really on that train. If it looks good, I might give it a try, but if people say that they don't like it, then I might skip it as well. I'm not personally invested in the series. It depends on what people think of it.
Okay.
I do have one question regarding the year. I know there's a lot of tournaments. This might be one of the more stacked tournament years for Dota players. Do you feel tired, or how do you guys handle so many tournaments in a row? Because you guys have been playing for a while now.
I mean, this is only the first month of what's going to be probably a good year of a lot of tournaments. So I'm not that tired yet, but I guess by the end of next year, I'll probably be done.
I do have one more question. Did you I actually haven't heard your voice before, and trying to remember with your previous secret and all the interviews, I don't know if I've actually seen you do an interview. So did you get thrown out? Did all the other boys not want to do interviews? I know maybe some of them don't speak the greatest English, but you got forced to do it. Is that what happened? Yeah,
manager came into Discord, asked who wants to do an interview, and then Nineclass says Ramco, and I'm like, okay. I guess this is it now. On Secret, I had Puppy. He would go and do every interview for me. It's whatever. He can take it on himself. I don't want to do this stuff anyway usually. But now I have a team where they want me to do it all the time, because I guess I'm first of all the best English speaker, and secondly, the last time I did an interview in Dreamlink, they thought it was funny, so I kind of cooked myself with that one.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're doing loads of interviews, it means you're doing well. Let's kind of ignore the fact that losers interviews exist. But if you're doing interviews, it means you're doing well, and hopefully we're going to be able to see much more of you going forward here. And looking to tomorrow, I think it's going to be Team Liquid is your matchup here. Looking at the bracket, you're potentially going to be. What's your process after your? Because it's coming into the evening time now. You've got a best of 3 coming up tomorrow. What's the team process? Is it just the coach looks at what could potentially be the setup and then it's delivered to the team, or do you settle down as a team now and review and look forward to that best of 3 tomorrow?
It's mainly just like we'll just talk probably a bit about heroes, a bit about drafts, and just see like what they feel like is like the best way forward, and then we just go play. There's not like a lot more to do, I would say.
Okay. Well, we won't keep you any longer. Thank you very much for joining us for this interview. And once again, congratulations, Chrysalis. And I wish you all the best of luck for the best of 3 coming up tomorrow. We're going to be saying goodbye now. So thank you very much for joining us for this interview.
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so hearing from Chrysalis there, and overall, seems very positive. They're not even phased by the Team Spirit match. You heard him say there that they weren't playing the way they usually do. It was a bit of a blip, and they were comfortable coming into the rest of the matches. So feeling really confident there. And again, the teams tomorrow, we've got our 4 teams now: Team Liquid, Parivision, Team Spirit, Gaming Gladiators, all coming through. And I think Harry Milan was saying it's so hard to pick a winner out of those 4 teams. We're going to be able to see how it's gone today. Yeah, Parivision moving through in that final game. Team Spirit looking very comfortable coming through, just getting those 2 wins on the board. Any surprises here, Aries, or was this the way you thought Group B was going to go?
This is the way I thought it was going to go, except I thought OG would have been much more competitive today. I was a bit underwhelmed with their gameplay, so... Yeah, I was hoping for a bit more of a fight. Unfortunately, we did not see that, but at least the teams that made it through is the ones that I expected.
Yeah, and again, this is... I think this is what everyone was expecting, apart from Bowie, that had a couple of those wild predictions. So, Bowie, what are your thoughts on Group B overall as we come to the end of the day?
Yeah, I mean, Group B to me, I didn't necessarily agree with my predictions. I'm just trying to recover from a terrible first day. But it's just that some of the teams, specifically Spirit and Parivision, they definitely felt to be like a step above. And I thought that maybe with the BO1s and some, I don't know, OG maybe showing up a bit harder, as Ari said, that there was a chance for upsets. But overall, Spirit and Parivision, they really look solid. The playoffs are going to be fire. To me, the game that I'm really excited for is Spirit Gladiators, though, because I've been such a Watson fan for a while, and I kind of want them to find their stride. It's really a team that I want to cheer for. Big Tofu fan, love Celery. So hopefully, even if they don't make it, that it's an entertaining game.
Okay, well, we're going to be able to take a look at those predictions, and I think we're going to be able to see the results overall coming through. So, Bowie, close your eyes. I know you don't want to be seeing this one. Let's see how the scores break down. I'm on the even 8. Milan getting ahead here on the 9. And then we get ourselves down to the 7 on Aries, a very respectable score. And, Bowie, like I say, I know you've having to be throwing those wild guesses out to try and catch up. But, like we say, if you fall behind me, you have to hand in your analyst badge, so you've got to have a great day in the 3rd and 4th day, it looks like.
In my defense, I did win the RES prediction tournament, so because I knew that you guys were gonna struggle, maybe I did lose a couple on purpose, but I think I beamed too much today. I will be a good boy tomorrow. I'll make sure to have better predictions. But yeah, really, really fun day. Not a lot of big surprises. Some cool heroes, though. A lot of disruptors and new heroes popping up with a new patch.
Yeah, I think we're going to be able to take a look at just how tomorrow is going to break down and see who is playing up onto who. Yeah, so Team Liquid versus Parivision, and then Gaming Gladiators versus Team Spirit. And again, between all 4 of these teams, these 2 semi-finals coming up, I could not call a winner for either of these matches. And it's not over if you do lose this semi-finals. There's no lower... Well, technically there's no lower bracket, but there is a 3rd place match. As you can see, that lower best of 3 coming through, and then the grand finals as well. So take a look at the schedule coming up tomorrow. We're going to be starting off with Team Liquid versus Parivision at 1400 Central European time. Are we still in summertime? We're obviously not in summertime because we're coming up to the end of the year now. But Gaming Gladiators is Team Spirit after that, so it is a little bit of a later start tomorrow. But we do still want you turning up. So don't forget, if you want to see when we go live, don't forget to follow the Twitch page, follow the YouTube page there as well, depending on your watching. Make sure you have all the information of when we are going to be going live, and there is the handy dandy QR code showing up just in time, as if by magic, to make sure you follow that for all the announcements, all the team results, all of the events going forward here as well. Subscribe to all the social media channels with the QR code, and again on the Twitch page, on that the YouTube page there as well. Make sure you are following along to make sure you're back for the playoffs tomorrow. And Aries, any final thoughts on this group stage overall? Your Group A, Group B, anything that stood out for you over the past couple of days?
Just some good Dota that we've seen so far. Hopefully the Dota is going to be able to continue. Hopefully we get some more crazy drafts as well with the patch and Parivision making it to playoffs. So hopefully we get some random Terrorblade 4s and Chrysalis has no idea what's going on, and some other things too. So no, it's been a good first 2 days. Excited for the playoffs now.
Yeah, and Bowie, what about you? Have you got anything that stood out for you over the past couple of days? Anything that you want to mention before we close out this group stage?
Well, I was happy actually to see Chrysalis. This is a player that kind of a polarizing player that to me always has had really good results. So nice to see that he is getting to play a lot of games and also having a lot of success with the new team. A lot of love for him.
Yeah, and it just shows the confidence that he has in his teammates when he says, we pulled out Terrorblade, we didn't know what to do with it, so we just kind of run it for, there's no questions, no fighting. They're just like, yeah, that happens from time to time, so they just kind of got on with it and marched through the game. So it feels like the team spirits are high in Parivision, and they are really enjoying themselves. But that is going to be it for today. We are going to be closing out the day. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. We're going to be back at the later time of 1400 CET tomorrow for the start of the playoffs. Hopefully you've enjoyed the group stage, but for now, that is going to be it for us. So we'll see you tomorrow for more Dota action in the One Win Fall series.
Thank you.